Welcome here to the Queen's Park Oval, a very sunny Queen's Park Oval as we're about to witness day two of the final round of the West Indies Championship, the game between Barbados Pride and the Windward Island Volcanoes. And already we see Barbados, I would say slightly having the upper hand, dismissing the Windward Islands, the Volcanoes for 237. And overnight, Barbados Pride, 48 for none. McCaskey was on 21 or is on 21, and Mosley, Shane Mosley, he is on 26. We're about to see the first ball of day number two. Preston McSween is going to operate from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. He is left arm over the wicket and is bowling to the right-handed McCaskey. At first delivery, just outside the line of the off stump. Two slips, I would say, and a very straight gully, or even if you would want to call that a fourth slip rather than a straight gully. And so they're very much an offside field because in addition to that, there's a man square at cover point right out on the boundary. There's a cover mid-off, and there's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a man at fine leg. So a fairly orthodox field for McSween to start. McSween, of course, one of the bowlers that have been pretty good over the years for the Windward Islands. And that one just outside the line of the off stump. He's already taken 12 wickets in this season. He's only played 3 games, 6, and has bowled 6 innings. So a lot is expected out of McSween. So good morning again, wherever you may be picking up this broadcast. I'm Colin Murray. Alongside with me is Joel Manning. Joel, good morning to you.
Good
Bright and sunny morning.
Colin.
Are you splendiferous this morning?
Oh, splendiferous as always, Colin. Good morning to all of our viewers around the Caribbean, around the world.
Loud appeal goes up and he's gone! McCaskey, he looked to be slightly going across the line of that delivery. And it was a delivery, good line, good length from McSween, and McCaskey wasn't playing that ball in the orthodox fashion. To me, it's going straight towards a straightish mid-on. He seemed to be just looking to go across slightly, and from the time it hit him, you felt that he would have been in trouble. So he goes back to the pavilion. LBW McSween, what a start for the Volcanoes. They've come right back into it with the dismissal of McCaskey. Remember, he got 2 half centuries in the game against the Red Force. Well, he was only able to get what one would say his usual type of score. He's gone back to that, getting out for 21, and the Pride 48 for 1. Early blow, Joel, for the Volcanoes.
Early blow, and what a start indeed. Just what the doctor would have ordered for the Volcanoes this morning. You would have to say that McSween, you would know that that's the type of delivery that he would have gotten a wicket with, especially when we think back to the 5 that he took against the Leewards. It was always that ball that was pitching just maybe around middle and off, maybe middle, and shaping back in to the stump on this particular occasion, wrapping Zachary McCaskey on the pad. On first look, it looked very good, and the umpire agreed and said, well, you've got to go. So the first wicket down, Zachary McCaskey, he goes for 21, not adding anything to his overnight score, 48 for 1.
Well, that brings Rashawn Worrell to the crease. Of course, he debuted against Trinidad and Tobago. Didn't set the game on fire. Matter of fact, he didn't even get into double figures. He got 3 in the second innings, and in the first innings got to 4. So he has some making up to do, because in the 2 innings, of course, when you add 4 and 3, I still get 7. So it means that he's got a lot of making up to do. He's left-handed, and so it's the left arm quickie against the left-handed bat of Worrell. And this could certainly turn out to be a very tight encounter, Joel.
Yeah, it certainly can, especially if they pick up early wickets. Yes, 237 is below what they would have wanted, but at the same time, their bowlers have certainly been doing the job for them this season. Not just their bowlers, but their fast bowlers have been doing the job for them, just as Preston McSween did on that particular occasion.
I want just too wide of the off stump. Not a bad delivery, but he would want to get that a little closer to the off stump, make Worrell play, because as a new batsman, the more balls you're allowed to leave, for you can get the bounce, the pace of the pitch. It's always good.
Yeah, pretty much a good adjustment though from that right-hander to the left-hander there. But what's also nice to see though is that movement on offer for Preston McSween. We saw a bit of it yesterday, but he was a little inconsistent in terms of the lines that he bowled and maybe the lengths as well. But that movement is a good sign, and what is also encouraging is the fact that they're now going to add a third slip in there. So Ryan John, he moves now into third slip. 2 slips and a gully in waiting now for Preston McSween.
Just came down on that in time. You could see the hand started to go up because it seemed to have just darted back at Worrell, and at the last minute he was able to keep it out. But the hand started to go up because had he missed it, I think there would have been a huge appeal. And good delivery again from McSween. This one but much better lined and making Worrell play.
Yeah, on that particular occasion, just coming back in with what would be the natural angle, you would have to say, of McSween coming over the wicket to the left-hander. The previous delivery got some movement, and probably why Rashawn Worrell might have been questioning whether or not to actually play that particular delivery.
Well, he's going to go through for a quick single. He has to hurry. Oh, I tell you what. Had McSween hit the stumps, Mosley would have been in real trouble, and he seems to be in a little trouble as well because he's just limping a little bit, but maybe the bat hit the back of his leg or something like that. But that was a very risky one. Tell you what, had that hit, Mosley could have well been going back to the pavilion.
Quite an entertaining start
Yes.
to the morning. Eyes that might have been sleepy are now awake here at the Queen's Park Oval, thinking about that single. I'm not too sure if it was needed at that particular time, but you always say that a batter wants to get off the mark, and especially somebody who's playing only in their second first-class match. As you mentioned, just 7 runs behind him, probably what might have initiated that particular risky quit single on that particular occasion.
I didn't think Mosley was looking for it. And again, they always tell you when a new batsman coming and you are the non-striker, you must be looking to assist him to get off the mark or get him off strike. But I don't think Mosley was looking for the single. I don't think he felt it was on. But Worrell, from the time he played it, he took off. Would have been curtains had he been sent back. Yeah. But I think McSween was just off balance when he threw the ball. But Mosley would have been well short. Yeah. But Worrell is off the mark, and he would be a little more happy with that. It's going to face Shimon Lewis. Lewis is going to be operating from the Willie Rodriguez end, or the Jerry Gomez Media Center. And it houses the Willie Rodriguez end. And Lewis is going to come in for his first bowl of the morning. He's had 3 overs yesterday for 19 runs. As we look at him with his first delivery to Worrell, just outside that line of the off-stump, drifting further away from the right-hander, allowing it to go through. Nice sunny conditions here, as we've been having in Trinidad and Tobago for the last few weeks, or I should say the last couple of months. We've had rain often, not as often as the farmers would like. Just off and on, we would have maybe one day for the week, and it's just a quick shower, and then it dissipates. Here's Lewis again. Oh, I think he put him down. Let's wait for the umpire. Yes. Ooh. So he is put down there by Walcott. And I would have thought he should have taken it, because he got there, got his right glove to it, and then just couldn't hold on. So Worrell survives, and looking to pull a short delivery.
Given a life there, Rashawn Worrell. Tevin Walcott not grabbing that one. Maybe after hitting the bat, maybe it got a piece of the leg or something and took the pace of it, because it almost looked like his hand got there before the ball would have reached him on that particular occasion, not hitting what would be that palm, or not even hitting the webbing so that it could stick in the hand of Tevin Walker. But a chance, nonetheless, a life for Rashawn Worrell. That one just down the leg side, looking to hoist it over what would have been maybe a backward square leg, actually just getting a lot of that glove, and that's what took the pace of it. And like I mentioned, Tevin's hand just getting out before the ball was there, hitting down probably around the wrist of Tevin Walker on that particular occasion.
Yeah, it didn't seem to get actually into the glove, and that could have been the problem. Oh, that was the problem. Oh, that's a good delivery. The Barbados batsman yesterday afternoon, Joel, looked pretty comfortable. They weren't in any trouble, and was talking to Ruskin about it as he was telling me he didn't think the Volcanoes bowled as well as they can yesterday.
That's definitely correct. I was actually having a conversation with one of their players this morning. He was asking me for my assessment of how I think things went for them yesterday, and I said, well, for sure, in terms of the ball, you guys probably didn't show up with the ball in the afternoon session. I'm not sure if it's a case of disappointment.
Did well, just as McSween. I like in terms of he's targeting just on or around the off stump. He's taking the ball up. He's got two slips and maybe a straightish gully, and he's taking that ball up just on. And luckily for the bowlers, there are two left-handers, so the line don't have to differ all that much. And interestingly, that delivery that Worrell got the chance, it was a short delivery. All of a sudden, he came in with that short. So I like how he has started. He started well. McSween, on the other hand, we all know what McSween can give. He moves the ball. He takes it up to the bat. I think he's a quality bowler. Well, he's already been called to the regional team in the past, and hasn't really kicked on. That's another very good delivery. It beats the outside edge of Mosley's bat. So the end of the over from Lewis, really a really good over. He saw a chance go down off of Worrell. He's completed his 4 overs now, none for 20. And the Barbados Pride in pursuit of 237 are 50 for 1.
Yeah, good start, certainly. For the Volcanoes, a good look for them and a good feel. You could see the energy was out there this morning in terms of how they were going about their preparations. They actually started probably, I would say, maybe even half an hour earlier than they would have started on day number 1 in terms of how they went about their routine. It looked like a team who were coming to collect some points here this morning, a team that was coming to bowl out Barbados Pride, and the start certainly shows that here from them.
Well, McSween is going to continue. 3 slips and a gully. Very straight gully, not very square. So he's bowling to a 7-2 field because in addition to those 3 slips and a gully, he's got a point cover and mid-off. Loud appeal goes up. He's got the outside edge though. But there was McSween starting with his hands going up for an appeal, and the ball peeled off the outside edge, and I think that's what saved him. Because again, a delivery right up to Worrell, and he seemed to be wanting to just work that ball onto the onside, got the outside edge, and went along the ground past between maybe second and third slip, or between third slip and the gully, and they picked up 2 runs. But another very good. I tell you what, at this point in time, Joel, Mosley and Worrell, they need to survive because this is really good bowling from both ends. That's well left from Worrell. Good delivery again from McSween.
Yeah, certainly good shape on delivery, especially that one that would have squared up Rashawn Worrell on that particular occasion. Obviously, the angle taking it towards what would be that middle and leg type of an area, but then just that away movement is what caused him to have to open up a bit and allow that ball to just find its way between that slip cord. And so good signs, you would have to say, for the Volcanoes.
You just have to think that if they're able to pick up another wicket or 2, the Pride could be a little bit stunned by the start. If these 2 can survive maybe the next 45 minutes or so and weather this early storm, one, it can deflate the Volcanoes slightly and it would lift the Pride.
Yeah, it would all depend though on how much runs are scored during that period as well.
I think for the Pride, the runs are not that important now, and I'll explain to you what I mean by that. Yeah, runs are, to me, occupation of the crease is the most important thing, because if you can wear down McSween and Lewis and sort of see them out of the attack, and I'm not saying that the others will not pick up the wickets, but I think, the way these two have started, you just got to occupy the crease for a while. Yes, runs, you can't just play everything defensively. You got to pick up the singles in between. If you get the odd boundary, that's fine. But if you can occupy the crease and wear McSween and Lewis down, say for the next 45 minutes, it certainly will maybe deflate them slightly.
Just to go further.
They've got 4 slips now, because that Gully, the guy at Gully, he's come a little closer to third slip. Sorry.
Yeah, just to go further to the point you were making in terms of the possibility of deflating them. Yeah, that possibility for me exists, but I guess the reason why I said it also depends on the runs is because, like I said, going back to the conversation I had this morning in terms of a lot of the guys are saying, well, yes, a lot of people have been occupying the crease and doing certain things. However, when you look at the scoreboard, there's no additional pressure that has been put back on to the fielding side as well. And I'll finish it after this. The end of that McSween over, 52 for 1. Yeah, they were saying that they found that in some circumstances, probably even going back to maybe that Trinidad match as well, whereby, yes, there were guys who stood at the crease and batted 10, 15 overs, but you look at the scoreboard, they've only added 11 runs, maybe 20 runs, 30 if so much. And they've been saying that those type of scenarios are not the ones that wear them down. It's a case of they look at that scoreboard and say, well, I'm still in this game, and I know that I have bowlers who now can come behind it and probably keep that same level of pressure on and maybe then pick up the wicket, and as such, it has not really moved from there. So yes, the occupation is certainly important, but more so looking at maybe, okay, can I take one bowler off of their line? Because if I can, then it forces them to change their plans a lot quicker than they might have wanted to.
Here's Lewis. They must have flicked the top of the pad or something, because there was an appeal coming from not the wicketkeeper or the bowler, but from the man at that forward square leg.
Yeah, so certainly, obviously, in a scenario like this where the ball is certainly doing a lot more at the start of the morning, that particular delivery there, probably just starting maybe a little too straight from Sherman Lewis, definitely, and then that angle, or rather the movement that he's getting, just taking it further down the legs here. But yeah, in a scenario where you have this ball moving both ways in the morning, the bowlers are bowling well, yes, in terms of making sure that you get through this period. But it comes that there must be some stage whereby you then say, okay, I've maybe seen out maybe 5 or so from them. Now is a chance to say, okay, maybe the ball might not be moving as much. Maybe they might be searching a little too hard now for that wicket, because they know that they might be coming to the end of their spell. Okay, how do I say capitalize on maybe 1 or 2 more deliveries? So yes, leaving alone well, because there's a situation whereby you might find yourself that if, especially like a Shane Mosley, pushing out with that drive that we've seen fairly often from him, might take that edge. Yes, leave alone now, but it still comes to a scenario whereby you must still look to get runs at some point.
Oh, that's another very good delivery, pitching and on pitching, just leaving. And mostly he had a play at it, and luckily he didn't get the outside edge. But this is some really good quality bowling here by Lewis. Let's have a look at it.
Certainly fantastic, would have to say, in terms of the lengths and the areas that he's hitting this morning. That delivery just going across Mosley there on the angle. And honestly, that was fabulous, fantastic. And you look at Mosley's feet there as well, and it tells you about his balance in terms of playing that shot, because he's walking forward, both feet together. And it tells you how squared up he was from that particular delivery as well.
Lewis is going to bowl worse deliveries than that and get a wicket, I tell you. That was just too good. They've really started well this morning, both Lewis and McSween.
This is exactly what the Volcanoes would have needed for them. And the thing about it, I guess, from the Barbados Pride side, is that you probably would have had to expect something like this, because they are decent bowlers.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, yesterday they were a little off, and that happens from time to time at any level, whether or not it's test, first class, primary school level, your bowlers can tend to be off, but you expect that they will bounce back and they will come hard at you, because at any day you're playing cricket, not just for pride, it's a job at the end of the day.
Now I think that might just have been beating leg, and Mosley was looking to work it through the mid-wicket region. It came in at Mosley. We see Pag going to have a word, but let's have a look at that.
Yeah, some sharp inward movement there from Sherman Lewis, getting it a lot fuller on this particular occasion. Probably searching there, Mosley, getting that front foot out. Probably not expecting that ball to be coming back into him. Maybe thought he was going across him again, but doing too much on that particular occasion. Probably also might have wanted to maybe just get it just a touch more towards that mid and off type of a scenario, because you saw that gaping space between bat and pad as well in terms of how Mosley was looking to drive that delivery. It takes me back to the dismissal, or rather the ball before the dismissal for Kamani Milius, and how he went for that booming drive off of Akeem Jordan, and it split him in terms of his bat and pad. 15 overs gone, 52 for 1. And then the second delivery, the one that took the wicket, was Kamani Milius looking to straight out and play that similar drive as well, in the same fashion or the same manner that Mosley was looking to do there. It reminds me of that. So I think something that he should probably be careful of, especially given that there's that wide space between bat and pad, driving at a ball that's coming back at him.
So Worrell is going to take strike after that maiden over from Lewis. So Lewis has just completed his first maiden, 5 overs now, none for 20. As McSween is going to continue, and it's going to be operating to the left-handed Worrell. And again, another delivery that's maybe just outside the line of the off stump. And there was Worrell coming across, and then may have just come back at him slightly. Seemed to have hit him high up on the pad. No real appeal from the Windward Islands players. That's a couple of runs for Worrell. Didn't time it all that well, but he placed it nicely between cover and mid-off. And because of that, he's going to pick up another 2 runs. So Worrell, actually, he's started very positively, Joel. I think, in the game against the Red Force, he took a long while. He seemed to be pushing, prodding, trying to build an innings, and found he didn't do it on either occasion. I think here he's come out with a little bit more of a positive mindset, as if to say, well, look, I'm going to try and get on top of the bowling. That's a good delivery. Pitched, left him again. So once they pitch it just back of a length, it tends to just leave the batsman. Hits the seam probably, and just leaves the left-hander.
Yeah, just looking at Rashawn Worrell from that game, he would have faced 39 deliveries for that 4 that he got in the first innings, and then faced 32 deliveries for the 3 that he got in the second innings.
Yeah, he's already on 6 from just 14 deliveries. And you're seeing him with a little bit more of a positive intent.
The thing about it is that usually he is a fairly positive batter at the crease, usually favors himself, especially in the shorter formats of the game, as a power hitter. I guess it's a case of obviously being here at the first class level, still young, still inexperienced at this level. You're still feeling your way around, trying to find your feet. Almost, I think about the innings that Kevin Wickham would have played on debut as well. He didn't necessarily look his usual self, but then in batting in partnership with Shane Dowrich versus Windwards, it really looked like he came in to his own and worked the ball around. So it's just a case of obviously just getting into it.
A little too wide from McSween. He is moving the ball. Wants to get it onto that off stump. Make Worrell play at it. If he goes for the drive, if he tries to defend, but at the moment he's quite content to leave those deliveries, because you're starting wide of the off stump, going further away, and Worrell really, even if he's that positive frame of mind, it's too wide for him to attempt a shot at those type of deliveries. Trying a shorter one now, and well handled by Worrell. The end of the over from McSween. Just the 2 runs coming in that over. So he's completed 8 overs, 1 for 19. And the Pride certainly starting to be a little bit more comfortable, these 2 batsmen, but still the danger exists from McCaskey. Sorry, McCaskey is gone, but the danger still exists for the 2 batsmen, because both Lewis and McSween, who just completed that over, they're bowling the type of deliveries, Joel, that, at any time can get you out, because they're bowling a good line, they're bowling a good length, and they're moving the ball.
Yeah, they're certainly bowling well, and bowling deliveries are asking questions, and a lot more questions at the start of this morning.
Bowling well in tandem, aren't they? But it's such a hot, sunny day that you would think that maybe skipper Anthony is maybe thinking of bowling them in short bursts.
Yeah, it could be a consideration, because you talked about it being sunny and beautiful, but you finally said the right word, is hot. It's extremely hot out there. It's scorching, it's stinging sun here at the Queen's Park Oval. I was taking a little journey across, and just that little trip, I was sweating bullocks already.
Well, I myself journeyed across. I decided not to go the route of the shade under the stands and walk around. I want to have a little look at the pitch as well. Looks in pretty good condition, as in the second day, and which you would expect. Not much wear and tear, but it's very good for batting.
Certainly a good surface for batting. There's only one area that I think, as we go throughout this match, might pose a bit of a concern. Thought about it, decided wisely against it.
It's very strange. Mosley set off, and then all of a sudden he decided not to go. But Worrell was responding to the call, which is sometimes amazes me that the non-striker, you can't say no. There's no rule in cricket which says the non-striker has to run. And as Worrell was taken off looking for the run, but it certainly was not on. Yeah, you're making a point about the pitch.
The one area that might be of concern, not necessarily pitch itself, but just the landing area for the bowlers, which will be on the offside of where Mosley is currently batting.
Right. That's uppishly, but played between mid-wicket and mid-on. He's going to get another couple of runs, Mosley. Actually, that's Mosley's first runs for the morning, isn't it? He started the day on 26, so he now goes to 28. So that's his first runs for the morning. So that's just telling you how well the bowlers have been bowling.
Yeah, certainly. But even that upper shot takes me back then once again to I was mentioning that he looks very similar to Kamani Milius, and how he was playing the in-swingers at the start. You remember Kamani Milius actually got caught at that short mid-wicket position on that particular occasion, that ball just evading the man at mid-wicket, who's actually not in the same position that I believe it was Primus at the time of the first innings, coming a bit more to his right and a bit straighter. As you see, he now makes that slight adjustment, starts coming a bit, but actually he needs to come to his right, because similar exactly what he's doing right now at the moment. There we go, coming to his right, because that is where Kamani Milius would have been taken, and that is the type of shot, once it's played in the air with no balance, where it's going to go.
That's so very true, because and Mosley's been looking for it. He's been looking to play that shot to the deliveries from Lewis that just maybe ducking back into him, lining somewhere middle and leg.
It's just, I guess, that piece of awareness before for them, because had they thought about it in that fashion, Mosley would have certainly been dismissed in the exact manner that Kamani Milius was there. But you certainly see how he's been playing that in-swinger. There's no balance there. He's looking to play the drive as well, not just play the drive, but play the drive on the up, because the ball is not there in terms of being full for the drive.
Well, he's looking for the runs, isn't he? He's that type of player is Mosley. He's not the kind of player that is going to just push and prod, and he always looks for scoring opportunities. The end of the over from Lewis. So 2 runs again conceded in that particular over. So he's had his 6 overs, none for 22. and the Pride, they're 56 for 1, having weathered the the wicket loss of McCaskey, who went with his overnight score on 21. He went LBW to McSween, and since then these two have come together and have started. They're trying to build and get some sort of momentum going.
Certainly trying to get that momentum going, but just a reference there, because I took a photo of it this morning in terms of how the surface looked at the start of play, and they had to just do a bit of repair work at the start of the day for that landing area.
Well, McSween is going to continue. That's short, and Worrell going after him. Didn't make contact. McSween has a word with him. And he's walking away, and McSween still stands half pitch and saying something to the effect, don't play those type of shots, son. You're going to run yourself in problems.
Yeah, probably not the delivery for that particular shot. In terms of the length, yes, the shot was on, but not in terms of the line of that particular delivery. Probably better served looking to cut that over the slips and point.
Or just let it go.
Yeah, that too, but I was just offering a shot there.
Yeah, you were just offering a shot. I see, Joel. I understand. The attacking batsman that you obviously were. Well, I don't know if I have to use were, because I don't know if he still plays. I don't know if he even played, but I'm assuming that he did. So that's why I'm using the word were, but it could be. I mean, it could be different.
I am still much of a young man.
Listen. It has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with age. It's how you feel, how you control your body, and if you want to go and play over 50 or over 4, here is McSween. Runs for Worrell, just a single, because there's a man down at that fine leg position. Yeah, so there are loads of tournaments now where you have masters and legends and over this and over that. So it has nothing to do with whether you're young, Joel. I just thought I would bring that point to you. But you still partake in the odd hit of the ball?
Absolutely not. Sun is too hot for that.
Well, there goes the young man out of the window.
No, I actually did play a bit of T20 last season back home in Barbados, and even that was a bit much, to be very honest, I must say.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems, Ruskin Mark would tell you we played for years, but somehow the sun seems hotter now than when we played. I mean, you think when, sometimes you start at 1 o'clock and 5 o'clock, 5:30, you're still in the field, and you're just saying to yourself, well, 6 o'clock must come. It's well played by Mosley. Mosley hasn't faced McSween for a while. I don't think when I think back, it's been McCaskey and Worrell mostly facing up to McSween. Yeah, it's, I don't know, it's somehow the sun seems to be much hotter. What they call it? Climate change?
It's something.
Yeah.
It's always hotter when you're playing for free as well, by the way. It's always hotter when you're playing for free.
Yeah, that's very true. They're going too far quick. This he'll have to hurry. Oh, well, that another close one. Well, that was played straight to the man there. Who is that? Is that McSween there?
That's Larry Edward.
Larry Edward. McSween is bowling. It can't be McSween. Last time McSween actually ran around and had a shy. This time it was hit straight to Larry Edward. He ran in and missed the stumps. I tell you what, had that hit, he could have been in serious problems. Let's have a look.
Yeah, that one certainly would have been a close shot. I probably might have told myself he probably would have gotten in barely. Though on that particular occasion, Larry Edward quick to the ball. But what was also interesting to see, it was the manner in which Worrell shifted his angle, and that obviously tells you that had it hit, maybe it could have been a little closer had he run straight, as they say to do.
Yeah, because last loud appeal goes up. Not out, says umpire Bassarat. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, is he talking about the height? He's making some strange signals with his hand. I'm wondering if it's height, but loud appeal. And this time it doesn't go in favor of McSween. So it's the end of the over. At the end of it, the Pride, they are 58 for 1. Worrell is 7. Mosley is on 29. And Joel, I'm going to take my leave. not going out in the sun, have no fear. But Ruskin Mark is going to join you.
Disappointed that you didn't say not going out in the sun, have no fear, because Ruskin Mark is here. But the umpire Bassrat certainly signaling height on that particular occasion, and hitting above what would be the pad on that particular occasion. You probably say that War was back against the stumps, but yeah, certainly hitting above the pad, and probably I might have to side with umpire Bassrat on this particular occasion in terms of the possibility of the height coming into question there. He certainly was back in the crease, so that is always what brings a shout like that, hitting the back leg as well of Worrell. But he survives, and with it the pride 58 for 1. We're into over number 19 now. Sherman Lewis will continue as I say good morning to Ruskin Mark.
Thank you very much, Joel. Good morning to you and to all our viewers and our listeners. And of course, let me also wish all of TNT and I suppose the diaspora Happy Baptist Liberation Day, which is being celebrated and recognized here in Trinidad and Tobago for their contribution to society and as a people. And I was just reading an article this morning about that, and the gist of it was that, you know, don't fear what you don't know, in a sense. He's driving at this one again. It's gone nicely placed. It just went right in the gap there, but he was pretty certainly driving a little bit away from the body. However, when you make contact, look at Lewis. He's just standing there with his hands on his hips, as if to say, when am I going to really hit the edge and it's going to go to hand?
It might have been a case maybe if Lewis was asking for another man in that area, but you said nicely placed, but I think more so fortunate on that particular occasion, as Mosley certainly had no control of where that ball was going on that particular occasion. Striding out, driving, the ball was not there for the drive, especially in terms of the length of that particularly, forget about the width because of how wide it was, but the length certainly was not the driving length. Taking a risk, and I guess quote unquote paying off for Mosley on that particular occasion. He picks up his first boundary of the morning. He moves now into the 30s.
62 for 1 it is now. So despite that early loss, they're still they're now beginning to probably settle in. And another good delivery once again, treated with respect, and I suppose that has been the theme of this morning so far. You kind of take what the bowler gives you as a batsman this morning, and they haven't given you much. You've had to really fight to get your scoring opportunities, and there haven't been too many bad balls, or loose balls I should say, delivered so far today, which is a good sign. Again, he's threatening the stumps and forcing the batsman to have to come down quickly and make contact with the ball, avoid it going into his pads. So he inches on once again, Mosley, and goes up to 34 now, and he's been quiet, I suppose. So I suppose now is the time he feels that he's spent some time out there. Now it's time to probably just expand things a little bit.
Quite possibly, but also given the fashion in which Mosley usually plays, you know that he definitely will not be staying quiet for too long. He likes to get out there. He likes to score runs. He likes to feel active at the crease. Lewis on that particular occasion, though, probably just going searching once again for that ball that swings back in and asks a question of those front pads.
So didn't really come up that much. It was wide, but certainly stayed down. It actually bounced before it got down there to Worrell, who must be ruined that missed opportunity earlier when he got a glove to it, but he couldn't hold on down the leg side. Those are always difficult takes because you don't see the ball all the way. You kind of lose sight of the ball. You know, I suppose the batsman's body blinds you, if only for a split second. And then you kind of like have to pick up the line again, and especially if it's deflected, then it's a new line that you're negotiating.
Yeah, certainly was a chance, but half of a difficult one for Tevin Walcott, though. However, he would have certainly expected that, given his standard and caliber to taken that one. But certainly, yeah, the pace was taken off the ball and changed that trajectory, as you would have mentioned, in terms of just being a bit lower than probably expected off the glove of, or as I mentioned, his hand got out there before the ball was even there, and it just crashed in to what would have been his wrist.
So again, the end of another good over, and Lewis continues to impress here, and the Barbados Pride chasing the 237 posted by the Windward Islands Volcanoes yesterday. Inching along, they're 63 for 1 on the second morning after 19 overs. Started their innings last evening, and they went to bed at 48 without loss. And this morning, without adding a run to their total, they lost an early wicket. And but these two have kind of settled in so far. They've had a couple opportunities to remove them, but so far so good, as they would say. You take your luck, you ride your luck sometimes.
That's certainly how it goes.
Yep, you live with
cricket.
that.
Some days go for you, other days don't. And you just hope that more days go for you than the other way around.
Yep. And that's a good shot because he's right out in front, and that's the sign that you already get the impression now he's really beginning to really feel good at the wicket. You know, he looks so much better now. He looks more confident. His legs are moving, and that is a good sign for Barbados.
You say that, but I think back 4 deliveries to the ball that he pushed wide of the awesome that flew through the gully. But yeah, on that particular occasion, allowing that ball probably to come to him there was Mosey. Do I think he's set just yet? I don't think so, but I guess we'll have to see as the innings goes on.
Again, Walcott is having to take the ball maybe on the half volley just as it's dying in front of him. And he might be advised to take a step up. And I see him just maybe just marking out a different spot. But the ball just seems to be dying before it gets to him.
Certainly expectation, especially given how things have gone over the last, I would say, 7 days of cricket that we've had here at the Queen's Park Oval versus Leewards and then versus Trinidad.
Outside the off stump again, and he's liking that opportunity out there to get runs, but he's also flirting with danger, and now he rehearses a leave alone.
Yeah, see, this is why I made the comment just 2 deliveries earlier to you in terms of saying, well, he's looking by far more settled at the crease. Barbados would be happy with that, because things like that, you know, that is what happens or what they go back to very quickly. And
I suppose with him, you take the good with the bad, you know, because you're going to get the bad, and you know, and the ugly as well. And he seemed to get himself in a little bit of a tangle there, almost overbalanced at the crease as he was allowing the ball to go outside the off stump. But it's almost as if he's not absolutely sure what the ball would do once it pitches. Because we know McSween has the ability to leave the outside edge as for the left-hander, and he does bring the ball back into the left hand, not as much as I think he should be able to do as a natural left-hand bowler. But he does have this uncanny ability to bring the ball, to leave a left-hander, or to bring it into the right-hander with regularity. That's a one driven again, a little bit uppishly, but he's going to get runs down to long on. It might get into the boundary, yes it does. And just enough power on it. McSween couldn't get across, it was too far from him. And he attempted to start to go, but I don't think he even had a chance at it. It was back past him in a flash. 67 for 1.
Certainly no chance of catching that one on that particular occasion. He hoped, but there was no hope for him getting out there and driving that one. Mosley, probably more power than anything else on that particular occasion, and with the man at what would be a short whitish mid-on, he certainly had no chance of getting that one. It runs into the boundary, and he collects 4 more to his total.
And I suppose, like I say, it's a kind of a mixed bag with him. And I mean, when he looks good, he looks very good. I suppose that's the best way to assess it. And he's again going for a quick single, and it's going to get it two, and that's good cricket because he saw the opportunity to take the single, he immediately set out, and he completed it. 68 for 1 at the end of the over.
I'm just curious because I'm thinking back to a lot of the dismissals that I've seen from Shane Mosley across this first class season, and usually it's been balls that he's gone out to try to attempt to drive and straight out, and more often than not the length wasn't there for the drive. I think about the one that peeled off of the edge and went down through gully. It wasn't there for the drive. I think about the shot that he played here in the last over off of what would have been the third delivery over. The length wasn't there, and in my mind I'm just maybe wondering if it's a case of he's not necessarily picking up the length of the ball as best as he can, or that type of a scenario. Not necessarily questioning the technique of it all, but it's just that I'm just thinking about the dismissals that he's had, and I'm thinking about the shots that I'm seeing him play. The length usually isn't there for a lot of the drives that he's offered so far for the morning.
Could it be because he's so accustomed to truer wickets where once you pick up the line, you can just go through the line of the ball? I'm not sure what the domestic wickets are like in Barbados that allows you to play through the line probably more than you're allowed to play through here on wickets like these. And so maybe that's his upbringing. And that's kind of like what he's accustomed to. So it comes like if we bat in the nets on a concrete strip, and then you come and you play here, it's a different thing. On the concrete strip, you just pick up the line. It's not much movement. It just, once you get the line, you're good to go. And that's more like it. And this is kind of like how he would play. He just come forward and drive, but he was close to that one, much closer. So he was able to play it with a straight bat. And that is what I think impresses me with him, but I suppose it also allows you to admonish him when he doesn't do precisely that, because you know he has the ability to do it. And sometimes I wonder if his head tilts, because if your head moves, then it's not still, because if it's still, then you could look at the ball all the way through. But if the head tilts at all, then you could be very well playing at balls that you don't have to play at. From around the wicket this time, Lewis just changing up things a little bit.
Yes, getting that ball still though to shape away from the left-hander around the wicket. The first time I believe the morning that he's gone around the wicket and to the left-handers, offering a different proposition to them, asking a different question, maybe whether or not one might hold its line and come back in and force him to play, or taking it and having it hold its line, maybe just move away a bit, but getting him to play inside the line, maybe hitting the off stump, maybe hitting the edge, 2 slips in the gully in waiting.
That's a good tease in line there. It's just that corridor of uncertainty where play or not to play, and that could sometimes prove to be the undoing of a batsman. One of the other things that, as we were talking about the Shane Mosley, one of the main factors, and you would probably, as you look back at all the different dismissals and how he got out over time, one of the main factors has to be discipline. When you bat with discipline, if you get out the same way a couple of times, you are not going to get out that way again very often after that. For that's a great shot. Right in the gap between the man at cover and at the mid-off, and it's down to that boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, certainly too full on that particular occasion from Sherman Lewis. And all Rashawn Worrell had to do was leaning to that particular delivery. Yeah, runs away to the boundary, and that will do his confidence a world of good. He gets in to double figures. Yeah, just too full by Sherman Lewis. That's easy pickings for a batter like Rashawn Worrell.
No, and that's the discipline I'm talking about. You remember the first 2 deliveries to him from around the wicket. He didn't play at either of them. He just allowed them to go, and in a sense he forced the bowler to come to him, as opposed to Mosley, who tends to go out there looking for runs. That's well played again. But as I suppose that's the whole thing. And I'll give you, as you talk about discipline with batting, when you think of somebody like a Larry Gomes, for example, they always say Larry didn't have any set of shots. He was just like an accumulator of runs. Deflect here, whatever it is. when Larry played youth cricket, he had every shot in the book. You probably couldn't see a more dashing batsman than Larry Gomes. But I remember one year against Australia youths, Larry got out caught at fine leg on 99. And that hook shot went away, never to be seen again. That is discipline because many a bowler tried. That's a great shot, but that's even better football there as he got the left boot down, made a pass to the man at mid-wicket nicely, and didn't concede a run as a result of it. It could so easily have been 4 runs had he not gotten the boot to it, but hey, that's the whole idea of why you pay so much of those expensive shoes, is to help you out in situations like that. The 73 for 1 at the end.
It's always scary
when they kick
fast
the ball.
bowlers putting their feet at balls, because I think about it from a long-term perspective. Your feet are your money makers in this instance. They're what keep you up, keep you chugging on, keep you moving in. I then think to myself, well, maybe obviously it's a case of I'm protecting my figures. This batter is not going to drive me straight back down the wrong. So
It's
fair
a
enough
reflex action.
from that particular perspective, sure. But one bubble and it's the ankle. You know, I just always think about those small little things. But I do understand it because it's like, nah, you're not going to drive me straight back down the ground. But it's always a hand-in-mouth type of moment when I see a fast bowler put his foot down to stop a ball like that.
And he couldn't get his hands down because he was going across, he was going off the wicket, and then he just kind of stuck that. It's a reflex action, I suppose, more than anything else. That's another good shot. This is a good cricket here. It's a fine shot from Mosley, but there again was McSween doing the fielding himself, knocking it down, which is what we expected Lewis to do, but Lewis was going the other way and couldn't by any means get his hands down, so he just stuck his boot out. And like I said, he made a wonderful pass to the man at mid-wicket. All he had to do was score.
He just worked around the corner for one. Preston McSween now into his 6th over of the morning. Given that extended run, that extended spell, you would have to say. Just bowled the 5 yesterday. Lewis bowled 3 and Ryan John bowled 3 as well.
He's bowled well. He's done well. He got the wicket this morning early, and I'm sure he would have been hoping against hope that by now he probably would have picked up another 1 or 2.
Well, he certainly looked like he would have picked up 1 or 2 this morning in terms of how well he bowled and how controlled he bowled as well. He's now asking a man to drop back onto the deep backward square leg boundary.
Is this the old 1-2? Another brilliant drive by Warrior this time, and that is saving 4 runs there. That was hit hard by the big left-hander, and McSween, he's not turning around to have any word with him now. He's just going back to his marker, and I suppose message sent.
Yeah, just doing some good fielding on that particular occasion. I think that ball burst past his hand and probably onto the foot. And the foot is probably what did the majority of the work. Actually, no, he got his hand down. Wow, fantastic there. Being able to get down so quickly, Preston McSween.
And they're going to get a single here into the gap at square leg, square in the offside. So an easy single. So that's good cricket. You didn't get the boundary, but you don't dwell on it too much. A single is still a good option when you're building a target. When you're chasing a target and you're trying to build a partnership.
Yeah, what I really like about that shot played though by Rashawn Ward was how well weighted it was in terms of just allowing it to come onto the bat and using the face to find, or rather using the wrist to help him find that gap on that particular occasion. That takes skill more often than not in terms of being able to weight your shots and get those singles, especially with the field not necessarily back because they aren't back, but just the placement there as well.
And that's another good delivery, and he brought the man from square leg up at the mid wicket. Originally we had him just to the right of the umpire for Warrior, but for Mosley he brings him back inside, and he also took him out to the boundary for Warrior as if he was trying to bowl the short ball to him. He didn't, And now that Worrell is off strike, he's brought him back into a mid-wicket, an orthodox mid-wicket. And again, the ball leaving the bat at a slightly awkward angle as Mosley is checking his forward movement. But he plays it well in the end. 75 for 1 at the end of the over.
Yeah, certainly playing quite well is Mosley. A couple of loose shots, but other than that, he's looked nice for the morning. Timed a couple deliveries nicely. Also, Rashawn Worrell, he's been standing out there and he's been playing well. As I said, getting those singles, especially that last one. I really liked how he worked that ball into the offside because it was a delivery that was relatively full and one that you might tell yourself you could have strode out and drive it. Instead, he opted just to hang back a bit, use those wrists and get the single into the offside. So it was nice to see from the young man.
You know what? I'm not sure if you got a chance to chat with him this morning, but did you speak to Lewis at all? What did he say about the cut that he said? Remember yesterday when he suffered that bruising, and I just felt it up. It kind of threw him off a little bit yesterday. Remember he missed his run up about 3 or 4 times just after the injury, and he had treatment down on the side here as well for a bit. So, but he's off now, and Ryan John is back on, starting his 4th over. First for the morning.
No, I didn't have a chance to talk to
but he did
Lewis
look
this morning.
He looked so much better this morning. I suppose the sting of the injury, because it was such a fluke. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but it seems as if he suffered some kind of abrasion, because I saw they were applying like a plaster over that knee area, and it just seemed like it affected him for a bit. That's a good delivery. You could see the inward movement. When it left John's hand, coming into the left-hander. Worrell, though, had his eyes on it.
Yeah, you will certainly expect that Ryan John will get himself some movement. We've come to expect that over the matches that he's played so far. Picked up 12 wickets and done the job that's being asked of him by this Volcanoes side. Didn't play the match prior to this, but given that injury, or rather the concern surrounding Justin Graves, who in fact is their leading wicket taker, he's been brought back into the side, and they'll be hoping that his form, or what he's been able to build up over the tournament so far, because he's picked up 12 wickets, that can continue here. And beyond that, he's not just picked up wickets, but he's been relatively tight as well whilst bowling. Not your out and out express, but he's controlled. He gets that ball to move. He's there and thereabouts more often than not.
And I'm trying to figure out, who does he remind you of? I don't think too many people have his style in a sense. His whole build is slightly different. But I think of, his build is similar to, say, like a Kenny Benjamin, but Kenny Benjamin was quicker, much quicker, and a more aggressive type of bowler. And then he also has the tenacity of, I'm trying to remember the Bajan bowler now, but he was similar. He was very nagging all the time. Wasn't the quickest. I think injuries again would have forced him to pull back a little bit. And but he's similar to that. He's always thereabouts, probing more than anything else. And Worrell, though, has to be watchful here, because you could easily get carried away and feel, well, the pressure is off now. You've seen off Lewis, so now you just relax for a split second, and somebody like a Ryan John comes in and gets the scalp. That's a good delivery. You could just see that one angling into the pads there. But Worrell was able to come down on it quickly enough, kept it out, and that completes the over. A good one, 75 for 1 at the end of it. 12 to Worrell, 41 to Mosley. And the Barbados Pride, so far so good, despite losing the 1 wicket this morning. They reach 75 for 1, with the players getting a well-deserved refreshment break.
Yeah, good little first hour's play, you would have to say, for both sides, because Barbados Pride have just lost the 1 wicket, and I think that they will be happy with that. Or if not happy, satisfied with that. Satisfied with the fact that Shane Mosley is still there on 41. Rashawn Warrell has come out and in his second match looked nice, looked the part, and held up his end, as they would say. From a Volcanoes side, just the 1 wicket. They would have been hoping for more in the first hour, and it certainly looked as if they could have taken, or rather took more than 1 wicket this morning, given how well they bowled and how controlled it was. But I think that they themselves would be satisfied with the control that they showed this morning. The fact that Barbados Pride have not gotten away just yet. Yes, the runs have come here and there because of, probably occasionally over pitching and that kind of stuff, but you expect that to happen. But
swing,
by and large, they have been where they needed to be this morning and started well and asked questions of Barbados Pride, and now it's just to build on that, because like I said, Barbados Pride have not gotten away just yet. Warrell is only there facing 37 balls. He's on 12. Shane Mosley started this morning on 26. He's now on 41, and there's still that chance. There's still time in the day if they can stay disciplined. As long as they stay disciplined throughout the day, then rewards probably will be there for them.
So as the players just get some refreshments and they do the markings on the field, and of course Joel is going to get a much deserved breather, and I don't think he's going, well, it's nice and cool now, so he might venture out outside. Colin Murray has stayed in the shade, and he wasn't going outside no matter what. You couldn't pay him to go back out in that sun then, but he's
you're right. You're very right. Yeah, you're very right. Yeah, probably one of the
it was hot.
One of the most righteous things you've said for a long while. I was not venturing in that sun. That's one. But there's a little bit of a cloud cover now, so it's not that bad.
But we've had that in almost every day. The sun goes behind a cloud and it stays there for a little while, and then it fights its way back.
The thing is, it's not so much the sun, Ruskin. It's just hot. You walk out. It's so hot. But of course, these players are fit. That should not bother them in the least. The thing is, these two have done well because I think they've weathered that early storm of McCaskey getting dismissed within the third ball of the day's play. And you could see both Worrell and Mosley at the time, they were a little bit shady in terms of their play, their stroke play. They were pushing at some deliveries that were leaving them, and I thought it was a good spell from McSween and Lewis, but they just couldn't make the breakthrough. Of course, Worrell got dropped by Walcott going down the leg side, ball coming off his gloves. But other than that, 1 or 2 balls beat the bat. But I think these two have done well. They've weathered the storm. And, I thought they would have brought on the off-spinner because...
I think he's coming on now.
Yeah, Demba. I thought he would have been brought into the attack a little earlier for 2 reasons. One, you got 2 left-handers at the crease. And secondly, in the previous game against the Red Force, Brian Charles, the off-spinner, dismissed Mosley twice. And in the game before against the Leewards, Cornwall got him. So in the last 3 occasions out of 4, he's been dismissed by the off-spinner. So, if the Windwards had done, the Volcanoes had done their homework, I think they would have
been in the attack earlier.
I would have brought him in the attack earlier and said, okay, let me give him a go. Take McSween or Lewis out and just give Demba an over or 2 and see what happens. Well, he's going to be bowling for the first time in the innings, and when you think it's 75 for 1, and if he can do some damage, he's operating from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. There's a slip and a forward short leg in catching positions. Mosley tries the first delivery. Well, what was that? Was that McSween out there?
He was trying to return the ball. First of all, he almost took out the man at
Short
short cover.
Yeah. And then the wicketkeeper had no chance. Thankfully, there was a slip in place, and he even had trouble stopping the ball.
That was Atenez.
Yeah, yes. But who was that?
McSween. It is McSween.
Yeah.
McSween. It was McSween making the throw.
So it's he nearly took off that man at that
he
short
took
cover.
out Lewis.
Is it Lewis? Yes. Well, I suppose Fast Bowlers Union, he would be forgiven. And Demba started well. He's just giving that ball a little bit of air and saying to both Mosley and now to Worrell, drive me if you can. Because if they don't get to the pitch, there's that short cover. And mid-off...
I think Mosley, I don't know, something went in a fly or something might have gone in his eyes there. So took off the helmet and he seems to be, but he has on a glasses, so I'm not sure what went on there. But he just seems as if something's not right.
Not too sure what's happening there with Mosley in truth, but seems to be all right now. But those little things can be off-putting to the striker, because Worrell was, getting ready to take strike, and all of a sudden Mosley walked off to the side. Worrell probably saying, "Get back in your position, please."
That one is a little bit shorter, a little bit quicker too. And he's mixing it up. And the good thing so far, Collins, he's kept a good line. He hasn't been all over the place.
Oh, that's bad from Lewis. Goes right through him. He should have stopped it. McSween is going to get to it before it goes into the boundary, but Worrell helped himself to 2 more runs. That's not good fielding. It was hit straight to him. No, it was hit with some power, but certainly Lewis should have got down and stopped it. So this partnership continues to build here, a partnership of 30. And
they want to, I'm sure they're thinking seriously here now. We have to break this partnership before it gets to dangerous proportions.
Oh, that's a good shot. That runs, it's probably going to go all the way for 4. Yes, they've given up the chase because that was played nicely, firm on drive. Worrell is looking a completely different player to what we saw against the Red Force. Against the Red Force, he was scratching, he was pushing, he was prodding. Here, he's come out and he's playing his shots much freer. So the end of the over from Denver, his first over cost him 7 runs. And at the end of it, the Volcanoes, they are 82 for 1.
And that's a pretty good shot. That's a very positive shot as well. You look at it again. He got to the pitch of it and stroked it nicely. Just played enough inside of it to take it away from the bowler, so it doesn't go straight back to him, and but not far enough across so that the man at mid-on had a chance. And it went nicely all along the ground for a boundary. And I suppose that is what they want to see from Worrell, to take the pressure off of his partner at the other end, just to make Mosley feel at ease. Mosley has kind of played and missed. He had one that flew through the slips. He played and missed outside the off stump a couple of times. Big drives. He just seems to love to throw the bat.
Oh, yeah.
Deliveries outside the off stump.
And sometimes he's not in control of it, and you find he gets out court cover, court mid-off. They're looking for 2. I don't think it's gone. No, it's not. Edward, the man out there, Larry Edward, and limits that scoring to 1. Yeah, I like the attitude of Worrell, because he's come out here today much different than what we saw against the Red Force, and I keep harping on that because, to be honest,
he didn't look the part.
He didn't look the part, but it's a total different mindset. It appears that it must have, because Joel said to me that he tends to play a lot of T20 cricket, power hitter. So it tells me that, he can play attacking cricket. But against the Red Force, he was scratching. And the only thing I can put it down to nerves.
He's playing that one, yep.
Yeah. And they obviously had said to him, listen, forget about it. Just go out there and bat. bat your normal way, you know, and he did, and he has been doing that, I should say,
I think
which
part
is
of
good.
it too is they probably gave him the assurance, look, you're not going to get dropped, you know.
Yeah.
So just relax and play your cricket. We know what you can do. That's the reason why you're in the squad. So just go out there and express yourself, kind of thing. And I suppose it helps some players when they have that confidence. You know, you don't have to worry that after one game you didn't do well and you're off the team. So now is an opportunity for him to kind of repay that confidence in him.
Yeah, and Ryan John, the man operating here from the Willie Rodriguez end, he's picked up 12 wickets so far in the 3 matches he's played. He's just had 3 matches, so he's got a good return, averaging just about 17.
He does swing the ball a little bit at times, and not all the time, but he does, and he brings it into that left-hander very well.
Yes, and there we see it, that delivery coming into the left-hander. And I don't think Worrell was all that forward. He was sort of just went there. I think he was a little bit circumspect because he wasn't sure which way that ball was going to move. And eventually it came in on him. And it hit, I would think, hit pretty high up on the bat. And just luckily for him, it rolled towards Athenaeus at second slip.
He played it with soft hands too, so
Yeah,
he didn't really
that's
go
right.
fast.
Too wide of the off stump from Ryan John. Needs to get a little closer.
I was trying to compare him to, he has a body like, I was making the point, he reminds me somewhat, not totally, but his body type is similar to that of, but he reminds me of Collymore in terms of his bowling, the accuracy with which he bowls and that nagging line, but his body type, it reminds me of one of the Benjamin brothers, Kenny Benjamin.
Oh, Kenny.
Yeah, but he's not as quick as Kenny was.
That's gonna probably run away for 4. He seemed to withdraw the bat at the last moment. Worrell, he was playing at it, and then he realized that it may have been just a little too wide of the off stump for him to play at it. And by the time he was withdrawing the bat, luckily for him, it went down, taking the edge of the bat and going down, and he just picked up 4 runs there. But 4 you have to say in the dark, because he goes to 22, and at the end of the over, the Barbados Pride, they are slowly eating away at that 237 that is the target, and they're going nicely at 87 for 1, just 150 runs behind.
Well, I think they'll be happy that they're making this kind of progress, and there aren't too many alarms. Guyana, 168 for 5.
Could you tell me what's
Islands.
happening at Taruba, Ruskin? What's going on up there?
50 for 7, Jamaica. Simple. The Trinidad and Tobago spinners are having a field day.
Well,
I'm thinking.
you're thinking.
But then again, remember this boy had a wicket after
Anderson
5 balls last
Anderson
night.
Phillip,
Yeah,
and I would have think Terence Hines probably would have opened the bowling with him.
In 1 over.
50 for Jamaica, really having an awful season, aren't they?
And that is what? That is 5 playing 6 there.
Yeah, something like that. Or second to last playing last.
Don't
Okay,
make
sorry.
it sound like
Yeah,
it's
okay,
5
sorry, Ruskin. 5 playing 6.
Yeah.
Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah,
5 playing 6. You're right. No, it's not second to last playing last. 5 playing 6. But
I was trying to make it.
yeah, you
sound
know,
good.
Ruskin, you're right. I stand. You know, I bow to you.
Yeah, it's
no
Baptist,
problem.
It's Baptist Liberation Day.
That's
today.
right. That's right. I bow to you. So,
Last
but,
playing second to
Jamaica. I don't know what's wrong with the Jamaican team. Well, I know. You know, I sort of previewed the tournament before it started, Ruskin, and I was saying that the Jamaica team, very inexperienced team. You look through some of the names.
Some of the key players.
Yeah, and even though Blackwood is back, Bonner is not there, so he's out for this game. So you look at some of the names, and yes, they're 1 or 2, but in general, I mean, Palmer was leading them in the early couple of the first few rounds. So you look at that Jamaica team, and a very inexperienced team. So I'm not surprised that they are 6th in the standings.
But I wouldn't be surprised if they bounce back quickly, because they seem to have that ability that they look down and out, and then next year they look a totally different team.
Yeah. I understand Tion Webster has picked up 4 wickets. And Tion Webster, this game they
Couldn't buy a
call
wicket here.
the game they call cricket, Ruskin, is such a funny thing because Barbados chasing 118. Tion Webster was in the team, and Darren Bravo opened the bowling from one end, and Anderson Phillip from the second end, and Tion Webster didn't get a ball. Now he goes up to Taruba and he picks up 4 wickets. So it's I don't know, it's strange, some of the happenings. We see a change in the field there because the man has come from forward short leg to a silly point. That's how he didn't pick it up.
That's a great opportunity there for Sunil Ambrose
Yeah.
to get involved in the game there. He's been very quiet in the field, and he got around it, and he just couldn't collect the ball. He probably took his eyes off it.
Yeah, I think he was looking to see where the batsman were, which end to throw out.
Yeah.
Because really and truly, he could have done that.
Either end, yeah.
Because I think he looked to see, well, should he go to the striker's end? Should he go to the non-striker's end? And in so doing, took his eye off the ball, and that was the chance gone. That's some chancy runs. We've seen that a couple times, Ruskin, not the first time. They've pushed that ball on the onside, and they've taken off for the single.
Well, I've always said, Colin, and you would bear me out on this, the most difficult singles to judge are the ones square the wicket on either side. And we know if it goes behind, and then it's the batsman's call. But it's the ones that are square. Sometimes they don't seem, they haven't worked out clearly what the call is and who's going to make the call sometimes. And I think a lot of times they end up in problems as a result of that.
Yeah, well, I've always felt that the batsman, once he plays that ball square, he's following it. Once it goes behind both leg side and offside, it should be the non-striker's call because the batsman will then have to turn his head basically to see where the ball has gone. But once you play that square, you're following the path of the ball, and that should always be the batsman's call, the one who's striking. And
but it's how many of them obey those principles.
Well, that's
right.
right.
That's
but
the key.
again,
and the calling,
Yeah, when
it's
you
yes, it's no.
That's right. You've always taught that from a young age that you call decisively, positively, and the only time it's a wait call is to see if the fieldsman is going to miss the ball or it's going to beat him, rather than you going yes. So the other call, and I know a lot of coaches don't like it, is wait.
Which is really wait and see.
Yeah, basically it's wait and see. But it's really has to be yes or no. That's what sometimes I just can't understand when a non-striker is run out, because you have the option to say no. You know what I mean? A batsman calls and yes, and you don't feel comfortable about it. Now, obviously, you're not going to wait for 2 minutes before you say no, because the striker could be halfway up the pitch.
Unless you're stammers.
well. But there is, it should be a decisive call. And even though these two, Mosley and Worrell, they've taken a little bit of a risk on the leg side, I think they were both very positive. As the ball was played, they both went yes, and they took off. Now, whether they're quick enough in between the wickets, that's a different story. And if the fieldsman can get there and get the run out, it's simply just a misjudgment on their part.
And plus, it also depends too on how deep the field is, and,
That's right.
and whether he has to move
Left
some
or right,
distances
yeah.
left or right, or even forward. You heard the call here, yeah. So obviously they understand that, and they're under no pressure because the ball was well played. I mean, it was placed far enough away from Milius, so he couldn't get to it.
But again, you notice, Ruskin, as Mosley played the ball, he was following the path of the ball because it was within his eye vision, and he said yeah, and Worrell just immediately went through. Yeah.
And that's the other thing. The non-striker has to respond in the positive or the negative.
That's right.
It's either yes or no. And, That's the effort ball. You could see the
Yeah.
inward movement coming in. He's probably just starting it a little too close to the off stump. So by the time it gets to the batsman, it's on his pads and
That's
probably
right.
even going down leg. But if you could somehow line that up just outside the off stump and get it to come back in late, it might pose a much different proposition for them.
Yeah, I think he's got to go. You're right. He's got to go just outside that line of the off stump, but he's starting it on the off stump. So by the time it gets that inward movement, it's on the pads. That one a little straighter with a little bit more bounce. But Ryan John, no tear away fast ball is. He's going to depend on movement and late swing. The end of the over from John, 91 now for one. Mosley is on 46. He's batting well. Worrell is on 23.
And they're doing exactly what it is the team wants them to do. They're not taking too many risks, other than, as you said, the odd misjudgment in calls sometimes that resulted in near run-out chances. And, of course, one or two big slashes outside the off-stump on the part of Mosley in particular, where he played and missed a couple of times, and then he got one that peeled off the outside edge. It went aerially, but it went in the gap off of the bowling of Lewis. But outside of that, these two have gone along quite nicely. It might have been a little shock to the system to lose a wicket so early this morning.
Certainly was.
Yeah, but they've recovered nicely.
Mosley just 4 runs away from what would be his third half century of the season. He's just averaging 29, and you would think that's not good for an opening batsman, especially with the quality of Mosley. You expect a little better from him. He's had 8 innings, 233 runs with that top score of 82. So if he was to get these 4 additional runs, it would be his third half century. And you'd have to, at the end of it, 3 half centuries out of 9 innings is not that bad. But I think the Barbados pride would think that Mosley is a better player than that, and maybe he should be a little bit more than 50% in terms of half centuries, or at least a century.
That's what I'm saying. He should be carrying on to get triple figures. Whenever he gets past 50, you should be closing your eyes and thinking 100 here, for sure.
I must say, Worrell looks a completely different player. I'm sorry to be harping about it, but he looks a completely different player than what we saw against the Red Force. I was actually questioning why he came in at number 3 against the Red Force.
That's nicely played, and you're right. He looks full of confidence right now, and he's hitting the ball. He's trying to hit the ball on the ground, which is what I like about him. He does hit the ball hard. You can see he's a big man. He's like, he's like Philo Wallace type. He's a big frame, and but he does give the ball a good whack. Although we haven't seen him really go full throttle just yet to say he's going to muscle one somewhere. I just need to tell him that my car is parked over behind this building here, so hit anywhere so or so. Not back, not straight overhead here.
Have you inquired where my car is parked? You're just concerned about yourself, are you? Okay, that's all right. That's okay. I understand. It's okay, Ruskin.
You see, your Audi is bulletproof, all kind of thing. So I don't have such luxuries.
I hear you. The end of the over from Demba. So he's completed his third over, none for 12 and 93 for 1.
Yeah, these two are batting really well. I like what they're doing. They're not hustling. Some people might think, okay, they should probably look to kick on here now. But the bowlers, to their credit, have done a very good job so far this morning. They've not really been straying too much or doing too many odd things. They've really kept things pretty tight, and they've limited scoring options to a large extent.
Oh, they have. There's no doubt about it. And it's been a disciplined bowling performance from them.
I think the only thing missing are a couple more wickets. If they could get a couple more wickets, they'd be more than satisfying.
I think if they would think if they can pick up maybe 3 wickets by the luncheon interval, they would be pretty happy. But they've got to keep the score down as well. I don't think because it's getting away from them now at 93 for 1. Barbados are inching slowly towards that 237 target. And, they would want to pick up a couple of wickets before lunch and just set the Barbados Pride back.
He's coming a little closer, and Cullen, this is the thing. He's a good bowler. We've seen that from him. He does get that little movement in. However, he doesn't get the ball to go away as much as he gets the ball to swing into the left-hander. But what he does, I think he comes a little closer to the stump to try to force it away from the left-hander. But even from there, he doesn't get like a pronounced piece of movement.
That's a good shot, but he's not going to get any runs because it wasn't timed all that well from Worrell.
Good feeling too.
I'll tell you what I would like to see, and this is another one of my pet peeves. I have so many. In a situation like this, when he's gone wrong the wicket, it's time now to say, okay, let me try something different. Let me come over the wicket and see if I can run that ball across the left-hander, because I'm not getting that away movement. Yes, I'm getting it to come back in, but let me now go over the wicket and see if I can run it across him. And who knows?
And he might get a better angle.
Exactly.
And then the ball that comes back in might actually be even more dangerous because it straightens onto the stump.
It runs for Worrell. Came off a thickish outside edge. It's not going to go to the boundary. They're going to retrieve it before, and 2 runs for him. Yeah, and you're right, because that as well, getting that ball to come back at him. But I think it would present a different problem for the left-handers, because he's now coming over the wicket, and if he can get that ball to slant across the body and Worrell and or Mosley push at it, they can so easily, because he's got the 2 slips and that straight gully in position.
This is
but the thing is, Ruskin, he got that, but he's bowling mostly balls coming back in to the left-hander.
And the one going away might actually be the change-up.
Correct. And look at that. That's more straightening than anything else. So once he pitches it outside that line of the off stump, unless he can get it to come back, it's not going to worry Worrell, because it's just straightening outside the line of the off stump, and he's allowing it to go through.
And that same ball from over the wicket might actually pose a different proposition.
And the angle.
Yeah, and the angle, because your mouth might think you even if you want to play at it, you'll have to play away from your body a little bit to catch up with it.
I want to say good morning to our good friend, Reds Pereira. He called me this morning, 95 for 1 at the end of the over, to tell me he wouldn't mind accompanying me to the ICC to stop batsmen 1 to 6 playing the reverse sweep. He said he don't mind accompanying me. I said, well, if you're going with me, that will add some weight.
But I have to ask the question, who is paying?
Well, I hope it was him. We didn't discuss that. But he was mentioning to me how he was listening to the commentary, and he was having a chuckle how one of my pet peeves was the top batsman playing the reverse sweep. And I told him, and I still have that pet peeve. When you get to 14, you don't play the reverse sweep. Why? Why risk it? I have no problem with 9-10 Jack doing it. Because if they can get runs any which way, that's cool. It doesn't matter. But when you're a top quality batsman, and especially white ball cricket, that's fine. I can understand that.
It's all part of the game.
Yeah. But Ruskin, guys, actually, it's strange. I've looked at you talk about your car is parked. You should come when they're practicing, like a Queen's Park is practicing or something like that. They actually try to practice hitting sixes. That's a good shot. No run. Yeah. So you have you come and you park your car in the car park, and you go into the pavilion and you just say whap whap whap, balls are flying all which way. Because you have everybody is practicing hitting sixes. Yep. There they go. That's a well taken run, very very well taken. Yeah, in the old days, you go to practice. You practice batting, if you understand my point. Now, these guys are practicing hitting sixes because of the amount of T20 cricket that's being played.
They're practicing run scoring.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
You know, so you come down here and you see like Sunil Narayan batting, and you just wonder, just hoping that you're parked in the correct spot.
Yeah, and the other thing about that is the sense that, but at least they're practicing something that they're going to put into the game. You know, when they go out to play, so that it's not unfamiliar to them. You know, and they find themselves in a situation they know how to hit a six. Then,
and the only reason I've told you that. They go through for a quick single. That's good running. You know, I'm just wondering before I go into this part. You know, some guys also practice this reverse sweep when they go into the nets.
That's what I'm saying. At least they're practicing something that they're going to use in the game, and hopefully they get the results the desired result.
Yeah. Well, that was the 50 partnership is up there with that single, and it's a little bit hit in the air, but and you know, with that single, well, it's the end of the over, but with that single, I looked at that the fieldsman there at mid-on. Who is that? Anyway, I looked at him.
I think that's Lewis at mid-on.
Yeah. He never, you know, it gave me the impression that by the time they called for the run, he knows sort of, hey, they're going for a run.
Yeah.
And these guys now, they've got to be alert because the Barbados Pride batsmen, Worrell and Mosley, you know they're looking for the quick singles. So you got to be alert.
Yeah, by now that message should be very clear.
It should be clear. And you looked at Lewis there, and he was just casually standing up there. And by the time he realized what was happening, they were through for the run.
Well, to take you on, as we see Mosley is inching towards his half century. And, of course, Joel is going to be coming back to join you.
Ryan John is going to continue, and he's going to come in for his 8th over. And that is the 50 for Mosley. So his 3rd half century of the season, and really well played by him. It's been a good knock, and very measured knock. That's what I like about this knock, because Mosley tends to be a little bit of a shotgun. But here, I think he bided his time. I think the early loss of McCaskey as well helped him, because he was able to measure the innings. He was able now to some good bowling. He was able to, with Worrell, weather that early storm, and they've put on this 50-run partnership and continue to bat well.
Yeah, it certainly was.
Good morning again, Joel.
Good morning, Colin.
You didn't go out in the sun, did you?
Of course not.
Right.
I stood next to you guys and attempted to listen to what the discussion was going on. But just to follow on in terms of what you were saying about Shane Mosley, yeah, it certainly looked quite compact and composed from him this morning for the most part. You know, he picked majority of the deliveries correctly, and as he progressed through the innings, he allowed the ball to come to him, and it was more so a case of timing versus power. Power is what he had at the start of the innings. Timing is what he had coming down closer towards the 50 mark, and it's good to see from him.
So Ryan John, so Mosley 50 from 79 balls, 7 fours in that 50. It's been a really good knock. You know, the thing is, you've always known that Shane Mosley has the ability, but you kept, and I remember your words back in that first game against the Leewards, and you talked about shot selection with him, and he's really certainly done well. Talking about, we were highlighting some of the other games going around the region. Well, in Taruba, what's happening, Joel, in Taruba? Jamaica, 50 for 7 with Tion Webster picking up 4 wickets.
I think that this season things have been dark, gloomy, and dare I say inexplicable for Jamaica Scorpions this season. They've not had that much to shout about. They've had moments, but overall it's just not been there for them this season. The batting certainly Uh, 10 innings will be played this season, and the batting has let them down. Well, they only batted in 9, but the batting has let them down in at least 6 of the 8 innings that they've played. So certainly a lot has to be done as it pertains to the Jamaica Scorpions at the moment, and the batting, and
a pretty inexperienced squad though. When I was telling Ruskin when I first looked at the squad, I didn't expect big things from them, because outside of Blackwood and Bonner, you know, and one or two other players, but you know, the squad seemed very inexperienced. But the end of the over from Ryan John, at the end of it, the Barbados Pride, they're just 1 run away from 100. They are 99 for 1.
Yeah, certainly inexperienced, but I don't think that inexperience can be used as the excuse for a lot of the batting that we've seen, because at the end of the day, these guys are supposed to be the better ones going around in Jamaica's setup on a whole, and I don't think that they've truly lived up or represented the standard of cricket that they've been picked to play. I think back to the Barbados match, that obviously I was there for that game in Antigua, and a lot of the shots that I saw, I don't think that you can chalk it down to inexperience. It was just
bad cricket,
simply just that, to be very honest. And yeah, for sure the experience factor isn't there, and that counts for something, but I think at some stage, I think that you know, they're going to have to look past that word of inexperience and really get down to why it is that their batters have failed, and failed miserably across this tournament. Denver now into his 5th over. It's been interesting to see how he's gone about things so far for the morning. I don't think he's necessarily bowled his best just yet. I think about how Shem Holder was able to grab his 9 wickets bowling from that very members pavilion end. I think about Raheem Cornwall, how he was able to grab his 11 wickets from that very same members pavilion end. And although I do think that the surface hasn't necessarily responded just yet in the same manner as it did for Holder and Cornwall, I just think that maybe Kenneth Denver has just missed it a little bit. I also think about the field placing as well, because with Mosley on strike, and I think back to the dismissals, and I'm pretty sure that in terms of the analytics of things, teams look at the opposition and the modes and manners in which they get out. And very early into the piece, as they come to the end of another over, 32 gone, 99 for 1, but very early into Kenneth Denver operating, the man was at the long off boundary, and for Shane Mosley, I don't think that might have been the best approach given how he's gotten out in recent times. Raheem Cornwall took him playing what would have been straight out of the ball. It was not there to drive. Easy catch at mid-off. Darren Bravo took an easy catch at mid-off off him as well. And then Jason Mohammed dropped the catch off the bowling of Brian Charles there. And it was those off-spinners just, I would say, just fractionally short of what would have been driving length, slow through the air, picking up the wicket of Shane Mosley at mid-off. He was also dropped, I believe, against Jamaica at that same mid-off position. So to push your mid-off back with the off-spinner operation, who I believe would have been the wicket taker to the likes of Shane Mosley, I think they missed a trick there as well.
Well, I was mentioning to Ruskin that I would have brought Denver in if they had done their homework. They would have known that the last 2 games, for example, the game against the Red Force, the game against the Leewards, 3 out of the 4 occasions, the off-spinner dismissed Mosley. And in that area, mid-off and that type of thing. And I thought Denver should have come into the attack far earlier than he did.
Yeah, come in there, but also I just think that in terms of the pace that he's bowling at and the length that he's bowling, he's not necessarily gotten it right just yet. But it's going to be Larry Edward in now to bowl for the first time in this innings. I love to see Larry Edward in operation. I remember the first time I met him at the University of West Indies KFL campus over in Barbados. He had a very nice personality about him, a good lad to have conversation with. And he's also very hard-working, is Larry Edward. It's been good to see the successes that he's got. He got a chance in CPL for a couple seasons. He's gotten into the first class level. He's played some list state games. It is really good to see him on the circuit.
He's only played 2 games this season. He's picked up 5 wickets. This is his 3rd game. So he's been in and out of the setup of the Windwards Islands Volcanoes setup. But he's a 100% cricketer. He gives all.
He certainly does. He's very passionate about his cricket. A very passionate young man altogether.
Well, the 100 is up with that single from Worrell. And so he would be very happy with his performance today. He's on 28, looks a much different player than when we saw him against the Red Force. But it's now 100 for 1 and brings Mosley back into strike.
Yeah, he's settled in quite nicely into his innings, gone about his work well. And like I said, I go back to that single, and that single really told me a lot about how he's thinking in terms of how well weighted that shot was, using the wrist and getting that ball into the offside. But he's done a lot of that today. He's rotated his strike, and he's really looked a picture of concentration, has Rashawn Worrell.
I think he's got over that nerves that he had against the Red Force, because he did appear while batting very nervous. But here obviously now he's reached a stage where it's the last game of the season, so he sort of feel free. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, not just that, but I think it was very interesting, the situation and scenario into which he was introduced into first class cricket, getting the call the same day, having to hop out the night and then start playing the next day. It wasn't necessarily a case of he was thinking that he would have gotten his first class call up either. This is a good pace at which Larry Edward is bowling. 2 runs from it, a good over to start. 101 for 1.
101 for 1, and you have to think when the Barbados Pride started this morning, they were 48 for none. Lost McCaskey within the first 3 deliveries of the morning's play. But these two have certainly done exceedingly well. They've added 55 runs, and they had to weather some really good bowling from Preston McSween and Shimon Lewis. But they were able to do that, and they've kicked on. I think Mosley would now be looking to get to 100, and Worrell would be looking to get to 50. Their personal landmarks. And of course, the big landmark is to get past that 237 that was posted by the Windward Islands.
Yeah, certainly in terms of how the picture was shaping out for Barbados, or developing for that matter. It was a case of looking to bat the entire day, something that they've not really done as yet in this tournament. They've gotten close at times, but the situation presents itself where the surface is there, there are runs in it, they have the batters capable of doing it, and this is their chance to really showcase their talent and bat the entire day.
So Denver starts his 6th over, none for 15. Denver hasn't done badly in the 4 games, picked up 8 wickets so far for the season. Would be looking to add to that.
Yeah, a little better there from Denver, probably a little closer into the pace that he's going to need to bowl. Probably just has to pull it back a bit.
So the Barbados Pride still trailing by 136 runs, but they're whittling down that total. Runs here for Mosley. It's probably, is he going to come back for the second? Nope. Worrell decides against it. That's a good bit of fielding by McSween out there at the long off position, had to run to maybe about 10 meters to his right towards an extra cover, and did well in the end because he got to the ball quickly, released it, and I think it was a good call. Worrell decided to not to go back for the second. Interesting action from Demba. Actually reminds me of Anissa Mohammed from the Trinidad and Tobago and West Indies women's team. She has that little skip or little jump as well, little hop, and delivers. It's the end of the over from Demba, and the end of it, it's 102 for 1. So you follow any of the ladies' cricket at all, the women's cricket, Joel?
I do from time to time. Get a chance to watch. I would have seen Hayley Matthews did quite well in the IPL.
Yeah,
it was nice to see, especially given that she was not originally selected or picked up in the draft, being asked to come into the Mumbai franchise. Just want to put a little plug it there. That is the franchise that I, watch and support. But anyways, she came into
you mean you don't support KKR?
No, I don't. You see, I'm a Sachin Tendulkar man from birth, and as such,
oh, I see.
Yeah, I've always followed the exploits of the Mumbai Indians.
Well, Trinis, the Trinis are really divided because, of course, you had Sunil Narayan with KKR, you had Pollard with Mumbai. Then you had Bravo with Chennai. So it was, and then Puran then got drafted as well. I think he was with Hyderabad at one stage, the Sunrisers. So the IPL, that bowls off Saturday, isn't it? Yeah.
Tomorrow, indeed.
Tomorrow, yeah.
The action
tomorrow, yeah,
kicks
that's
off.
right.
The excitement. Good stuff.
Nice.
By Larry Edward, keeping it tight, but I think he's really bowling what is required here on this service. Not a bowler that really kicks up much fuss is Larry. Very easy and simple into the crease, gets that left arm over.
I like his variety at the moment. He's giving some of the deliveries a little bit more air than others, and he's pushing it through. It's been a good spell from him. He's in his second over, none for 2 so far. That's another quicker, flatter delivery that Mosley came down, and you could see the hands going up, thinking, well, he had breached his defense.
Even just something as simple as the cries of "ooh, almost" is something that we haven't heard for a little while.
That just goes past the outside edge and goes past slip. So that's 4 runs, and really and truly, because he was looking to open the face, got the outside edge, and could so easily have ended up in first slip hand, but it beat him to his left and went down to the boundary. 106 for 1 now at the end of that over from Larry Edward. Mosley goes on to 56.
I would say that for spoiling the over on that particular occasion from Larry Edwards, very good from him. And as I say, you're asking those questions. It's been a while since we've heard an appeal from them, but that one just coming off of the outer edge of the bat and flying past the outstretched left hand of Athenaeus, who really had no chance of taking the catch on that particular occasion. Runs down towards third man, that vacant third man area, and 4 more to Shane Mosley. He moves up to 56, 106 for 1. We're now into over number 36. But yeah, since the introduction of Larry Edward, he's been asking just a couple questions and probably looking as if something might happen. That edge there was something happening, just not going to hand.
I like his variety at the moment because he's giving the ball a little bit of air and saying he's got a long on in place and he's got a deep mid wicket, so he's not afraid to just give that ball some air and toss it up to the batsman. So even Demba at the moment, he's also doing the same, just tossing the ball up and saying to the batsman, well, reach out. They're not using their feet at the moment, both Worrell and Mosley, just playing from the crease. Of course, they're both Worrell in particular, very tall man. A tall, big, strong man, strapped man.
It's just a bit of a hobble there for Denver.
He's feeling the back of his thigh. That's not good news. But I think he's pretty all right. We see now another change in the field. The forward short leg has gone over to Silly Point.
It appears the foot probably got stuck in the surface, dragging along there.
What's that?
A question asked there quickly by Tevin Walcott.
I know what I enjoyed with that, though, he looked down as well. He took the bails off, housed that, and looked down at the feet of Worrell. And didn't continue with the appeal because he obviously saw the back foot was well grounded behind the crease. It's well played by Worrell. That's not a bad delivery from Denver. Just giving it a little bit of air. There's that long off in place and that short extra cover if the drive is mistimed. He goes for it. Just wide. There's Walcott again, looking to take the bails off. So at the end of the over, a good over from Denver, maiden over in fact. So he's completed 7 overs, none for 16. And the Barbados Pride, they're 106 now for 1.
My only question here in terms of Kenneth Denver is the role that he's being asked to play. Because I'm wondering, are they looking to use him as your bowler that's going to be tight and holding an end? Or are they looking for a wicket from him? Because if they're asking him to hold an end and be tight, then he's doing exactly that. In terms of how he's bowling, relatively flat through the air occasionally, pushing it through, just the occasional whiff of a drive outside the off stump. If he's asked to do a holding role, then yes, he's doing it perfectly at the moment. If it is that they're looking to him to be a wicket taker, I just think he's missing the mark in terms of how he's going about it at the moment. Because yes, he's bowling tight, but he's not really asking questions, challenging the defence, challenging in terms of the base or what's not of the batters.
So what would you like to see him do differently? Would it be just maybe give it a little bit more air? What would you like to see him
Not
do
necessarily
differently?
more air, but probably just pull back the length a bit because of how easy it is for Worrell. And, well, it was Worrell on that particular shot, but just to get forward and just kill that ball in front of him. He's just a touch too close in terms of there. So he's not really a case whereby Worrell's going to have to question his defence or have to really push out at the ball. Also, in terms of if he's looking for those wickets, and I think back to how, once again, I mentioned how Shem Hold would have bowled on his surface previously in terms of against Trinidad, how Raheem Cornwall would have bowled at one stage as well, even Warwican, and how Warwican picked up wickets. And funny enough, Tevin Walcott would have mentioned it in terms of the one that really gripped out his surface when it was just slightly slower through the air, because this is that type of surface at the moment. So if Denver is really going to ask questions and really get purchased, because we have not really seen him turn much out to the surface also as yet, he probably just needs to slow it down a touch at the moment. Not necessarily even just about giving it air, but just slow it down a touch and pull that length back just a tad if he's going to start to ask questions, and not just ask questions, but get the ball to truly grip and turn out to the surface at the moment.
I haven't seen Denver enough to think, I can't put my head on a block if he's a big turner of the ball. But to me, when I've seen him in the past, it doesn't give me the impression that he's a big turner of the ball. But it's the end of the over from Larry Edward. At the end of it, the Pride, a maiden over. So the Pride stays on 106 for 1. The Barbados Pride still 131 now behind the Windwards Volcanoes total. But they've got 9 wickets in hand, and that's the important thing.
Certainly doing the job that's been asked of them by their skipper and the job that's been asked of them by their coach and management staff this morning, which is to bat and bat well. 106 for 1. I mentioned that after the first hour, losing that wicket probably was more than they wanted to lose in the first hour of play. But however, you get towards lunch and still having only lost that one, they're definitely going to tell themselves that they've done well. If they can get to lunch now, another 5 minutes till we get to lunch, if they can get to lunch with just one down, they would know that this session belonged to them.
Yeah, they've recovered well. I would think even if they were to lose a wicket now, you'll still have to say that the session belonged to Barbados.
You hear Tevin Walcott out there saying only a matter of time, probably looking for that release shot.
That's the thing. You get a lot of talk out when you're playing, and you've got to ignore it. So we have Walcott behind the stumps. We have Worrell on strike. We're just missing Weeks somewhere.
Oh, one thing
what
that
a
they
famous 3Ws in Barbados would be. I'm so very proud of Worrell, Weeks and Walcott, isn't it? Been absolutely super. And Wes, yes. Wes Hall, what a character. So Wes Hall, we had him in Trinidad a couple of years ago for past cricketers dinner, and the story together with Sir Gary, and I happened to go for lunch with them. I tell you, I could have spent the whole day with these guys. The stories they tell you. Oh, that's 4 runs. Gets the outside edge. He was backing away. He said, no, it's not going to go into the fence. So it's not going to go to the boundary ropes. They were thinking of, did they only run 2 there? It seemed that they only ran 2. But it's the end of the over, and it was again Worrell backing away, looking to give himself room. Came off the outside edge, went past Athenaeus, and they picked up 2 runs. So the end of the over. Let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, Athenaeus there standing wide at slip. That one probably just dropped short a touch. Actually, not even that short, to be honest, because I figured that with Worrell going back, maybe the delivery was short, but no, it was actually not that short, and I guess that is why he had to end up trying to force that shot, and why it came off as the outer edge of the bat. Hodge doing the fielding on that particular occasion.
I tell you, it's not the first time we've seen that ball go past Athenaeus. I just think he's a little too straight. I think he needs to take one step to his left.
You say that, but he was relatively wide there on that particular occasion as well.
I would have still liked to have seen him take a step to his left, but the horse has bolted.
Looking for that wicket, they're asking a man now to come in towards that leg gully position. Edward to continue.
Yes, he's in his 4th over, none for 6. Interestingly, they're bringing in the man at long on towards mid on, obviously thinking that are they going to go back for 2? No, Mosley's not going to chance it. They're obviously thinking that at lunchtime that they're more or less closed up shop and may not go for that big hit towards long on. That would be the opportunity for Edward just to give it the ball a little bit of air, tempt him.
Yeah, you can certainly go back to how he would have bowled in the last over and was able to ask questions of the batters, having them occasionally just feeling for it as they're coming forward.
So good delivery, well played by Worrell. Could see him not sure how much spin was imparted on that delivery, and he was just standing there waiting for it maybe to get some turn. And there was not very much, and he was right on top of it, trying to make this the last over, taking his time. So just 2 deliveries left. Again, Edwards just teasing Worrell. See a backward point has come up towards almost a gully. So he settles there. More of a second slip now. It's well bowled again and well played. So that very much is the lunch interval called by the umpires. And it's been a good morning in the end for the Barbados Pride, because they didn't start all that well, losing the wicket of McCaskey, LBW, to McSween for his overnight total of 21, and the total was at that point still on the overnight total of 48. So they were 48 for 1, and both Mosley and Worrell, they went through a very tricky period. Some good bowling by McSween and Lewis. They survived. Ball beat the outside edge once or twice, and then Worrell getting a chance going down the leg side, gloved it, and Worrell couldn't hold on to it, was going with his right hand, couldn't hold on to it, and so he survived. And then things got a little easier for both these batsmen. They were able to push the ball around, get the odd boundary, keep the score ticking over. Their running between the wickets has also been good. They were looking for these sharp, quick singles, and they're able to survive until the luncheon interval. There we see 109 for 1, McCaskey 21, LBW McSween. Mosley is 57 not out from 104 balls. Worrell is on 30 not out from 90 deliveries, and the bowling, Lewis, he's got none for 36 from his 8. McSween 1 for 28 from 11. John none for 24 from 8. Denver, he's also bowled 8 overs, none for 18. And Larry Edward coming on at a few minutes, about 20 minutes or so before the luncheon interval. He had 4 overs, none for 7. A good morning at the end, Joel, for Barbados Pride.
Certainly a good morning, adding those 61 runs, but more importantly, just losing the 1 wicket at the start of the day. And I think that they'll be happy with that, especially given that that first wicket went down within what was the first over of the day's play. So having, come back and built a partnership between Rashawn Worrell and Mosley, a partnership that yielded some 61 runs so far. I think that they will be happy with that, and they can believe that they can carry on here today. Just a quick look before we take a break at action around the region. Leeward Islands in response to 122 or 201 for 7, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowled out for 302. In reply, Jamaica Scorpions, well, they aren't stinging much. They are 93 for 7.
That's not bad, because they were 50 for 7, so there's a little bit of a partnership now there, because they've added 43 runs for that 8th wicket. So we'll wait and see how things progress after lunch. But here at the Queen's Park Oval, a very sunny, hot Queen's Park Oval, it's lunchtime, and the Barbados Pride, they have made their way to 109 for 1 wicket loss. Remember, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they ended yesterday at 237. So we're going to take a break here at the Oval, and we're going to come back with more action after the luncheon interval.
A very good afternoon and welcome once again to the Queen's Park Oval, where we are getting ready for the second session today, play after lunch on day 2 of this fish-on clash between the Barbados Pride and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Barbados at the moment will resume at 109 for 1, and that is after they lost the wicket of Zachary McCaskey in the first over of the morning, after they resumed at 48 without loss. So they were 48 for 1 in that first over. But the pair of Shane Mosley, who has moved on nicely to 57, and Rashawn Worrell, who is on 30, they've studied things and have really put together a very useful partnership here now with 61 runs as they look to get the team as close as possible, if not beyond the 237 scored by the Windward Islands Volcanoes yesterday. And that's after they won the toss and opted to bat first and then got bowled out on the opening day. A good bowling performance then from the Barbados Pride. Akeem Jordan led the way with 5 for 43, his first 5-wicket haul at this level. And of course, Jaya McAllister also chipped in with 1 for 41. Russian Primus at 2 for 45. 2 for 57 for Jamal Warrican. And Shem Holder had 0 for 41. But here we're getting ready for the resumption of play after lunch. And the first ball is lightly whipped away over the head of the mid-wicket fieldsman and down to deep mid-wicket for 4 runs. So what a way to welcome play after the luncheon interval. Shane Mosley with a gift, and he just cashed in, just lifting it nicely into the vacant spaces beyond the inner ring, down to deep mid-wicket for 4 runs. As I welcome back Joel Manning.
Yeah, certainly nothing delivery to get started there. From Kenneth Denber, not the manner or the fashion in which he or the Volcanoes would have wanted to start here this afternoon.
I suppose you could describe that as the dessert after lunch. A nice little gift wrap, a present, and just help yourself, and he did. Denver again, and it's more of the same. At this time, a much more powerful shot. He was really swinging for the fences this time, and you could just hear the sound off the bat, and a nice beefy sound as it raced away through square leg, forward square leg into deep mid-wicket region for another boundary. 2 in the over so far.
You talked about dessert, and Shane Mosley seems to have the sweet tooth on this particular occasion. Once again, dropping short is Kenneth Denber, and I wish it were me having that dessert. Maybe a slice of cheesecake could be on offer, Mr. Producer.
Well, you never know. The players are having theirs outside there. We should be so lucky, isn't it? And here's one driven nicely, but he can't get a run.
It's always about those subtle hints that one must drop. You must try.
Yep.
And at the moment, Kenneth Denber is trying, but he's trying the wrong thing. Shane Mosley capitalizing twice in the over.
At this time, he's again a bit uppishly there. He was pushing at that one, and he almost gave a return catch there to Denver, but he survives. And then immediately you could see him. I'm not sure what he was pointing at, but he was looking as if to say I needed to get over it rather than try to just reach out for it. On the back foot he goes this time, and you could see the hands go up in the air as if to indicate that that was a close call. However, he did get back to ball, kept it out, and the over ends at 117 for 1. So what a change after 1 over. 2 quick boundaries to set the tone for the second session here today.
Yeah, 2 boundaries offline from Kenneth Denber. What I really want to focus on was that second last delivery. I noticed that they've started with a man at mid-off up. That's good because he was back while Kenneth Denber was operating throughout his first spell that he bowled in the period before lunch. And I look at how Shane Mosley pushed at that delivery, and it tells me maybe that they're starting to maybe think, or at least got somebody to tell them how Shane Mosley has been dismissed in recent times, because it's similar to that push. On that particular occasion, Mo did not go for what was the full-blooded drive, which has brought about his downfall to the off-spinner, but it was still that hard push at the ball. So what was good from Denver on that particular occasion was the length of the delivery, and you started to see signs of a similar mode of dismissal there.
Well, let's see what Larry Edwards has to offer from the top end. She continues. And this time Worrell is also on the back foot, trying to just keep it out. No big spin there for him. And again, just playing him off the pitch, not really pushing out, but trying to play it off, read it off the wicket. And as a result, he's hurriedly playing the ball on the onside. This time he's coming out onto the front foot. So it's about digging in here right now and trying to really consolidate an already strong position for the Barbados Pride outfit. And these two have done a fantastic job. I'm sure that they would have received a lot of compliments in the dressing room for that lunch. The lunch must have tasted so much better as well. Not just for these two, but for the entire team. And after those two boundaries we saw in the last over, they must be, as they say, over the moon right now, and very relaxed in that dressing room as they look at these two.
I wouldn't necessarily say over the moon, but they would definitely tell themselves that they're in a good position and they have a base to carry on. I think that if they do make it to the end of the day, then they would tell themselves, well, we've really done what we set out to do. The end of that Larry Edward over 117 for one. But yeah, I certainly don't think that at any stage they should really get too comfortable, because they usually say one brings two, two brings three type of a scenario, and I think that they really need to, impress upon their batters, especially those out there, to ensure that they keep going, and that for anybody that's inside currently, to know that they could be called upon at any single moment in this encounter.
Well, it certainly is. And I was just taking a look at a video clip there, Joel, at the Junior Championships in Jamaica, their track and field festival for their junior athletes in the 100 meters, the Division 1 or the A class 100 meters. 9.99. The kid is not even 19 years. And it's a powerful drive, and but he can't get it past mid-on. And so that's the amazing. He's only the third athlete to go under 10 seconds at those championships.
Yeah, I would have been scrolling social media today, and I would have seen that clip as well. Also, the one from the girls, which would have broken the record, I believe.
And the thing about those championships is, like, boys and girls, is so big. It isn't funny one.
Yeah, champs in Jamaica is certainly the talk of the tongue. Yeah. I thoroughly enjoy athletics in Jamaica, and school athletics in Jamaica for that matter.
Coaches from all over the world tend to gravitate to these championships just to see if they can spot the next Usain Bolt.
It's amazing how Jamaica manages to continuously produce top-class sprinters and top-class athletes.
And there's a shout appeal, and the umpire is unmoved. In fact, he's indicating that it might have been going down leg. And they'll have to try again, Mr. Denver.
You'd have to say that this is a by far better spell from Denver, just into his second over after lunch, but certainly asking a lot more questions than he did in the 8 overs that he bowled before lunch. By far better pace, by far better control, better areas.
That's a good shot. That might fetch him 4 runs, and in fact, once it beat the mid-off fieldsman, it was just going to race across the turf for another boundary. Very well executed as well for that boundary. And he mostly, again, just seemed to be getting into gear here now.
Certainly a nice shot there by Shane Mosley. Allowed that ball to come to him, and it was really about that timing on that particular occasion. We saw him trying to force the ball before, and that's the one that just fell short of Denver. But on a particular occasion, just allowing that ball to come to him, and really just about the timing and slightly opening the face of the bat, allow him to get past the man at mid-off and into the boundary.
And that's a good comeback delivery to end the over. At the end of it, 121 for 4 now.
Yeah, another good over for Shane Mosley, batting versus Kenneth Denver. That's 3 4s now in 2 overs facing him. A very good positive start, you would have to say, by Shane Mosley, not allowing Kenneth Denver to settle. Usually a couple of batters would say, okay, well, a bad ball, but it's the first ball after lunch, so you just pat it down. No, he opted to dispatch that and the next short ball after it. On this particular occasion, like I said, it's really about the timing, and that's what made that shot so beautiful, off of his bat.
Well, he obviously must be thinking now that he has a great chance here at getting 100, and if he continues to cash in on loose deliveries like what we've seen so far after lunch, then I don't think he'll be too far off. He missed out there because that one was turning down leg, and he had a good opportunity to probably whip it away. There is a square leg 3/4 of the way back. There's a leg slip as well as a forward short leg and a short mid wicket on the onside. And the long one as the protection out in the deep for Edward. And Worrell has been really digging in here now. And he's on the back foot. He had to hurry that one. And you can see him go for a little walk there now because he recognizes that he might have gotten it wrong, the decision to go onto the back foot for that one. Edward is not a tall man, so he could kind of skid onto you a little bit when he bowls with that kind of low arm action of his. So you always have to be mindful of that. That's a little bit better. I'm sure Mosley, after having a chat with him, must have told him that. But they just come out and get to the pitch of it. Again, pitching up, trying to entice him to come onto that front foot and maybe have a go at him out there. But Worrell is just watchful, which is a good approach to take until you're really settled and feel that you're confident enough to come forward there. And again, purely in defense there. And a pretty quick over. It remains 121 for 1 after 43.
Another good over there by Larry Edward, well negotiated by Rashawn Worrell, who showed a bit of restraint, because a couple of the deliveries you could probably told himself that maybe I could get to one and drive one, but he held back, and it's really good testing cricket there between the pair. It's going to be Kenneth Denver to continue to Shane Mosley. It appears as if they sense as if they might be able to pick something here.
Mosley certainly it looks in the mood like he really wants to get going. Cut that one, came in there appealing for an LBW. Whether it was pad first or bat first is left to be seen, and I think that's what the fielders would have been appealing for, that it might have hit the pad first, but Mosley is looking at Walcott as if to say, are you crazy? What are you appealing for?
Well, Walcott certainly said that is going to send that one upstairs. Was it pad first? Was it bat first? That's the question on hand. And it looks like it was pad onto the bat on that particular occasion. It certainly looked like pad first. At the end of this over, when we have a bit more time, I would certainly love to see that one again, because it really, in the manner in which they shouted, I told myself it had to be extremely close.
Question is, was it beating leg stump as well?
Well, I promise you it was not beating leg stump, but that one is beating the man at mid-off, beating the man at mid-on, and finds its way into the boundary. A lovely shot there by Shane Mosley.
Well, he's probably saying appeal that, as he just got the length he wanted there, and he just got on. Never tried to keep it down, just got under it and hiked it over the bowler's head. So he pushes on quickly now to 73, and the score goes on by 4 to 125 for 1. So Barbados been scoring fairly quickly since the resumption. They came out at 109 for 1. Up to 125 now for the same one. He goes again, and that's the same result, only a different side of the field this time, and that's another boundary. So Mosley's probably saying, just for appealing, this is what the response is. So he's really decided this. He pulled the choke here now, and let's get it on, almost like a boxer who was hit a solid blow. This is his reply after that.
Yeah, it's really a good shot there by Shane Mosley, going inside out on that particular occasion. And no risking it, given that the men are in at cover and in at mid-off. The man at mid-off now goes back to long off after that shot.
And he drives again. That's a beautiful shot. He might get it. I don't think he will. It's going to be cut off in the deep. And they're going to come back for 2 quite comfortably when it's all said and done. A bit of work out there for McSween. But the batsmen are comfortably back for 2 runs. So 131 now for 1.
And the only thing Denver is guilty of there is getting too close to Shane Mosley in terms of being too full. All 3 deliveries too full from him.
So he waits, trying to just to gather his nerves here. As he knows he's under attack here, because Mosley certainly looks like he wants to get at him. 2 fours in that over for the second time since the luncheon interval, and at the end of it, 131 now for 1. So I was telling you about, to be relaxed, how the team, their performance probably settles everybody in the dressing room. And look at the players. Oh dear, don't they look relaxed?
Yeah, quite relaxed. Just wonder if we could get that replay again of that LBW, because I have to tell myself there that I guarantee you, if it was indeed pad first, that was crashing in to middle and leg from Kenneth Denver, sliding back on with the arm. Yeah, pad onto bat, crashing into middle and leg. So an interesting chance goes a begging, you would have to say, for the Volcanoes. The much needed breakthrough for them on that particular occasion. Some go for you and some don't. And as I say, the umpires are only human.
That's a good shot, and that's going to bring him a couple of runs. If it doesn't get to the boundary, he doesn't have the legs to get there, but they may get a third one as well. So Worrell, who has been fairly sedate since the interval, is off and running of himself. He goes to 33 now, and the score ticks on by 3 more to 134. So the run's flowing since the interval.
Yeah, certainly flowing here for the Barbados Pride. A bit fortunate to still have Mosley at the crease, and since then he's hit some 12 runs. Or rather, yeah, 12. No, 10. 2 fours and a 2.
He comes back on strike now because of the 3 runs. And that one just peels off the outside edge. Not much turn here for Edward. So Mosley might have been playing a little bit inside just to accommodate some inward movement, but there was none. How does he deal with Edward? They're trying to drive. There is a long one, so he has to be very careful if he wants to go aerial like he did against Denver in the previous over. And that's the end of a very tidy over indeed from Edwards. And at the end of it, it's up to 134 for one. 79 to Shane Mosley now. He's really kicked on. And Washington has just added 3 since the interval. He's on 33.
Yeah, like Edwards still managing to keep it quite tight. Not really letting go too many runs. So far, his 7 overs have gone for just 10 bowled, 3 maidens. Has Edward. You have to say he's doing the job that he's being asked to do, because he's also searching for those wickets, and you can really tell it based on how he's bowling at the moment. Kenneth Denver, even though he's gone for a few runs after lunch, I must say that in terms of what he's bowled for the most part, it's been significantly better in terms of the possibility of taking a wicket than how things were going for him before lunch.
Certainly another wicket falling for Jamaica. They won now 116 for 8 after lunch up there at the Brian Lara Academy.
Keep going, Denby.
The man out was Royal for 27. Hines, the wicket taker for the TNT Red Force. Here, Jamaica, the Barbados Pride, rather, trying to really butt themselves into an impregnable position. And they do hold the upper hand. They're just trying now to really kill off the game with a big total here. And these two have really laid an amazing foundation for all the other batters to come, and they're not done yet.
Certainly not done yet. Looking quite easy. Reminds me of the partnership between Tevin Walcott and Athenaeus at one stage yesterday. In fact, neither of the two looked bothered at the crease.
And he's driving again, getting a fuller delivery, but not able to take advantage. And we've seen that from Denver before. He's been able to. He's not afraid to flight the ball. In fact, he was roughed up by Mosley for over pitching slightly in the previous over. Here he's again giving it a little bit of air, nice little loop there, but Worrell couldn't take advantage of it. The over comes to an end. It's 134 for one, another maiden over.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see if or when they go back to any of their seamers. The guys did quite well to start the morning, kept things relatively tight, answered some questions. Yes, I don't think the ball will be swinging as much as it did this morning. Might get some movement off of the surface. We saw that when Jordan came back yesterday in the latter half of the afternoon period, when he picked up the remainder of his 5-wicket haul that he got yesterday. He was getting the ball just to a bit off of the surface. Rashawn Primus as well got the ball just to do a bit off of the surface also. So it'll be very interesting to see if at some stage they do bring back any of their seamers. And funny enough, the seamers who have been the successful ones for them so far.
Yeah, the spinners have had a tough time of it. But they're plugging away here now, and this is they're able to get through the overs rather quickly. Both of the spinners, Demba and Edward, they don't use up much time. And you know, we were talking about the IPL starting tomorrow, with the opening games tomorrow. Today, baseball season starts in the United States. If I'm not mistaken, all 38 teams involved on opening day. So a big day. Plus, you still have NBA, NHL hockey is up and running. March Madness is coming to an end this weekend.
NFL draft is coming up as well.
Yep. The Masters to come next month, early next month.
If you're a sporting fan, you're certainly in business.
Yep. The Premiership resumes this weekend in England. I suppose all the major leagues across Europe will be back in action this weekend as well. County championships and all going on. So everything, if you're a sports fan, you have a lot to look out for. The end of another quick over, another impressive over, another maiden. It's 134 for one.
As a sports fan, you always love when you're spoiled for choice. And you can flick through the channels and know that it's going to be a wonderful Saturday morning, a wonderful Saturday afternoon, and a wonderful Saturday evening. Then into Sunday as well, you have something to watch. Also, I'm not sure if F1 is on this weekend as well. I believe there is.
Yeah,
Yep.
is it in Australia? It is?
Yes, indeed.
Australia Grand Prix.
Some good action going down.
Yep. Plus, I mean,
Red Bull
yep.
miles ahead of
speed,
everybody
boy,
at this
speed.
stage.
There's another appeal, but not out, says the umpire.
Yeah, certainly getting the decision correct on that particular occasion. That one definitely sliding down leg, asking the ball to do too much. There was Denver.
That's well left, but that's well bowled as also. Just teasing him outside the off stump there.
Keep going, Danby boy.
So just a slip and that man at that silly point position.
Oh.
Close in, short backward point, cover point, extra cover, and a straight extra cover, and a long off.
Oh, long hop, Denver, long hop, playing forward, long hop here, boys. Long forward to that short one, boys.
So Mosley has been the perfect foil. Warrior rather. He hasn't done much. He's just sort of kept everything out, while Mosley does the heavy lifting at the other end.
Long forward, fellas.
Yeah, they've done what is required in terms of building that partnership, where in stages Mosley has kind of pushed his scoring on Wellsworth, has soaked up pressure, milked the ball around.
Now he's going deep. He could be out. It's just running short, and the return is a strong one, but he couldn't get under it there at all. The ball probably didn't travel as long in the air as they anticipated. Didn't really give McSween time to get under it because he was on the move early. He just couldn't get there. 135 for one.
I nearly thought I spoke too soon on that particular occasion in terms of soaking up the pressure, milking the ball around, getting those singles, while on that particular occasion, opting to go for that lofted drive, and with the man back at long off, you just questioned whether or not he was thinking, yes, this ball is going to drop short, or was I going for a six? Thankfully, though, for him and the Barbados Pride, it dropped some miles away from Preston McSween, who was charging off of the boundary there, hoping that he could get at least one finger on it to scoop it up for a catch.
Edward continues here again, and this time the long on fieldsman comes into play, so an opportunity now to see how Mosley is going to approach things here against Edward. He was kept relatively quiet in the last over when he got a chance to face him. That long on fieldsman is probably going to be a big deterrent for him.
And his ninth over now, Eli Edward.
That's a great delivery. It goes right through the gate there, and didn't touch anything going through there. Well, the ball was caught by the wicketkeeper, but did it touch anything? It would have gone between bat and pad, and I'm not sure it touched. If anything, it touched the pad,
The most important thing on that particular occasion was the pace of delivery. We talked about that a little bit earlier, the length as well.
But it probably struck him just outside the off stump as well. Quicker delivery, and that's good bowling from Edward. Really asking serious questions here of the batsman. In fact, Mosley, who looks to be in an aggressive mood, has had to really curb that for the moment. And here's another one. They're going to go for one. They might get a second one if they hurry, and they will take on the arm, and they're going to get it too. He had to come a long way in from under boundary, and by that time the batsman had more than enough time to complete a second run. So that's good cricket all around. Good ball, well played in the end, and good running.
Yeah, good cricket all around, but it's just interesting to see what happens when you bowl it just a touch slower on this surface. That ball gripping a bit for Larry Edward.
You should have drive and immediately set off. The return is a low one, and the batsmen are able to complete another well-taken single in the end there. Sherman Lewis couldn't get the return up on time. It's the end of the over. 139 for one at the end of it.
Yeah, a close shout in that over for the Volcanoes. Not getting any bat, I believe, on that particular occasion. Striking him outside the off stump.
Well, that's the most amount of turn we have seen from any of his deliveries so far.
But that's because of the pace. It's really just about that pace. And if you can get the pace right on this surface, there's something there for you. The ball is not going to turn square. We don't need it to turn square to take a wicket. You don't need it to turn square to outfox the batter. You just need to produce a false stroke. On that particular occasion, it drew Shane Mosley forward because the length was important on that particular occasion as well. The line was good from Larry Edward as well, just outside of that off stump. So you then create that little gap in terms of him going for that drive. But the turn on offer is what brought it back into the pad with more deliveries like that. If you can string together 3-4 of those and then look to go to what is probably the one that goes on with the arm, or the flatter one, as you know, his other option in the over, instead of bowling 3 and 4 of the flatter and then 1 of the slower delivery, then I think that, you know, it could maybe produce a result for them.
Again, once it's given there, he's not afraid of a bad misfield there, and that's 4 runs because he was deep enough. He had more than enough time to see that delivery and get his body behind it. In the end, he just kind of fell over the ball, and it went under him. Is that Ryan John out there? And the ball just went all the way down to that deep cover boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, just guilty again, Denver, of getting it too full to Shane Mosley. It's an easy shot to play it through the cover like that. A bit of a misfield, you would have to say, by Ryan John, but still, Denver just getting too full too often, and it's relatively easy for Shane Mosley to play shots like that. He's been at the crease now for 138 deliveries.
I must say, it's become very overcast here now at the Oval. Very cool. And
well, you say that, and I am peering through the glass, and I think that the rain is actually broken, as I also see the ground staff making their way towards the covers here. It's just a bit of a drizzle right now at the moment.
Yep. Mosley again thought about going on the back foot and then hurriedly rushed onto that front foot to keep him out. So Denver, in between the loose deliveries, has produced a few anxious moments here for both batsmen, but Mosley in particular. Could hear the encouragement through the stump mic, you know, giving him the encouragement there. Keep going. You're doing well. Forget the boundaries. Just keep plugging. And he goes again, and it's well struck once more. And that's great batting there. That one goes all the way for 6 for Shane Mosley. So he races now on to 86. And really, you have to say, at 149 now, and that means that they've also added 100 together as well. So this has been a brilliant partnership, and Mosley is taking the lead.
Yeah, Mosley, once he hits it, it stays hit. And that one, once again, too full And not just that, but lined quite badly as well, angling towards that leg stump. A beautiful flowing swing of the bat from Shane Mosley. Takes it all the way over that long on position, a whitish long on position. And I believe that is his first 6 this innings. But more importantly, 149 for 1 at the Barbados Pride, now trailing by just 88 runs in their first innings.
So 101 partnership, very well put together as well. And you know, Joel, as a cricketer, you need a little bit of luck sometimes. You know, we've spoken about how well Mosley has looked at times and then gets out. Here, he rode his luck a little bit, and now he's looking to see if he can't really cash in here and get 100. It would be very, very much deserved, but I think it would also be welcomed by the team under the circumstances.
Yeah, certainly when your luck is going your way, you have to take it. And it's certainly going the Barbados Pride way, because when you look at the scenario in terms of a couple of the LBW shouts, they went against the Windwards yesterday and in favour of Barbados Pride. Today, they've gone in favour of Barbados Pride. So you just have to accept your luck where it falls for you.
Oh, that's a beauty. He's bowled him. Well. He played down the wrong line. Again, not much turn there. He played inside the line of the ball, left the off-stump exposed, and he got it knocked back there. Beauty of a delivery there from Edwards. So he picks a pepper. It's 149 now for 2. Just after they pass 100 partnership, they lose the wicket.
Yeah, we just talked about how Larry Edwards was bowling the over before, the pace that he was bowling, the lengths that he was bowling, the questions that he asked. And that particular occasion, his questions were answered with the wicket of Rashawn Worrell, just playing inside of the line, taking that off stump, a bit of turn on offer for him. And that is the first wicket for Larry Edwards, and the second wicket down for the Barbados Pride, 149 for 2.
Certainly a good wicket. I mean, it's a breakthrough that they would have been craving for quite some time. And but certainly you don't expect a batsman who is as well set as Worrell was to play down the wrong line so badly to the point where he left his off stump exposed and got it knocked back.
Yeah, it really just all comes back down to the pace of the delivery and how well Larry Edwards has been bowling throughout this spell. He's contained well, he's controlled well, and he's varied his pace throughout his overs. Yes, I do believe that he could opted to bowl a couple more similar to how he just dismissed Rashawn Worrell, but he got the wicket there. He's been rewarded for it. And you know, in terms of, I mean, you don't necessarily like to compare in terms of the bowlers on offer, but in terms of the spinners that we've seen on show today from the Volcanoes, he certainly looked like the better of the 2 on show, and probably the one who has read the surface a little better as well.
So the new batsman is Jonathan Drakes, who strides to the wicket. I think he might be thinking now in terms of maybe staying with Mosley and to build another partnership here for the Barbados Pride. Meanwhile, out at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, wicket number 9 goes down. It's 125 for 9. Now Terence Hines is getting into the wicket-taking business. He has 3. 4 to Webster, 2 to Phillips. And there's another delivery coming in with the arm there now, and big shot, big expansive shot, trying to get off the mark quickly and not able to make any contact at all. Watchful this time. So the game certainly changed now with that wicket. I'm sure they're looking for another one here. If they can pick another pepper, certainly would make things interesting.
Since Larry Edwards has picked up the ball, every over he's looked like something might happen. He's looked like he might get the breakthrough. He got that breakthrough. And certainly asking questions of Jonathan Drakes as well. So a maiden wicket over, a successful one for Edward and the Volcanoes, 149 for 2
Certainly is a pretty good over, a successful over at that, and a deserved wicket, one would have to say, because he has been plugging away. Not only has he been bowling well, but he's also been keeping the runs down. I think he bowled like 2 maidens on the trot, and I would imagine the batsmen are probably got a little tired of him just coming up and ringing those deliveries at them. So he probably felt he had to do something, but he wasn't playing an attacking shot. That is what was kind of baffling, is how he managed to pick up the wrong line of the delivery like that, and lost his off stump in the process because he was long forward. So it meant he played inside the line, from a long way. I'm not going to tell you who it reminded me of, but he just played forward like that, and it beat the outside edge, but it didn't miss the stump at all.
Yeah, I think that's one thing the players talked about, funny enough, not just in this game, but in the game versus Trinidad and slightly in the game.
I'm not calling any names, but some people are.
You're not calling any names? Okay, no problem. I picked up on that particular cue on that particular occasion. But yeah, the players have certainly talked about how difficult it is to play the spin on the surface once bowlers are bowling it on the right length, how they have to feel for that particular occasion. Rashawn Ward was certainly feeling for it, as Kavem Hodge is now introduced into the attack. The left arm spinner here for the Windward Islands. He's bowled quite a few overs so far in this tournament, picked up a couple wickets as well, picked up 5 wickets thus far. And he's going to pair the left-handed spinner in Larry Edward. Good afternoon, Colin.
Good afternoon, Joel. There's some news coming out of Taruba. Jamaica bowled out for 125. So, not really good news at all for the Jamaicans. And means that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have a lead of some 177. That's a nice shot from Mosley. He continues to bat well. He's onto what, 94 now, is it? 96. Yeah. Because that's a boundary, yeah. It went to the boundary for 4. So he's on to 96. So this will certainly boost him. But, again, Joel, he makes 100 on the final rung. There's no more cricket for him, and which is such a pity.
Yeah, certainly that particular occasion. Change of bowler, but the result is still the same for Shane Mosley. Just a bit too full, taking advantage of it. But yeah, he's going to score these runs here, and then, you ask
next?
the question, does he get selected in the Headley Weeks? If not,
that's right,
back home to Barbados to play some elite cricket.
Surprised that Hodge Hodge coming into the attack?
Certainly not, because I do believe that Denver started well-ish, because 2 short balls in the over got pulled away, but then he found in that same over the right pace and the right length, and then somehow lost it in the overs after that, and as such he really started to leak a lot of runs, and it wasn't a case of he was asking questions whilst leaking those runs. The end of that first Kavem Hodge over, 154 for 2. So I just figured it was at some stage he had to replace. I did not think it might have been Kavem Hodge. I thought they might have gone back maybe to one of these seamers.
That's what I
who
thought,
have been relatively successful for them across this tournament. But at the same time, it's not a bad ploy to bring in Kavem Hodge here, as long as he can get it right, because it's just about reading the surface.
Yeah, but my only thing with to me, your pacers have had quite a long rest. They're your frontline attacking bowlers. Get back one of them into the thing. Try to dismiss this pair, because Hodge, with all due respect, is not a frontline bowler. And when you look at Hodge, he's got 5 wickets for the season so far from the 4 games, but really and truly, he's not your frontline spinner. Here's another very good delivery from Edward at, again, just drifting away from Mosley. And to beat a man on 97, you have to be bowling well.
No, Larry Edwards certainly is bowling well in this spell. I have a lot of time for Larry Edwards. He's a thinking cricketer. Like I said, he's passionate about it. He thinks about his game, and usually he takes advantage of the opportunities presented to him.
Do you think he gets enough opportunities though? Because when you look at it, he's only played 2 games before this here today, and I'm just wondering, does he really get the kind of opportunities that his bowling deserves?
Yeah, I actually don't think so. Across all formats, I don't think that Larry Edwards gets as many games as he probably should.
Is he underrated in your view?
I do think so. I do think so, based on what I've been able to see over the years.
Sensible cricket from Mosley's. No need to hustle it. You're on 97, you go on to 98, and one by one will get you to 100. I must say, looking at Mosley in the game against the Leewards and in the game against the Red Force, he never looked in control of his innings. You know, he was always seemingly, to me, looking to play a shot or trying to hustle the bowlers, or, you know, out of line and length, rather than just like he's batting here, just taking his time, playing each ball on its merit.
No, he certainly batted well, and it was a case whereby he's pretty much paced his innings well. Also, because there are moments that the end of another over 155 for two, but there were moments where you thought that maybe he might give it away, because he played what we know him to do in terms of that loose shot, probably driving or that one, having somewhat of a wild swing. He's not played too many of those today, but just small moments. But outside of those, take away those 4, 5.
Yeah.
And I think it's funny enough, you expect to get that in an innings from any batter, really and truly, because there's certain deliveries at a stage where you say that I can capitalize on this. You expect that to happen. So it's no fault or flaw of him. It's just a case of occasionally he happens to get out from playing those types of shots. But take those away, and it's really been a wonderful innings from him. Like I say, he capitalized on the bad balls, manipulated the field well, took some lovely singles.
Well, here's Hodge into his second over. Yeah, I think the running with him and Worrell was quite good. They took a chance maybe with 1 or 2 of the singles, the sharp singles. But outside of that, I thought it's been they were batting in tandem. They looked pretty good. Drakes was thinking of the single, but it certainly was not on.
Yeah, Larry Edward there, just sprinting around to cut off any possibility or a thought of a single.
Looking to play that down towards mid-on. Looking for another single, but didn't get that one right.
Yeah, the thing about this here is that Hodge would actually know quite a few of these Barbados players as well. He too attended the KFL campus around the same time that Larry Edwards there as well.
They're coming back for the second, and that will be his 100. Excellent innings from Shane Mosley. And there you can see the jubilation of Shane Mosley and all his fellow players in the players' balcony area there. Stand to applaud him. What a good knock it has been. 100 of 156 balls, 15 fours and 1 6, and you can see the emotion in Shane Mosley and how much it means to him.
It certainly means a lot, especially for a player like Shane Mosley who wants to score runs. His 5th 100 at the first class level, and oh boy does he deserve all the praise that will be heaped on him today. It's been a wonderful innings from him. He's played quite a number of lovely shots, brings it up with a good set of runs there. That too, sprinting back for it.
You know, it's that 2 runs that he played. You could see him knowing exactly where the field was and where he wanted to place it, and that's what I like about the innings. You know, he's been manipulating the runs, getting it a look between the fieldsmen, finding the gaps. He's been playing it down to long on, getting the singles. You know, it's been a really a good knock from him.
Yeah, certainly lived up to what his captain and Shane Dowrich and the Pride would have hoped and expected of him. 157 for 2.
Look at the bowling figures there of Larry Edward. 11 overs, 1 for 15. Excellent on his part, and no doubt he will continue from this, the Willie Rodriguez end.
He certainly held up his end, Larry. He's been tight, he's been controlled, but not just that. He's looked as if he would take a wicket at any given stage in his over. He's tested the skills of the batters out there. Even the set batter in Shane Mosley has not necessarily found the easiest of task in attempting to play Larry Edward here today.
So Jonathan Drake's yet to get off the mark. He's faced 6 deliveries under a little pressure, and he's to take strike now. Another, he's got to be patient as well, Jonathan Drake's. He's just averaging 15 at this point in time. From 8 innings, 110 runs with a highest score of 36. So he is certainly owes the Pride some runs.
Yeah, he was asked to bat at 3 to start off this tournament. Dropped down 1 to allow Sean Worrell to bat at 3. But yeah, Jonathan Drake certainly hasn't got off how Barbados would have expected him to. I mentioned the fact that he scored some runs in what would have been the Elite Division. He scored runs in the Trail Games and the Legends Cup that Barbados has back home. Got some big hundreds there.
That's hit right back overhead. That's a good shot. It's hit straight back over the bowler's head, and of course there's nobody there, and it's always a safe shot. Picked the line, he picked the length nicely, and he just lifted it beautifully. That's a very, very good shot to get off the mark.
Certainly a fantastic shot there by Jonathan Drakes. Just given a bit of air by Larry Edward, a bit too close to Jonathan Drakes. With the man up at mid-off, it was a relatively safe shot in the end. 4 runs to him.
Oh, well, you have to say well left. Well, that like they just checking on the stumps to think that may have flicked the stumps. I don't think it did because the bails didn't fall.
Yeah, just coming back in on the angle, sliding on. Probably a little bit further away than the players made it seem on that occasion.
The way they were getting on, I thought it just missed the stumps, but it was a little bit away from the off stump. I think they were more surprised that he actually left it alone. And so at the end of the over from Larry Edward, you have to see he was roughed up in that over. 4 runs coming from it. 1 for 19 from his 12, and it's 161 for 2, the Barbados Pride.
Yeah, I just opted to take a quick look at the stats for Shane Mosley. He's into his 42nd first class game, as I would have mentioned. This is his 500.
He's played 2 tests, hasn't he?
Yes, he's also played 2 test matches, just 28 runs across those test matches. Wasn't given a chance after that. And it's been some time since he scored big runs. I mean, obviously, there's not that much cricket being played at this level. So it's also hard to say, well, it's been some time since he scored big runs. But yeah, as mentioned, 41 first class matches, 77 innings. You would like to tell yourself that should count for experience. That's number 1. And then number 2, probably should be scoring a bit more. So it's good to see him get them here. It's unfortunate that this is the last match of the season, because who is to say that this is not the spark? That would mean that if there were 4 more games, that he had at least 2 more hundreds in him, 200s and 250s, you know, you would say, okay, at the end, a relatively good first class season. Looking at it now is okay. It's just slightly unfortunate that that is the case of what it might become.
Generous amount of air given by that delivery, and Mosley didn't really hit it, he just pushed it, but it was wide enough to beat the bowler and go down towards long off. So Mosley goes to 101, total on to 162 for 2, brings Drake back into strike. So 2 left arm orthodox spinners operating at this point in time, and Kavim Hodge thing with Drakes, he always gives you the impression that he's on the lookout for runs. He's looking to attack at any given time. But again, he just got to be wary of the kind of shot and the kind of ball that he wants to attack. But he's not the type of player who's going to push and prod. Always gives you the impression he wants to get on with it.
Yeah, he certainly keeps the intensity up. It does, Jonathan Drakes.
Well, no, that's interesting because Mosley sent him back. We were talking about that a little earlier, Joel Ruskin and myself, and the call-in. That was not Mosley's call. You know, the ball was played behind Mosley, but he was just sitting on his back looking around. And Drakes was halfway up the pitch, had to quickly go back. Runs here. It's badly lined from Hodge. And it's Mosley going to come back for a third. No, he will not. And they settle for 2.
Yeah, just going on with the angle there to close out the over. 3 runs from it, 164 for 2.
Yeah, I think they've got to be thinking now of some sort of attacking bowler. I'm not convinced about Hodge and Edward at the same time. And I think they need to look at a McSween or even a Lewis for a couple overs. And if nothing happens, then you can either come back to Hodge or even go back to Denver for an over or 2. But I just think they got to mix it up. To me, it's too much of a similarity here. Edward and Hodge on at the same time. So Mosley continues to bat well here, 101, giving you the impression that he wants a big one. He wants to go on, as hasn't really been attacking the bowler since getting to that 100. Has been still very watchful. That's a nice shot. It's going to get a single as it's hit nicely, sweetly all along the ground. Lots of timing in that shot. And Jeremiah just had to quickly move to his right to stop it. Limited the scoring there to that single. So Drakes is back in strike, and let's see what the field is going to look like. Okay, they're putting a man at, yes, he's going towards a short extra cover. So then there's the slip and the forward short leg. So there's Ambrose is the man at that short extra cover who moves forward and does the fielding. I just think the Windward Islands now they need to make something happen at the Brian Lara Pavilion end. I think they're just going through the motion of maybe having us 2 spinners on. But I just think that they need some sort of an attacking bowler from that end. As again, a McSween, try to make something happen. And also, you want to switch up the kind of deliveries. You got spin at one end. You got left arm spin at one end. Change it up at the other end. But you're bowling both left arm spinners. And get the impression that they're just maybe waiting for the batsman to make a mistake.
Oh, that can maybe be it, the end of another over. The 165 for 2. But yeah, I do think that at some stage you will have to look towards those pacers. As I mentioned, those are the guys that have taken the bulk of the wickets for them.
Because you look at it now, Joel, they're just 72 runs away from to me, it's pretty obvious unless it's a dramatic collapse, and we know the Barbados Pride are capable of that. But unless it's a dramatic collapse, they're going to go past the 237. So you just want to limit them as you don't want them to get more than maybe a 30-run lead or something like that. But once it goes to a 100-run lead or even more, you're really you're back against the wall.
Yeah, certainly back against the wall, especially given that coming into this W was the only thing that Windward Islands Volcanoes were interested in to give themselves that best chance.
And they had an outside chance. I haven't seen the latest score in Guyana, but they certainly had an outside chance if if they were to bat well, dismiss Barbados cheaply, and go on to win this game outright.
Well, in terms of that score, Guyana versus Leewards, the Leewards are 226 for 7.
They're
A lead of 104 runs at the moment.
Yeah, they're rallying. Because I thought that if Guyana were able to get them out for around 200, that they could maybe bat well in the second innings and have an outside chance of winning that game outright. But it seems that the Leeward Islands batsmen slowly but surely taking the game away from Guyana.
Slowly but surely, indeed. I'm not too sure how I should be reading this scorecard though, because I see 3 batters not out, or rather 4 batters not out on this scorecard. So I'm not too sure what's happening there. It's telling me that Jamar Hamilton is not out, Karima Gore is not out, Raheem Cornwall is not out, and Jeremiah Louis is not out.
Well, that's good. I wish I could answer you. I really wish I could. I wish I could help you out. Let me say that. But it's the end of the over from Hodge, and it's 166 for 2, and it's going to be a little bit of a refreshment break. Yeah, Joel, I unfortunately, you've asked me a lot of questions in the past which I've answered. I really can't answer that one.
Well, the only solution I think to that there is that in the same manner that tennis has its doubles, cricket has now introduced doubles.
I'm not sure how we can take that answer. But so we're at the first water break or refreshment break here. Yeah, 226 for 7. There is the score. Guyana to 122. Really bad bit of batting by them. And 226 for 7 Leewards. Jamaica, they are following on, and they're 8 without loss. Well, so the Red Force, they have enforced the follow on. It's the last game of the season, and they are coming on strong.
Going for Brook.
Well, they need about 70 points.
Colin, you're talking just now about this time of the year, and I always tell people, coming down to this time of the year is when you like to be in Europe, of all places, because you have so much that is happening. Apart from the football, the cricket season has started. Tennis is coming up shortly.
Well, the Miami Open is going on at the moment. I was having a look at that.
This Masters coming just now in Georgia.
Just going back to that Miami Open, this young lady, Ruskin, Rebekina, she's
number 1, number 2, and
she's just won a dozen matches in a row.
Yep.
I remember when she won Wimbledon, and then she lost. Yeah, she fell off a little bit, but she's back, and she hits the ball so hard. And she's not a big, muscular type of woman. She's tall, but very slender.
I tell you what, these players like her might be telling Serena, stay in retirement. They do consider coming back out.
Yeah, well, I don't think Serena. I think Serena's packed it in now. She's called it a day. Just falling 1 short of the all-time Open record of Margaret Court. She finished with 23 Open titles, and Margaret Court with 24. And of course, there's always that debate, Ruskin, of the greatest of all time.
Well, of course, but who is the greatest of all time?
Yeah.
Let's put it we have Federer, you have Nadal, you have Djokovic.
Yeah.
Do you include any other past greats in there?
Well, you people were talking of Sampras, Bjorn Borg, but it's.
But who was your favorite tennis player? I mean, to watch, purely for entertainment, but was it?
It was Bjorn Borg.
It was Bjorn Borg.
Yeah, it was Bjorn Borg.
Because he had a bit of everything.
Yeah.
And he played with wooden rackets.
That's
too.
amazing, eh? It's like the bats nowadays, Ruskin. Yep. I think I was given this story about.
I don't think he ever used a titanium racket. I think he used pure.
He wouldn't know how to use it. But I was given this story. I can't remember if it was on air here or was it you, where a young lady had asked me to get an autograph a friend had asked me to get an autograph from Kyron Pollard. And I went to him and asked him, if he can autograph one of the bats, one of his old bats, that he doesn't use. He said, sure. And he had one that was, he eventually brought it for me autographed, and it was a little piece of the, Ruskin, the bat was as big as a tree trunk.
It's lumber.
And he had about 14 grips on it. And I said to myself,
So
how
your girl,
can you? No, well, thankfully she just wanted the auto. She didn't want to use it because she wouldn't have been able to lift it up. But it's it just goes to show. That's why you see guys now top edging for 6. A short ball and it go on you say, oh, it top edge, and it flies into the crowd for 6. It's amazing, and they hit the ball. It's different now.
Remember, we used to be amazed how Clive Lloyd used to hit the ball and say, boy. But Colin, and I suppose in every country you have people like this. Remember Jim Allen?
Yes, yeah.
He used to really bludgeon the ball.
That's right.
When he hit it. And I suppose as you go around the island, you'd find people who, Mark Harper, used to give the ball a good thump. Of course, we have Pollard here, Simmons. But I'll call a name. You would know it very well. Most of our viewers probably wouldn't even know it. Stanley Hunter.
Oh, no. Stanley Hunter was ridiculous. He hit Pascal Roberts, a game for Queen's Park against Paragon. We were ready to start back here with Edward. Not going to get any run because even though it wasn't fielded cleanly, Denver was backing up and they were not able to get a run. Yeah, there was a Division 1 game, Ruskin, Paragon against Queen's Park. It's a good delivery from Edward, spinning into Mosley, but he's on 100 and he's seeing that ball as big as a breadfruit now. So he's back in line. And in those days, you didn't have all these corporate boxes in the oval. And you didn't have all these double-decker stands and various. The Constantine stand was a little concrete stand. I used to call it the heckler stand. All the guys go there. They go there to heckle the guys who do nonsense if you misfeel a ball or you drop a catch. And Pascal Roberts, who was very tight, we all know Pascal, very tight, whether he was bowling medium pace or left arm orthodox. And he hit him out of the oval, straight into King George V Park, or Mandela Park as it's now called. In those days it was Pompeii.
Yep.
Hit him clean out of the oval. But I told Stanley, he was here for Carnival, and I saw him, and I said to him, if he was playing T20 cricket now, he'd be a billionaire.
A multi-millionaire.
So the end of the over from Edward. So a maiden over, the first over after the refreshment break. And the Pride are 6 for 2. I remember bowling him in the nets. We used to practice. And he used to hit the ball mightily hard, back at you. And I said to him one day, I put down the ball, and I said, if you hit that ball back to me like that again, I will not bowl. And he said, well, I'm playing my shots. I said, yeah, but hit it to the side netting. Don't hit it back at me. He used to hit the ball. You literally had to get out of the way quick. And in the nets, you can't run to the left because you're running into the net. He was one who, he used to give the ball almighty. It was incredible. Never really played for Trinidad, I think, at youth level. But and played for Queen's Park, but never really got a look in for the national team.
Phil Simmons also used to give the ball
Phil used to give the ball a real whack, didn't he?
We were playing a practice game one time. Rohan Kanai was the coach of the East Zone team. And so we were practicing up at the Sir Frank Royal Park at UWI. And I think we were playing Tobago. And one of these, I think, is Torrell James, one of those guys, bowled to Simmons.
Yeah.
I'm batting at the non-strikers end, which is at the northern end. Simmons is batting at the southern end, the highway end. And he hit this ball, and I look up, so the ball got small. Where there's UWI spec now, the ball cleared that.
Oh my word! He was a tremendous hitter of the ball, wasn't he? My word!
He was bad, man, and he come down the wicket here and rock bad. I didn't think I middle that. So I'm like, so if you'd middle it, where would I go?
Would I go to Tobago? He was a fine hitter of the ball. a true. And the thing with Phil Simmons, he was a 100% cricketer as well, wasn't he? He didn't know anything but to give 100%. And I thought, Ruskin, as we see, Lewis is into the attack, which is good. I was calling for that when I was on here when Joel was on here with me. I said it's about time. This Hodge Edwards thing is not working. They need to get an attacking bowler on at that Brian Lara Pavilion and try and get the breakthrough. So I'm happy to see that they've decided to bring Lewis into the attack.
This is friendly cricket, which the batsman is clearing out the footpath for the bowler. Now, if he gets him out, what does he tell him? He said, listen.
Thanks, boy. It's a good shot from Drakes. Yeah, it's I remember, and he was a very underrated bowler as well, Phil Simmons. He used to bowl off his shoulder, basically. And I remember time we were playing, Queen's Park was playing Prisal up at, it was the Couva secondary ground, because Prisal ground, there was a problem with it and couldn't play at Prisal, and they used the Couva Junior secondary. That's a good shot, lovely shot.
That has 4 written all over it from the moment it left the bat. That is a really good shot from Jonathan Drakes as he goes into double figures now. He's on 10.
Give him the opportunity there to free his hands, isn't it? It was just too wide of the off stump. He played it very well indeed. And we're playing against Prisal, and Tony Gray at the time was playing for Queen's Park. He was going off to Surrey for our contract, but before the English season started, and Simo opened the bowling with Tony Gray, and Tony Gray was bowling from one end. And I tell you, Phil Simmons, I don't know what the Prisal public or the players did to him, but he was upset. He was clearly upset coming out onto the field, and he bowled as quickly as Tony Gray on the day. Now Tony Gray will tell you, well, it was just a club game. He wasn't flat out. If you know Tony Gray as well as I do, he would tell you that. But I tell you, Simmons bowled as fast that day as he did, and Prisal didn't know what hit them. They were 35 for 6, and Theo Coffey and Ranji Nanan just kept dropping down the order. They went from 4 and 5 to 6 and 7, 7 and 8. I think Theo eventually came in at number 8 and Ranji at number 9. They hoping the other batsmen could weather the storm. But Phil Simmons was a 100% cricketer.
He could catch.
He could catch anyway. He was a really good fieldsman. Bucket hands, basically.
And he could eat too.
That's another good shot. This time, a little bit straight to the fieldsman. Let's see.
Looking very good. It's 170 for 2 at the end of the over. Drakes has come out and he has looked in pretty good touch. But it's the man of the moment, Shane Mosley, who's on 103 at the other end, who is really setting the tone here. And certainly looks like they want to put Barbados' pride into the ascendancy in this game to the point where they could probably build a sizable lead. And but hey, remember when we were here 2 weeks ago, they had a huge lead, 168 runs, and we thought, well, they were just going to steamroll their opponents, and then the bottom fell out of that game, and they ended up losing that game to the Leeward Islands. So I don't think they want a repeat of that, but they still have to make the runs to even put themselves in that position where they could enjoy a sizable lead at the end of the day. And when you scored, when you're batting as well as Mosley is batting, you you just want to get maximum out of this innings, out of this effort, because you don't know when next you're gonna get the 100.
Well,
you know I mean?
what I like about it, Ruskin, since he's got to his 100, it's almost as if he's starting over. He's pushing the ball around and waiting for the loose delivery, which is excellent. Because you would have thought, well, he's got to his 100, he would sort of open up a little bit more. And you know, when you open up a little bit more, you give the bowlers the opportunity and a chance. But he's settled down nicely again and is playing everything on merit.
Yeah, which is good to see, because it's all part of the maturation of some of these players, and you just wish that a lot more of them would get it earlier, so that they understand the demands of the game, they read the game situations better, and they work through what is required in different circumstances. And here's the reason why I was telling you about what we used to call finishing school, which is playing cricket in the UK, that helps so many of our great players. And it's just a pity that some of these youngsters don't really have that opportunity anymore. Another easy single for Mosley. He goes to 104. It's 171 now for 2. That they don't get that opportunity. But I was telling you about we were talking about the different sports, and that's happening now. Of course, here at home we have the TT Premier Football League.
Yeah, that's on. Yeah,
that is up and running.
I'm very happy for that, Ruskin. In my view, that's about 12 months too late.
Right.
You know, because football all over the world,
Just
Jamaica were playing,
Yeah.
and I couldn't understand why they were waiting. They were saying that it was all in the planning stages and wanting to get it right. It's fine, but as you rightly say, it's up and running now.
Yeah, and so we're looking at that. We expect the next level under 15 tournament. So while we see the seniors playing, the under 15s are getting an opportunity to play as well. We have some hockey is being played, but I don't think we have like a national league in hockey which hasn't been played for like 4 or 5 years now. We haven't had a national league game. We've had indoor tournaments, but we really haven't the national hockey league being played here, which is really a bit of a travesty. And I really wish we would be able to play the National League, because we have produced some really outstanding hockey players over the years, male and female.
For sure.
You know, and so it's just sad that they can't get a chance to really compete in the sport that they love. Basketball is slowly coming back. We don't have like a quote-unquote national league as yet, but we have some zonal. The secondary schools, congratulations to you and your Fatima colleagues, because Fatima dominated schools basketball this year in all the divisions. The only thing you all couldn't do was win the girls' league, because you all don't have a girls' team. But and I figure if they had one too, and you all had a team, you might have won that too.
I'll tell you what, though, Fatima has been, I'm so happy, because Fatima has always boasted of being an all-round school. You know, you get a good education, you play sport, and all the teams are doing well. The football team ran St. Benedict's right to the end, beat them in the Intercol final, and then you have the cricket. They're just, I think, just at this point, just slightly behind Naparima and Presentation, San Fernando, and
the two Presentation, like because Impressure Gonas was also.
I think they finished third in the schools league, which isn't bad. So they just need to up the ante a little bit, because Presentation and Naparima in particular, they've gone, they've paid a lot of attention to the cricket, the young cricketers, which is excellent. You know, and I know Fatima they've got 1 or 2 really good players that are looking to get in onto the national youth team.
That's good. Well, just to let them know, you're not missing any cricket. There was a little bit of repair being done to that same bowler's the foot mark, the boot mark, where
I think they were also marking it, weren't they?
Because I think that's where the problem was. There was like a divot or something in the ground there, and right where the crease was. So they just came and marked it. They did the repairs, and now they marked it over, so that hopefully Lewis's front leg, that plant leg, wouldn't be too unstable, because that could be very, very dangerous for a fast bowler. Because remember, when you plant, all your weight is transferred onto that leg.
It's a good delivery. Well played by Mosley. Yorker length type delivery. And I think you have to think that the Volcanoes, they need a couple quick. They need to get Mosley out firstly. And they need a couple. Dorich, I think, comes in next. And he's going to be a big one. If they can get him early, try and get back into this game.
He already had 100 here, so he obviously understands the wicket a little bit better now.
Funnily, he made 124 not out, then made naught and 3. But that's the beauty thing. That's it. The game, Ruskin. It can so easily. You're a hero one day, and then the next day you're nothing.
But look at South Africa.
Jonathan Charles
chased down. Well, not just the fact that, but they chased down 258,
and then couldn't get to 221. But Jonathan Charles, 118 off of 46 balls, and then next day naught. First ball.
First ball done.
But that's the thing. You always start from naught. You don't start from 118. And that's a lovely shot.
Yep. That's beautifully executed. He's really batting well. As I say, the bat is as broad as a door right now, and he's just carrying on here.
Was pitched up to him, and he went into that. We've seen him play it before, where he gets it just past the bowler, but straight enough that the man at mid-on can't get around in time. But what a good shot.
And you can look at the follow-through. He held the pose, but he was on the move as he played it. And a lovely imagery there. Thanks to our cameramen for capturing that. And
they're not sleeping, are they?
No.
They're okay.
They had a good lunch, so I think they're ready
to go. Ready for action.
Yep.
Ronnie's shaking his head.
It goes again, and that's 4 more. So again, we've seen this before from Mosley, where he just kind of takes on the bowler. And it was, before that, it was Demba. He took for 2 consecutive fours in the first over after lunch. Then he came back another over, 2 overs later, repeated it. And here he is again, back-to-back boundaries.
Yep. Lovely shot. And you could see him hitting it straight as a die, right back over the bowler's head. What a good shot. This time he went airborne.
Deliberately
but,
so.
But it was safe because there is the man at mid-on. And it's a wide mid-on, but he's pretty close. So even a miss-hit should clear him. That's much better from Lewis. This time carrying that ball across the body of Mosley. And Mosley handled it well. When you're batting and you're 112, you pick up those deliveries early because that ball was pitching somewhere around the off stump and just drifting away from Mosley.
But that's the angle we were talking about earlier, that we wanted to see John execute by coming over the wicket and trying to push the ball across the left-hander.
But Mosley's been in there so long now that he's picking up those deliveries very early. I mean, he was right into position and then allowed it to go through. Excellent batting from him.
He's nibbling at one, and he played it. He's out.
Well,
yep, he just nibbled at it outside the off stump. It was a real nothing shot. He just apparently changed his mind. He was probably going to leave it, and then he just decided to have a little nibble at it. He just edged it through, and his long, glorious innings comes to an end. 112 to Shane Mosley. A splendid knock indeed, but he would be disappointed with the manner of his dismissal.
Yeah, we were just talking about how, let's have a look, because this delivery was far too wide, and maybe the length would have fooled him in terms that he was trying to open the face of the bat and sort of guide it behind point, and just never got across it and stood there and hung the bat out. And he got the outside. He would be disappointed with that dismissal, but what a good knock from him. 112, and he's led Barbados to 179 for 3. Excellent innings, and I suppose you have to say disappointing end because he was nibbling at that ball. He should have left it alone, and he was there long enough to know that, and you could see the disappointment on his face. So he goes back to the pavilion. Kevin Wickham is the man coming out to replace him.
And I think this is what the Windward Islands Volcanoes would have wanted, to
Yeah.
have two relatively new batsmen at the crease at the same time. So they've gotten rid of the two who built that wonderful partnership at 101, I think it is, or 103 they shared. 101, 149 for
Yeah,
two.
101.
So they built that Worrell and now Mosley. So it's an opportunity here now for the Windward Islands to really buckle down here and see if they can't, just take wicket after wicket after wicket.
They need to
now.
pick up a couple more wickets, Ruskin, before that score goes to 200. And I thought Dorich would have come at 5, but he sent Wickham instead. But he's another key man. They can get Dorich early. And this is not to say that Drakes and Wickham can't get runs. Of course they can.
Mhm.
But of course they haven't really lit the season on fire. You look at Drakes, he's averaging just 15. And Wickham, he is averaging less than 15. He's averaging 14. So you would want to think that if they can get these two relatively cheaply, around the same 15, 14 mark, then they're right back in this game.
Yep. How the game changes quickly.
Of course, there's also Primus to come. He's down the order, and Primus got a good knock of 53 against the Red Force.
And it's amazing what a wicket does. The whole confidence level is
lifted, isn't it?
better. Yeah, it's so much better. It's like a lot more chatter. Guys are anxious now. And
Especially with the fall of Mosley's wicket, because he was the man there batting long, and you felt that he was the one you needed to get out.
And once he stayed there, you knew runs are going to come.
That's
because
right.
he's that kind of a dangerous customer. When he starts to flow, it's hard to keep him in check. This is a good over, pretty impressive indeed from Edward. He completes another maiden over, so it's 179 for 3 at the end of it.
So the Barbados Pride continuing to bat here, 58 runs behind the Windward Islands Volcanoes total of 237. And Larry Edward, he's just completed his 16th over. 1 for 21.
He's bowled well.
Yeah,
Think
he
about
has.
that. If he bowls 16 overs,
Yes.
1 for 21, that just tells you how impressive he's been.
Lewis has bowled well. He's picked up that 1 wicket of Mosley, 10 overs, 1 for 44. I thought he bowled well this morning in tandem with Preston McSween.
And yesterday he was fielding like short third man there, and he chased after a ball and he fell awkwardly, and I thought he had damaged his knee. He probably did, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it was. And I think he suffered a bruise of some sort because he went off with the trainer. She attended to it. And he came back on, but he wasn't the same. He didn't look the same, But I was happy to see him this morning, first up, coming back with the ball and bowling so well, running freely. Look at him now. He doesn't seem in any discomfort. And I suppose that injury is well behind him now. And that wicket will do his confidence a world of good. All he needs is to slip to take another catch here now if he hits the edge. And he'll be happy.
That's not the kind of line you would want to bowl, though. So Wickham is off the mark because that ball was sliding down the leg side. And all Wickham did was to help it on its way. So brings Drakes back into strike.
So are you looking forward, Colin, to the resumption of European football. I mean, you have Champions League next week, but you have Premiership
Yeah,
this
Premiership
weekend.
this weekend. Big game, big
La
game.
Liga,
Liverpool, Man City, Liverpool, Ruskin.
Yep.
Have some very tricky fixtures this week. I think Arsenal,
there's Leeds.
yeah, but that's a good shot. but
Gorgeous.
That's at Ellen Road, so I think Arsenal should be safe. But a lot of other tricky Spurs without a manager now, Antonio Conte, which is expected.
You think that is
got in the press and said you're basically telling his owners, well, you're rubbish.
But what about Agelman at Bayern Munich?
Yeah,
You know?
that was surprising, wasn't it?
You know.
But even when Chelsea had sent Thomas Tuchel on his way, you thought, well, this is a guy who won the European Championship for the year before. It just goes to show.
Cut in at one
Drakes,
outside the off stump.
Naughty.
Yep.
Very, very naughty. Could so easily have got the edge. Wasn't in control.
Yep. And good height, good carry
Yep.
on that occasion. You
Yeah.
look at it again, yeah.
And let's have a look at that. It was short. It was outside the line of the off stump. So it stood up there, and Drake's feeling that he could have, I thought he could have gone across a little bit, but when you look at it, it was close enough for him to really put bat and ball. I think the bounce of that delivery and the height, that was what that really did him in. Could have easily have got the edge.
Yep.
But it's when you're going to play cut shots, Ruskin, you've got to be so careful. You've got to be right on top of that delivery. Because if you're not, it can fly anywhere. And that could certainly have done. That's too wide. Of course, a holiday here in Trinidad and Tobago today, Ruskin.
Yep.
Shout to Baptist Liberation Day, is it?
Yeah. Well,
I
it's
know
called just
you know all of
Baptist
these
Liberation
things.
Day.
Baptist
Yeah.
Liberation Day.
Yeah.
You see, I knew
Yeah.
you would be the man knowing these things.
Now I've done a couple of those already, and I mean it's different, but it's also very educational, and you learn a lot from them. I've also done, a lot of stuff in mosques and stuff like that, where you had to go and listen to the preachers and the pundits do their thing, and it's always rewarding. That's another glorious shot.
But straight to the man at cover and well protected. The offside now. It's a good bit of field placing from Athens.
So there is a slight. It remains 180 for 64 overs. And remember, this is the target here, 237. They're not that far away. Another 57 runs. But it's going to take some doing, because these bowlers have really, come here now. Those 2 wickets has given them real life here. It's going to be interesting. But you know what I'm looking forward to, Colin, this year more than anything else, is the Tour de France.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
I always give people this joke.
That gets me tired, though.
22 days in it. When I see the distances them fellas ride, I'm like, man, 180, 190 kilometers, 220 kilometers in a
crazy,
day. And you have to get up tomorrow and do it all over again.
It's absolutely crazy.
Like, man, why? But I always tell people that when I look at Tour de France, and my wife, she would pass in front of the television sometimes, and she's looking at it. She only stops when she sees like a castle or something that she would like to go to
visit.
Yeah. And then she said, "Where is this?" I'm like, "Oh, she like that one,"
But there's so much to look forward to. Of course, there's the Cricket World Cup, and then there's the tennis we talked about, the Miami Open. But of course, there's Wimbledon, there's the U.S. Open, French Open. Coming up shortly.
The women have a World Cup as well.
Yeah, that's right.
We have
So
a Netball World Cup also upcoming, so there's quite a bit going on. And then, of course, track and field is going to start in a little while. The Diamond League first, and then, of course, you have a World Championships later on. I was just telling Joel that imagine an 18, 19-year-old running 9.99 in the 100 meters at the Champs Boys and Girls Championships in Jamaica. Quicker delivery and well played in the end.
The thing is, Ruskin, he should get even faster and stronger.
Yep.
Because if you're talking he's 18 or 19, I shudder to think what he can, what he can get to.
Yep, and remember with sprinting, and I learned this from Otto Bolden, again,
He
just-
didn't teach you how to sprint, Ruskin, because
No.
okay. I just want to clarify that.
We were just talking sprinting, and
Okay.
I always tell him,
Okay.
I say, Otto, you talking to me for about an hour, over an hour, for an event that is 10 seconds long, But it's when he breaks it down and he goes through all the different phases, and what is required and how to do this. You end up another good over, quick over, 180 for 3. It remains a maiden.
And look at those figures for Larry Edwards. 17 overs, 1 for 21. And you think, well, was he bowling that they're just not able to. His line has been good, his length has been good, his variation I think has been. He's not a big turner of the ball. We haven't seen a lot of turn. But I think the little arm ball he bowls that have them confused a little bit. The delivery to get Worrell out again, that just drifted a little bit, and Worrell was playing down the wrong line.
And that was a set batsman.
Yeah,
that wasn't like a new batsman
That's
to the
right.
wicket.
That's right.
Worrell was well positioned to push him, maybe to get a half century or even to get 100, like Mosley did.
So Lewis is going to continue. They trail by 57 runs at the moment, and Dreeks is the man on strike. I get the impression you when Jonathan Dreeks is batting, he looks very, how should I put it? He wants to get on with it all the time. He doesn't give me the impression that he's a very patient type of batsman. He always seems that he wants to score runs, and he hates to just play
He has
six
to play
balls down.
defensive. He has to play defensively.
Yeah, since I'm seeing him in the games against the Leewards, the Red Force, and now here. Yes, he's always looking busy. He's gonna come back for 2, but I was badly lined by Lewis. It's 3 runs for Drakes. If you're gonna bowl him on that leg stump line, he's gonna just work it away, and he did. I think you've got to bowl him just outside that line of the off stump. Carry it up to him, because you got a slip, almost a slip on a third slip, maybe a fourth slip, and Athenes, who's not at a first slip, I would think he's more at a second slip.
Yeah.
So anything going to first slip, he expects Walcott to dive to his right, or he'll go to his left.
Which is difficult to
I
do.
tell you something,
Yeah.
Ruskin, I don't understand that. That's one thing that baffles me. Well, not one, but that's a good shot, but straight to the man at cover. That's one of the other things that baffle me, beside the quality batsman playing the reverse sweep. This is why would you stand up not at first slip? So you're saying that when the bowler bowls and the edge is taken, it's going to go to second slip and not to first slip. What is he thinking? Because I don't know. I'm telling you. What is the thinking behind that?
But it can be, because when I played, I assume first slip, and then everything else
After that, yeah.
You assume the first slip position, and even if you go wide, but not that wide, because you're no longer at first slip.
No. So really and truly,
It's a quick single as well,
that's
judged
good.
too.
Well, yeah, good running. So if the edge is taken, you're expecting Walcott to dive to his right, because you don't have a first slip, or you yourself, who's moved from the first slip and
Has
gone
to-
into almost a
has to
second
now
slip,
go-
you have to dive to your left.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense. But we say that in Ruskin, and they're going to edge the ball straight into Atherton's hand at second slip probably, and we all say, okay, well done. But it just baffles me, and it's
But
not the
remember-
first time we've
But
seen
remember
that.
yesterday, one went between the wicketkeeper and first slip.
Yeah,
And that was a catch. It wasn't like it just
along, yeah.
went along the ground. It went in the air between, and all they did was stand and watch it.
You know what? I am going to ask Joel Manning. He goes and have these secretive talks with all the players before the game starts. Oh, that's just a single here.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask him if he can ask those guys, when they go into those kind of field placings, what is the thought process behind it? No, I know the thought process, because they obviously feel they're going to edge the ball and not going to go to full slip. But what gives them that impression? Is it the stance of the batsman? Is it the shots he plays that says that, you know what, it's going to fly more towards a second slip or a third slip rather than first slip, because they're not just pushing defensively at that ball for it to run off the edge. That to me might be the only
or the lack
thinking.
of pace in the wicket.
Something like that.
The edge is going to be a thicker edge.
Right. But you know what? It's the end of the over, and it's 184 for 3. Joel is standing by. And don't ask him the question now, because he hasn't gone across to ask the players. Okay, Ruskin? We'll have to
wait until he comes back later.
Yeah.
All right.
So he's going to join you, however.
All right, 184 for 3. It is. Drake's is looking good on 13. Wickham has just arrived. He's on 2. And Sherman Lewis has just finished another over, 1 for 49. And it looks as if Larry Edward is going to continue. We're in his 18th over, 1 for 21 now. So clearly, as Joel comes back in, Colin says he has a number of pet peeves. So I say, well, boy, you have a pet shop, because he, but apart from the reverse sweep that he's so passionate about, I must, I need to ask him when next I see him if he ever attempted a reverse sweep.
Probably only in the front house.
In his entire life, if he ever attempted a reverse sweep. And Joel, you yourself, you're talking about the man sweeping in his house. Yeah? You don't think he even sweeps in his own house? So we're looking at a slight field adjustment here, or is it just personnel that they've switched around? Because they still have the one slip now. He is in that first slip position, and that's another good delivery right up. And you could see Edwards thinking that he had gotten through there, but standing up straight. Wickham seems a little bit, how should I say, very relaxed in his approach to batting. Again, this time he's bringing everything into play, covering up the ball nicely. 184 for 3, Joel. They're inching closer to that 237. They're not there yet. Still have some work to do.
Certainly inching ever closer, and that certainly be one milestone or landmark that they want to tick off. They started today. I am not sure if they really had any numbers in their head, but if they did have one, it would have been at 237. That was put on by the Windwards.
A little bit of a false start there. A little bit of misfielding, but I think he has everything under control. The ball really didn't get too far away from him. Edwards, who's a good fielder to his own bowling. In fact, he's a good fielder generally. Wherever he is on the field, he gives 100%. And has a kind of a bullet arm as well with his returns from in the deep. And giving the ball a nice little tweak there, just trying to see how much spin he can extract out of the wicket.
He certainly bowled well into his 18th over. Now just one delivery left in it.
Conceded just 21 runs prior to that. And that's going to run close to the boundary. They've gone for one. They come back for a second. A third looks likely if they would hurry, but they don't. So it'll just be 2 runs at all. That's really careless running there, because that certainly was an opportunity to maybe sneak out another one, eke out another one out of it, but they didn't. They're happy. It's 186 for 3 at the end of it.
Yeah, Larry Edwards certainly doing the hard work here for the Volcanoes, bowling the overs, and what he's doing is keeping an end tight. He's just keeping things quiet from his end. Just those 23 runs off of the 18 overs from him. Allowing his skipper to rotate the bowlers from the other end. And speaking about rotating bowlers,
Well, now we see there's a slight adjustment here. Preston McSween is going to come back into the attack. So they've gone from one frontline bowler to another. And immediately he drops onto a good line and a good length.
You're going to have to tell yourself that McSween is going to come back and bowl pretty much wicket to wicket here and hope that you can maybe get some movement out of the surface. 67.1 overs all this ball is. Surface not really responsive. You're going to have to hope for any and everything out of it. But yeah, just keeping it wicket to wicket here probably would be the course of action for Preston McSween.
That's a good drive, and it's almost like it went right through the man at that short extra cover position there. He just went down. The ball just sort of flew past him. Didn't have much of a chance there in terms of stopping that one, John. And I think he recognized that. So the TNT Red Force, they've asked Jamaica to follow on. In their game, they were 8 without loss in their second innings. So we keep our eyes on that one there. Guyana, of course, they, I suppose, might be surprised by the resistance being shown by the Leeward Islands. And here's another one that is going down there. That's a good stop. Tumbling over there and making the stop is Larry Edwards. He, as you said, he's a good fielder anywhere, and you just saw an example of why.
This is certainly why you have a lot of time for that young man on the field, Larry Edward. When he's got the ball in hand, he's doing something with it. When he's got the bat in hand, he's quite capable and handy in the lower end of things as well. And when in the field, he is electric out there.
Trying to dust himself off and wait for the next delivery as McSween is back in the action.
No, wait.
And Wickham is, I suppose, in a lot of ways, he's similar in style to Drakes, Jonathan Drakes. They're both right-handers, and actually they're both slim-built. And you look at them, if you didn't know one from the other, you could easily mistake one for the other. Although Drakes might tell you maybe a couple inches taller or an inch taller. Maybe a broader shoulders. That's the ball angling across the right-hander. That's the one that really opens things up for him, because once he does that and he could bring it back in, then that combination of deliveries could certainly spell trouble for batsmen.
Yeah, just bring it back in is usually here's modus operandi. McSween, obviously with the newer ball, is how that tends to happen for him. With this older ball, we'll see how he's able to go with it.
No, wait.
Watchful is the word as he's kept out by Wickham. It ends another over, 189 for 3 at the end of it.
Yeah, at this stage, not much movement on offer, and it really will test the seamers and really ask them to go into their skill set, their bag of tricks, to see what they might be able to produce. Because at the moment, I guess you would say the ball's coming through a pipe almost here, given its age, given how soft it probably is at this stage. Larry Edward to continue into his 19th over now.
He's bowled really well, and I would imagine would love to pick up a couple more wickets here.
No, he certainly would love to, and he would actually deserve them as well. Been asked to bowl 15 overs after lunch. And he certainly kept them in the game in terms of the scoring rate, because runs were flowing somewhat from the other end.
It's a slow turn, and that's the thing. He can't really get it to come off the wicket with any real venom, so he's trying to see if the flight could deceive the batsman. Still can't get it through. So again, it's good bowling because he's bowling to a well set field, and the batsman can't pierce the field just yet. Sun fighting to come back out with us. And that completes another over, another fine over. Again, it remains at 189 for 3.
He's not really strayed in terms of his line. He's varied his lengths quite well. He's varied his pace at times also, but he's not really straight in terms of the lines of his delivery. And I think in terms of the captain being able to set a field, that is what is working for them. The fact that Larry Edward thus far has been pinpoint in terms of the lines that he's bowling well to the field that is set for him. The deliveries that are being driven are just being driven to the man at cover, occasionally being punched to the man at point.
So it's going to be McSween who will continue here at the Queen's Park Oval. Now we can see the sun really fighting to come through again. Ground really looks a picture. We had that little hint of rain, but we never got the rain.
No right.
So the weather there stayed fine throughout. Nice weather. I don't know, Joel, if you notice, a lot of people, I don't know if anybody tried to sell you a kite or anything like that. It's Easter time, you know. So somebody's always trying to encourage you to purchase one or make one yourself.
No right.
Kites are certainly big in Barbados as well. Big and annoying sometimes, to be very honest. Given that quite often you find yourself unable to sleep, given the amount of noise that kites make in Barbados. It became a topic of national discussion quite recently. Kites in Barbados and the noises
what
that they make.
You're talking about them big mad bull thing, those huge things.
Yes. And not just those, there's some smaller ones, and the guys, you know, attach what we call bulls to them and to keep a lot of noise during the night.
Yes.
And that was just gifting him a single there because you see, this is what we were talking about. Look at how deep he is at that position. This is a new batsman. He has 4 runs, Wickham. You know, but you're bowling to Wickham with a man on the backward point boundary or a wide third man boundary, when in reality, keep him in there, and we might have been able to keep him on strike because that single would not have been possible. You know, but once you give him that single, he's off strike, and you know, he could just watch on and kind of get accustomed to conditions standing there at the other end.
I think occasionally, in terms of, sometimes we look at the field sets, we're wondering maybe why a captain might opt to do certain things. Sometimes based on situations, it could be a case whereby the terms of, okay, this is this player's strong area, and sometimes they would rather offer them that single in comparison to allowing them to pick up run, because they know that they can manipulate that side of the field quite easily. And sometimes, based on what a couple of guys have been saying, that is what they opt to do. So it's a case of they see that as their possible release shot, and more than likely they will play that shot regardless. So it might be still your wicket taking option even though it offers a single. Or sometimes it's a case of, okay, naturally they would rather get a 4 for that shot. Instead, it's one is making them work even harder, maybe to get the remainder of their runs, or look towards a different shot or a different scoring area, maybe to actually get those boundaries.
He's playing it on outside the off stump. He's all cutting at one, and that is the end of Jonathan Drake's. He looked so comfortable at the crease, and then he just plays another rash shot going at one outside the off stump. He goes for 16. It's 190 for 3.
Jonathan Drake's on that particular occasion just guilty of hanging the bat outside of the off stump. Not much in terms of that shot. Getting back to cut it, a fine feather of an edge through to wicketkeeper Tevin Walcott. He's happy. McSween is happy. And the Volcanoes, they are bubbling. 190 for 4. The Barbados Pride.
That's the wicket that they didn't want to lose, because he looks like he's capable of scoring quickly and scoring some big runs for them, and I think that's what they need now. They really need somebody to come and take charge of the situation for them. They had Mosley doing that earlier, but he's gone. Now they've lost the other prize wicket, that of Jonathan Drake's. The captain is now going to come, Shane Dowrich.
The interesting thing about that shot, it really did not look as if Drake was getting back to really pull that full-fledged cut shot. It didn't have the venom of a cut shot on that particular occasion. He set up for the cut, but it was more so just hanging that bat outside the off stump, almost pushing in a way at it. And it's also because of technically how wide that delivery was. Yes, it was short, and maybe had he really got back to actually set himself to properly cut that ball, maybe he would have gotten a single down to the man at the deep point boundary, or maybe even gotten it finer of him and picked up 2, possibly a 4. But yeah, he really didn't look like he was actually going through with the cut shot, more so just hanging the bat outside of the off stump, and a feather of an edge, and it brings about his demise. But to the crease now is the captain of the Barbados Pride, Shane Dowrich, the number 91 on his back. He would certainly like to get 91 here.
And the Windward Islands would probably like to get him for under 19 if they can. So that's just the or maybe 9 or 9 on 1 less, whatever it is. Short ball. Pull. He's out caught. That's a brilliant catch at short mid wicket. And really, it was a short ball. And he tried to pull it and only succeeded in hitting it. It was a low catch taken, nicely done in the end there by Ryan John, but a splendid catch taken there, low down. He goes for 5, and things are happening again.
Well, I said the Volcanoes are bubbling, and hey, they're probably bubbling a bit more now. A lovely low catch there by Ryan John. You would have to say not the best delivery that Larry Edward has bowled all day, but you don't need the best delivery to take a wicket. It was short, and Kevin Wigan getting back, trying to pull it, but cannot get it past Ryan John at short mid-wicket, and that is the perfect way to go to tea if you were the Windward Islands Volcanoes. 190 for 5, 2 quick wickets fall for the Barbados Pride. Are they back into it? I guess we'll soon see.
Let's sit in here. It's 190 for 5. Shane Dowrich is yet to face a ball, and but he's watched a couple of quick wickets go down. Remember, they resumed at lunch at 109 for 1 with Mosley on 57 and Worrell on 30. Mosley kicked on nicely to get to his 100 off 156 deliveries with 15 fours and a 6. In the meantime, Worrell went for 35. He was bowled by Edwards for 100 at 149 for 2, just after they had brought up the 100 partnership together for that second wicket. Then at 179, Mosley's glorious little innings finally came to an end, caught at the wicket of the bowling of Shimon Lewis, 179 for 3. And then Jonathan Drakes, who was looking so relaxed and so in control at the wicket, lost. He was also caught at the wicket, cutting at one from McSween 190 for 4, and without any addition to the score, Kevin Wickham pulled a short ball just low down to John at short mid wicket, and Edwards picked another pepper, 190 for 5. So that's the story here at T. The Barbados Pride wobbling a little bit now. They really need somebody to settle them down when they come back. We get to that after this short break. Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval, a nice and bright, sunny Queen's Park Oval. It really is a picture right now. And the breeze has kind of shifted a little bit. It's blowing kind of like west to east now, which is unusual, but at least the flags are beginning to stretch out a little bit here at the Oval. As we welcome you back here to what is shaping up to be a very interesting second afternoon of this four-day contest in the fifth round between the Barbados Pride and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. 237 is the target, and the Barbados Pride will resume after tea on day 2 on 190 for 5. They still trail by 47 runs, and they certainly need something here to get them over the line. They will resume with Shane Dowridge and Roshan Primus, and neither one of them have scored. In fact, neither one of them have faced a ball at the moment, because tea was taken after the one delivery from the over from Edward, and he accounted for Wickham, who was scored low down by John off the bowl off Edwards' bowling at 190 for 5. He went for 5. Just prior to that, Jonathan Drakes was also out caught at the wicket off the bowling of McSween, 190 for 4. So with no addition to the score, they lost that other wicket, wicket number 5, and here we are now. So Roshan Primus is joining his captain, and they'll be hoping to stitch together a useful partnership based on what we've seen. As I welcome back Joel, if they stick together for any length of time, it's not just going to be a useful partnership, it's going to be a quick partnership as well, because both of them, especially Primus, is a lover of striking the ball and striking it hard.
Good afternoon, Ruskin. You were absolutely correct in terms of what could be on show if this pair sticks around with Sean Primus. He showed that he could play himself. He showed he could get some runs, but get runs quickly as well when they played against
the Red Force. He wants a single, but I don't think Dowridge is too interested.
Yeah, certainly when they played against the Red Force in the last round. Shane Dowridge has been in the runs and amongst the runs. Also had a couple of low scores. Has Dowridge. He'll be hoping that he can stand out there and bat. Barbados Pride, though, will need a lot from them. They're searching for a massive first innings total.
And Primus is coming onto the front foot. This is good bowling from Edwards. He's keeping him honest, and he's doing that by attacking the stumps more than anything else. He's not giving him any real width just yet. For now, he's just trying to spear it into that stump just outside the off stump and forcing him to come and reach it. And now they're going to get the single. That's carelessness there again. And you could just see McSween was coming across. He seemed to have the ball covered. And then for some reason, he and Lewis, it looks like they got themselves into a bit of a tangle there as to who was going to actually pick up the ball. And in the end, neither one of them did. And they were able to get the single.
Yeah, a bit of a fumble, a bit of a mumble jumble there between McSween and Lewis, cover and point, the two of them. So Primus off the mark, captain Shane Dowridge on strike.
Short ball cut away, but can't get it past the man at point. As McSween is in the way there, so 191 for 5. 46 runs needed, well, 47 to go past, 46 to tie it. And here they are again, just thinking of a single, a little hint of spin there as Dowridge was pushing forward. The end of the over, successful one of that, a lengthy one of that, because it spanned just before tea, and it was concluded after the tea interval. But it's just 191 now for 5.
Yeah, just quickly looking at the scores for Shane Dowridge in this tournament. He's amassed 196 runs. He had a bit of a sickness in round number 1 that kept him from batting versus Guyana in the first innings. Batted in the second innings, down the order, didn't trouble his scores. Got 64 versus Jamaica in the first innings and 5 not out. Well, 64 was not out and the 5 was not out. 124 in the first innings versus Leeward, but then since then it's been not in 3. So he's had a bit of an up and down, you would have to say, where he's gotten some starts with that 64 and 124, but then a couple low scores amongst them. So he'll certainly want to ensure that he can end off the championship on a high note, probably get himself into the consideration. I'm pretty sure he has to be amongst the consideration though for the Headley Weeks series that's coming up next, but certainly want to stamp your claim and make sure that there are no questions or no doubts about it. But I'm pretty sure that he'll be amongst the names selected for those.
Primus would like to get his name on that list. He's nibbling at one outside the off stump and doesn't get a touch, so living dangerously there, the big fella.
A little reminiscent of when you take that fishing line and you throw it into the water and it starts to bubble a little bit. The fish comes wrong, you pull it out too quickly. Just nibbling there was Primus, rather close to that edge. That man at second slip in waiting, because you guys are questioning why there's no first slip, but a man at second slip and a man at fourth slip, because I wouldn't call it a gully. And instead of finding them, he finds Ryan John at cover. It should be a good little burst of a spell here for Preston McSween and any of the pacers that probably come after him from that top end, because at this stage you probably have to tell yourself that Larry Edward has locked off this media center end, at least for the foreseeable future, given how he's been bowling. He's controlled things, but yeah, these pacers can have just a bit of a burst from that end, really give it all and try to make some further inroads into the Barbados Pride side.
Looking for another one. They're going to have to hurry, but the single was always on. It's just that Dowrich was just ambling, but he was able to quicken when needed to. Edwards couldn't effect the run out, so to speak, and he didn't have to because the single was well on. So Primus goes to 2. And Dowrich, who's yet to score, is on strike now. As you heard, he's had a bit of an up and down series, but when he's been good, he's been very good. And I think that's what the Barbados Pride will be hoping for. They want to see the good Dowrich, or the very good Dowrich, I should say. McSween, though, has other ideas, and he would like to see the back of Dowrich, and he could always apologize to him at the hotel later and say, sorry, skipper. I remember there was a time Prince Bartholomew bowled a rat, literally a rat, with a new ball at Roy Fredericks, and Roy Fredericks was struggling, looking for runs. So they came to Trinidad, Guyana, and Prince bowling from this end, produced this ball. The ball hit the ground and rolled, plumb in front. Out for a duck. There's a nice single down to the deep. Again, another easy single. Amelia's out there. And so you got the duck. So after, the days when they came inside and things, Prince was very apologetic to Roy Fredericks, because obviously Roy Fredericks is trying to get into the West Indies team. And he was looking for a score. Didn't get any in the first round in Ghana, didn't get any in Barbados, and came to Trinidad hoping to get something. Nothing. Of course, he got this rat, and that was it. But it's the way he explained, he said, no, I'm not worried. And the Primus again, finding the middle of the bat, pushes it out into the offside. No run. 193 for 5 at the end of that over. And he was saying, so Roy Fredericks, we were right in the bat, and he was just chatting, And so Prince came and said, boy, Fred was sorry, boy, that, it's the wicket, not me, Say, Fred, yeah, no, don't worry about that, man. So when I go to Jamaica, I'll take it out on Dowsy, as Newton Dow. So said, so done, Like he had that in his mind, that if he didn't get runs here, he would get runs in Jamaica. And big 100, yes. And, but you just see how guys visualize how their cricket will go, how their careers will pan out, and it's almost as if he just knew in the back of his mind, this is where things will come good for him.
Well, Ruskin, and listen to that story. Me, I always pick out one thing in the stories that you guys tell me. I'll wait on Larry Edward to start his over here. Into his 21st Now, you said that he bowled a rat.
Yeah,
And in my head, I was
a
wondering what on earth were you
subterranean
referring
rodent.
to at that stage. 'Cause I've never heard the terminology when it came to a bowler. You know, you bowl a ball, whether a good ball or a bad ball. But I very quickly picked on in terms of the fact that they roll along the ground.
Yep.
And as such, that is where you normally find your rat.
Yep.
You know, it connects there.
Yep.
So, yeah.
It's what we call a subterranean rodent.
Mm-hmm.
It just rolled on the ground. That's good bowling, and just keeping Dorich honest at the moment. He's not allowing him to really get onto that front foot in an aggressive fashion. If anything, he's more defensive at the moment because he's right on spot. He's right on the wicket. There he is again. That one peels off a thick outside edge, and it's going to roll close to that boundary. And did he actually? He almost stepped on the rope. You just seemed like he almost straddled the rope there when he took that little hop as he picked up the ball. But I think he might have been well inside the line. So 195 now for 5-2 quick runs.
The best indication of the fact that his foot was probably just inside is that Barbados Pride dressing room, because had it touched the rope, I can guarantee you they would be the first to make noise. But you see Dorich defending here. He played that one stroke where he attempted to drive it, peeled off the outer edge of the bat. And it'll be very interesting to see how he goes about this innings.
Here he goes again, and this time he can't get it through. He got it past the first man. A stumbling effort there in the first place, but no run at the end of it all. So the over comes to an end, and it remains at 195 for 542 away.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how Shane Dorich approaches his innings and goes about it, because every time he's come to the crease, he's looked to be positive at every single stage. When he scored runs, those two innings, his 64 versus Jamaica, he played extremely positive throughout that innings. And then the 124 versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, he was positive there again. And it also came at a stage whereby Barbados Pride were under pressure, 3 early wickets down. He came at 5, tried to obviously slow down things in terms of the flow of wickets, but also tried to pile some runs on. So every time he's come to the crease and every time he's scored runs, it's been a very positive fashion, almost going at a run of ball at the start of the innings.
Checking that the 124 was against TNT, or was it against the Leewards? He has a big smash outside the off stump.
Yes, versus Leewards in round number 3. Yeah.
You know, he batted really well in that innings, and he had a partner who partnered with him. Somebody stayed with him.
Kevin Wickham was there at the crease with him.
And they played a beautiful, brilliant partnership that really piled on the runs. Remember, that's when they had the lead of 176 runs on first innings, and we were wondering when when the declaration would come, because they looked like they were going to build a huge total, and whether they were going to enforce the follow on, and we were just planning ahead. Boy, did those plans change quickly on the legs, and that's bread and butter stuff for Primus, and he picks up 2 runs. And he's Primus is like a tank, you know. He's built like a tank. He's short, he's stockily built, it's like, it's proportions. That's the thing, it's all his arms, and I wonder if he has any neck muscles. That's like just like head and shoulders.
I'll tell you why I was laughing, Ruskin, because you see, my brain is such that when you said that, the only thing I wanted to say after that was boom.
But then when he hits the ball, that's exactly what happened, because he's really like muscularly built. He's like muscled all over. But he hasn't gotten anything yet to have a go. He did fire one outside the off stump, but missed. And he's certainly thinking about it, because that's his nature, to try to score as often and as quickly as he possibly can, and to score in the most aggressive manner possible. I just like the way he holds the bat. It's like he just holds it like it's like it's just a piece of stick he has in his hand there. when he holds it in his right arm. There he goes. That's a great shot. That's 4 runs. And this is what that's why he's so dangerous, because he can certainly punish a bowler. And that was not a bad ball, but it was right there in the arc for him. And he just went through with the drive, picks up 4 runs, and he doubles his score. He goes to 8.
Yeah, Primus batting in Primus fashion, you would have to say. That certainly expected a full ball, just threw his hands at it. Primus, it's all about that power that he got on it. Sunil Ambrose, he tried, but he tried in vain. Couldn't get a hand to it, couldn't get a fingernail to it, and that one runs away into the boundary off the bat of Rashawn Primus.
So they don't plug that gap. They just, the fielders return to their respective positions. And a little bit closer, but a little further up. And this time he's allowing it to go through, showing some restraint there. Primus. He's 8. Dorridge is 3. They're going past the 200 mark. 201 now. So 36 away. And you would think from here Barbados should enjoy some type of a lead. The question is, how big a lead will it be? And I'm sure McSween will have some thoughts of his own of how to impact that. Another full-blooded drive, probably not as powerfully struck as he would like, but he middled it all the same. But he remains 8. 3 to Dowich. It's 201 for 5.
Yeah, talking about that lead, it certainly would be one that Barbados Pride are hoping for, and hoping in the sense of very often when they've found themselves in positions like this where they're trying to set up games. They had a chance to set it up versus Jamaica and didn't do that. They had a chance to set it up versus the Leewards and didn't do that, and it set it up in the sense of pile on massive totals. In both of those instances, it was a case whereby the camp was looking at the possibility of only batting once. This scenario here presents a similar chance for them as well, because you look at it, Shane Dorridge at the crease, Rashawn Primus at the crease, those are guys that can get you runs. Shane Dorridge can get you 100, Primus can get you 100 as well out there, and they'll be hoping that they can really apply themselves here and build it. So in terms of the lead, I don't think that the numbers are there, but I think that they're looking to set up themselves, hopefully, to bat once.
So Dorridge who's on 3. And Edward again is touching down just on that off stump there, and asking the batsman to come and get me if you can. There's a little bit of lift there. That one was shorter, quicker, but it also jumped at him and forces Dorridge to have to reconsider. I thought he was going to get on the back foot and try to maybe pull it through the onside, and then had to make a quick adjustment. Luckily, he kept his eyes on the ball.
Yeah, that's the first one that actually jumped out of the surface for the day from Larry Edward, or from any bowler for that matter. Toy out there on the field. He's been out there for some time before the tea interval as well.
And this one just nibbled away. That's good cricket there. He just allowed the ball to spin onto him and then just closed the wrist on it.
If there's one thing about Shane Dorridge when it comes to batting, he bats spin quite well. Does Dorridge? He manipulates the field quite easily.
Kotoy just having a word there with Edward. Probably telling him try to avoid that leg side as much as possible. There's no cover down there, no coverage. Oh, that's a short ball. And I was now telling him that there's no coverage out there, and the ball seemed to, I don't know, it stick in his hand or did it slip from his hands and he tried to pull it back. Whatever it did was a rank long hop, and it just got the real treatment that it deserved. Well, it could have been struck for 6. It's a good thing he didn't bowl that to Primus. Else he'd probably be looking for that ball by the Roxy.
Ruskin, I'm not too certain how he would have gone this one for 6 given. Yeah, had he hit that for 6, we would have had to play marble cricket on a tabletop only, Ruskin. But yeah, taking advantage of a bad ball there, probably sticking in the hand of Larry Edward, dragged it down, and Shane Dowrick said, well, it's a legal delivery, I'm going to have a swing at it, and he collects 4 for it.
Ball dropped closer to the bowler than to the non-striker.
If anything, Larry Edwards' big toe is probably the thing that was in problems there. 207 for 5, 75 overs bowl, which tells me that we're 5 overs away from the possibility of the new ball being taken here by the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
That also brings up the question of what do you do with McSween, because he has been going now for a little bit. It's had a couple overs, and if you're going to take the new ball, are you going to give it to him or are you going to give it to Lewis?
Well, McSween is in operation right now. When he came back for what would have been his second spell, he bowled just 2 overs, and that was before tea, right before the stroke of tea. He's now into his second after the tea break. So that makes it 4, but he had the breaks. I wouldn't call it 4 overs. He's into what is a decent rhythm. He's bowling the old ball well, but he would bowl better with the new ball in hand. So it tells me that with 5 overs away, he might probably have to bowl another 2 before the new ball becomes available. So that means he's into a spell of probably about 6 by then. I would say that I would still, keep him going for there, probably for another 2 or 3 even maybe, or probably just 2 with the new ball. So in terms of would I take it? Yeah, I certainly would take the new ball, especially given that Rashawn Primus is out there along with Shane Dowrick, and I don't think the older ball has the potential to trouble them as much. Yeah, I could just tell myself that the ball is, like I said before, actually coming through a pipe from the hand of the seamers, but with the new ball on offer now, you just have the possibility of getting a bit more swing. You have the possibility of the ball getting on to the batters a bit quicker as well. Larry Edwards has been holding up this end well, yes, but he's gone for a very long spell. He bowled 15.1 before tea, and now he's back for another spell. He's done his job in my mind of holding up that end. Now it's time for somebody else to put up their hand and take the wickets. Ryan John is there, Sherman Lewis is there. They can bowl from this bottom end and possibly take some wickets.
Or it could be, or you could continue with Edward with the new ball. It's been done before because he's a finger spinner. You're not asking him to turn the ball too much, and he doesn't spin it all the time. What the harder ball would probably allow him to do is probably get some bunks as well. And some skid, because even that angle ball, that ball that is coming back in, might come back in a lot quicker than some of the other deliveries that he's bowling now. But he does, I suppose he has the ability and the confidence now to bowl the new ball if it's presented to him.
Yeah, it could be an option as well to keep Larry Edward going. If it were me, I probably might not.
Go back to your 2 quicks, to your 2 seamers.
Just because I'm thinking about best use in terms of how they operated this morning, and a type of spells that both Lewis and McSween put together in partnership this morning, and the type of questions that they asked. And looking at Primus and looking at Dowrick, I'm thinking about how Dowrick has gone out in recent times to the seamers, that ball rushing onto him a bit more, taking the edge, being caught at slip, being caught behind, those sorts of things. I do think that Sherman Lewis probably presents a better option in terms of the wicket taking option for the likes of a Primus and the likes of a Dowrick.
That one coming off the outside edge, but rolling along the ground there to the man at that second slip position. So it remains 207 for 5. They're just 30 runs away now, and with 5 wickets in hand. And the Barbados pride being made to work here to get these runs. Nothing's been given to them. They've had to fight. We've looked at the approach of Primus, who normally likes to come in and bash it around, but he's had to dig in here a little bit. 18 deliveries for his 8 runs so far. So nothing easy for the Barbados Pride. 207 for 5 at the end of that over.
Yeah, certainly is at that stage where if they can keep things as tight as they are right now, you look at that lead being 30. Yes, you do expect Barbados Pride should naturally, based on all things being equal, get past that. But all things are not equal in cricket,
Yep.
But, just going on the basis of 5 wickets in hand, just 30 runs to get, you will tell yourself that they should get past that. But at the same time, if they can keep it tight here, probably just over the next 4 overs, maybe go for 10 at a max. That lead is 20. If you get that new ball in hand, you pick out 2 all of a sudden instead of having to get 5 wickets. Now you're looking at the possibility of 3 wickets, and that lead now, instead of it being maybe 120, it now becomes probably about 40, if so much.
And they're starting a new over is Edward, and immediately drops on the spot once again. Maybe interested to see if Shane Dowrich decides to maybe just change his approach to him just that little bit. And takes a moment of really just running it down to third. Man, you can see him backing away and guiding it. You got it past Athenaeus and slip, and they were able to get the single.
Yeah, that's what Dowrich brings, especially batting the spin. Those wrists come into play a lot from Shane Dowrich right now. He's working it around the corner behind square on the leg side, or getting it backward of point very often.
Primus now. And he's watchful, and you got to see like he wants to score, because he probably wants to just push it out into the outside and run. If he's not going to play the big aggressive shot, he's thinking of how else he can score, keep the scoreboard ticking over. This time he goes for the big hit, and that's it. He's out caught right there at mid-wicket. Another fine catch taken there right at the wicket. Once again, is that man John in the way there, and they can't get it past him. So it was hit hard, but right about head height, and he just put his hands up there and pulled it down nicely like a good goalkeeper would in the Premiership. Primus goes for 8. It's 208 now for 6.
Well, I did say that Larry Edward deserved wickets based on how he was bowling today. He's now finally being rewarded for that. Primus looking to get the elevation, but not getting it as high as he probably wanted. And Ryan John taking a comfortable catch in the end there. The 3rd wicket for Larry Edward, and the 6th wicket goes down for the Barbados Pride. 208 for 6.
And a good catch again by John. He took one low down, and now he's taking one over his head. He took one down by his ankles a short while ago. Had to go down low. He's not a short man by any stretch of the imagination, and but he did that well. And here he is again, taking another good catch, because that could so easily have burst through his hands, because it was hit with real power by Primus. But he made it look relatively easy and routine at that mid-wicket position. So the Windward Islands fighting here, pushing Barbados every step of the way. They're still 29 away, and coming to the wicket now is Jordan to join his captain.
Yes, at that stage where the Windward Islands must squeeze. Sure, we said that you do expect, based on all things being equal, and even that Barbados Pride could potentially get past that target, or that total of 237. But if they're able to just keep on chipping away at the wickets, you might find yourself nearly even Stevens by the end of it.
Which is exactly what I think Athenaeus and company would like, to see if they can't get a chance of building a big score, and then asking Barbados to chase maybe 300, 250, 300 on the last day. This one peels off an outside edge, and they scamper through for a quick single. So immediately, Jordan is off the mark.
Yeah, it would certainly set up a very interesting contest. Should Windward Islands come back and really put a good total on the board, providing they do bowl out Barbados Pride relatively quickly this evening.
Again, driving is Dorich, but not getting it through, so he remains on 10. Jordan is 1, and it's 209 for 6. There's still 28 away.
Looking at this, I do believe that the Windward Island Volcanoes would be by far the happier of the two sides now, especially when at one stage it was looking like if Barbados Pride would run away with everything, honours and all. Looking very quickly there, Leeward Islands, well, they've been bowled out for 247 and being asked to reply. Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're 6 for 1, and then Jamaica, they were asked to bat again. Bowled out for 125 and are currently 112 for 2. What an interesting change of
in 18 overs
of I don't even know what words I need to find here, because it's almost as if they picked another 11 to bat the second innings.
Maybe they flipped the batting order, because the lower order certainly put on the runs in the first inning. So might say, well, hey, let's just bat 11 to 1 this time and see how that works.
112 in 18 overs is some good stick. To be very honest, that's some good stick. Lug 66 not out, or got out on 66? Out for 66. Well, won't you look at that? And behind it is Jordan. But just going back to this game, certainly at one stage it looked as if Barbados Pride were set and ready to deliver what would have been a massive total, 149 for 1. They were then 149 for 2, and that partnership 101 between Mosley and War was broken, and then you find yourself at 209 for 6. I definitely believe that the Windward Island Volcanoes will tell themselves that they are back in the hunt and back in the game, and would accept whatever happens here, especially given how things have gone for them. You know, this morning it started well, they asked questions, didn't take as many wickets as they wanted to, then things flattened out. Then all of a sudden you had a case whereby Kenneth Denver was going for runs, Larry Edward was brought in to the bowling attack, just bowled 4 overs before the lunch break, but then a spell of 15.1, and he really kept it tight from that end, started to ask some questions, and then finally started to pick up wickets, and then find themselves in a position whereby they can possibly consider batting this evening.
McSween has 2 for 40, and probably like to improve on that. Maybe pick up another wicket or 2 just to hasten the end of the Barbados innings. But Dorich and company are fighting here, and including Jordan, who's not giving it away, and you could see McSween wanting to have a word with him, and probably telling him, that's a ball for you that you could hit there, hit it out the ground.
Jordan has done his fair share of holding up ends, in inverted commas, so far. I think back to round number 1 when he was required to, I think, bat before tea and just after tea, and he really did well for them there.
He's driving. That's a good shot, but he can't get a run. Again, Edwards in the way there, picks it up nicely, and I was ready, had the hammer cocked to release it, and Edwards saw the danger. In fact, I think Dorrit saw the danger and sent him back, because Edwards was thinking that was such a good shot. Jordan rather was thinking that was such a good shot that he deserved a run. How the game has changed. It's gotten a little tense now. And every run seems to be twice as important now, takes on added value, so to speak, and added importance. It's still 28 runs adrift. It's 209 for 6. Shane Dorich is 10. Jordan is 1. And after some more comments from you, Colin Murray is going to join you to talk about the sunlight and how brilliant it is today. And which one of you are going to first to take it over to the pavilion?
Well, as Colin makes his way in, Larry Edward will continue. He's into his 24th over now. Really doing a wonder of a job for the Volcanoes. The Barbados Pride now trail by 28 runs. It's certainly after the position and the platform that was set for them. This is not necessarily where they would have wanted to find themselves. But at the crease, skipper Shane Dowrich.
And Joel, good afternoon to you again. He's going to have to play a major role if the Pride, Barbados Pride, are to get a good lead, because you look at the batting to come, well, there's not very much in terms of Jordan, who is with him now. There's Holder, Warrican, and McAllister.
Yeah, certainly not much batting in the sense of you're telling yourselves maybe 40s and 50s. Well, Shem Holder, he can certainly bat. He got a 40 at some stage, I believe. Yeah, 43 it was in the first innings versus Leeward. He was a part of that partnership that set up the 322 for Barbados. So he can do a job for them. Akeem Jordan here can do a job for them. Warrican can probably do a job for them. So they can probably tell themselves that you can still count on some runs at the bottom. However, it is a case of, will the runs come off? Will the batters come off?
That's a good delivery from Edward. He's what, in his 24th over now, 3 for 34. And he's bowled that well. Because you would think that having bowled 24 overs, just conceding 34 runs, but in addition to that, being economical, he's picked up the wickets.
He certainly has. He's toiled and toiled and toiled away. At the end of another over, 209 for 6. But yeah, he's really toiled away. He's been patient.
And he's mixing up his deliveries, isn't he? You know, he's throwing some through flatter, some he's using the arm ball, giving some the air. I think he's been very impressive, actually. Very, very impressive.
He certainly has.
And luckily for him and for the Volcanoes, he's picked up those 3 wickets. And you look at the wickets, that of Worrell, Wickham and Primus. I think the crucial one was Worrell when he broke that partnership.
I would certainly think that the wicket of Worrell was probably even the best delivery that he bowled to get a wicket here today. And it really went back to the length that he was bowling and the pace at which he was bowling. And since then, he's really kept it tight. He's made the batters work, and not many of them have actually scored off of him, barring that one bad ball that was what my friends now sent me as a 5-hop delivery, you know. But, you know, barring that, he's really done well. And because of that, the pressure that he's built up, he's 4 shots. Primus, I would have to say, was a 4th shot.
Well, Ryan John has come into the attack, and he's had 8 overs, none for 24. Ball is just about 79 overs old, so the new ball will be due. But the way Edwards is bowling, I don't think they're going to take it. Don't know what's your thoughts on that, Joel. Would you take the new ball?
I would never take a no ball.
You would never. Never. Ruskin Mark used to bowl that all the time. He was a normal ball for him. Here's that outside the line of the off stump. Yeah, it was a normal. He bowled a legal delivery. Everybody was in shock.
But before the wicket was taken by Larry Edward there, the wicket of Primus, I was saying that I was considering taking the new ball, and I'm looking at the conditions as well, and it started to look a bit more overcast, a bit grey, a bit cloudy out there. But yeah, I was considering taking the new ball before Larry Edward took the wicket of Primus, because I figured that the way the Seamers bowled this morning, if they could replicate even half of that, you know, they would be in with a shout in terms of removing Primus or removing Dowrich.
The thing is, you know, if you're gonna take that new ball, you've got the opportunity to get the lower half, but you're also gonna it comes off the bat a little quicker.
Yeah,
So you can leak some runs, and then Larry Edwards is bowling so well. Maybe just give it a few more overs, and then John is into the attack. See how he operates with the older ball. He is getting some movement, which is important. That one was coming back at Jordan. So Ryan John hasn't picked up a wicket yet in this innings. 2 have gone to McSween, 1 to Lewis, and 3 to Edward. Demba is another one who's not been able to prize out a wicket. That's a good shot. He was thinking he started to run, probably thinking that shot deserved at least a run, but was well fielded there. It had a deepish cover, no run. So Jordan just on 1.
Carbon copy. The previous over ball by McSween there for Jordan. Once again playing it out to Larry Edward at that cover position. But once again too quick for them, not willing to take the risk.
That's too wide, and Jordan doing the correct thing, allowing it to go through. The end of the over from John. At the end of it, 8 overs have now been bowled. And the Barbados Pride still trail by 28 runs. They're 209 for 6.
Well, directly after that over, I saw the umpire in Bassarat whip out his walkie-talkie to make some form of a communication. I was curious as to what it would have been, whether or not he was calling to say get that new ball ready, that they are asking for it, but it's not looking that way. Larry Edward to continue. 80 overs bowl now, so that new ball is due. When will it be taken? Will it be taken? Those are the questions that we're asking. I can tell you though, they will not be taken now.
I think they gotta persist a couple more overs with both Larry Edward and Ryan John, which would further give Lewis and McSween a little bit of a breather before you asking them to come back and do the job with that new ball. Just a single for Dorridge. Was pushing forward to that delivery that may have just been angled back into the right-hander. Came off the inner part of the bat. Went down towards that shortish fine leg, and they were able to pick up a single. So Dorridge very watchful at the moment on 11. But it brings Akeem Jordan into strike. 2 slips and that forward short leg for Jordan.
A good move by them.
It's well bowled, well played. Delivery, given a little bit of air from Edward. Not really tossing it up, but just a little bit of a loop. That's again another good delivery. You're looking at Jordan. He seems quite accomplished, isn't he? In defense, he seems very compact. Well, and he's gone straight back over the top. That's a good shot. Excellent shot from him. I was saying that he looks very, very compact indeed. And that shot, he got to the pitch and he lifted it straight back over the bowler's head. That's a very, very good shot. 214 for 6.
Certainly a lovely shot there by Akeem Jordan. He would tell you that he considers himself to be quite an accomplished batter. He quite often talks about it, and that was certainly a lovely shot by him, straight back over the head of Larry Edward. No risk in it with that man up at the mid-off position.
And they've left him there. They haven't deepened that mid-off to say a long off. They've left him at mid-off. So they're obviously saying to Jordan, well, if you've done it once, try it twice. Just make sure he's got to pick the right delivery to play that type of shot. Oh, that's a good ball. Loud appeal goes up. He's gone. So Edward picks up another wicket, his fourth, and another good delivery after being struck over, straight back overhead. This one, he was not afraid to give it a little bit of air, pitching it just on or around the off stump. And Jordan had to play at it. It's turned slightly, but enough to take the edge of the bat. Walker takes another catch, his third. Edward picks up his fourth wicket. Jordan goes back to the pavilion for 5, and it's now 214 for 7.
Colin, I told you that this lad is underrated. Brilliant there by Larry Edward once again. The pace was beautiful. The flight was beautiful, bringing Jordan forward. Just a bit of turn out of the surface, and an easy catch in the end for wicket-keeper Tevin Walcott. That is wicket number 7 down for the Pride. It's 214 for 7.
So I would think Holder would be the man making his way. Shem Holder to the crease. But all of a sudden, 149 for 1. And then they went to even 190 for 3. So they've lost 5 wickets for the addition of just 24 runs. We've seen that before, haven't we, with the Barbados Pride, Joel? I'm just asking. I'm just asking. You can say yes or no.
The last person to look back was turned into a pillar of salt, and I will not be looking back today, Colin.
It turned into what?
A pillar of salt.
Oh, my word. Okay, we wouldn't. Yeah, well, they say too much salt is not good for you, so you have to be very careful. And you have to credit the Volcanoes, because they had the opportunity to go for that new ball, and they decided not to take it, which I thoroughly agreed with, because this guy is bowling so well that you've got to tie up maybe the end from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, which Ryan John is doing well. He's keeping that ball on a good line, a good length, just outside the off stump, getting a little bit of movement, and saying to Edward at the next end, well, you wrap it up, and it's working for them.
It certainly is working, Larry Edward. The charmed left hand of the young man.
We see now they're strengthening that region. Well, how do I say it? They've got a second slip, a fourth slip, and maybe a gully. So those are the 3 men there in catching positions. That's really, really strange.
Warning Shem Holder on that particular occasion.
He's right. He's right. He's right. He's right. I wouldn't call any names. They had a bowler inside here did that all the time. Would run up to bowl and then tell the batsman you're out your crease. No ball. That's naughty of Ryan John. He does apologize. Shouldn't be bowling no balls.
I'm a little
His
curious
pace.
here, Colin. Just a little curious for all these stats gurus out there, and for even you. Has there ever been a man-cat in a 4-day or a test match?
Ooh, that's a good one. I can't. Yeah.
I know for sure.
Didn't-
In limited overs, yes, but I've never really. come
West
across-
Indies, England, many years ago. And ooh, that came back. That came back a long way, and you could see Ryan John hands in the air, thinking it may have clipped the off stump. Dorich left it. The incident when Tony Gregg ran Alvin Kalicharan out, but that wasn't from backing up. I think the call play, he played forward to the ball, and he started to walk off. Yeah, he started to walk off because it was the end of the day's play, and Tony Gregg took the bails off. They appealed, and the umpire he gave him out because they reinstated him, and he came back to bat the next day. But I remember that. But that was at the end of the day's play, and Kalitran had played defensively forward, and for some unknown reason, well, Tony Gregg must have figured that's the only way they would have got him out. Took the bails off, and Kalitran was just walking off because play had come to an end. But I don't think the umpires had actually said play. Well, yeah, they didn't end the day's session because normally they would take the bails off. So I suppose legally, Greg had a case. But you're talking in the spirit of the game. That's a good shot from Dorich, but he's not going to get any runs, just pushing at it. Yeah, so it boils down to the spirit of the game. Because Kalitran obviously thought play had come to an end and was walking off. But it's the thing about it, you talk about spirit of the game, but also it's this spirit of the game. You're running up the ball and you take off the bails. However, the batsman is also trying to gain an unfair advantage. Because if he's going to be, as I about to deliver, he's a quarter way up the pitch, looking to sneak a run, that's unfair. So that's the debate. Who is right and who is wrong?
Just a bit of news coming in terms of West Indies cricket. So the West Indies Rising Stars and the 15th Championships will be played in Antigua from the 4th to the 12th of April. The tournament will feature 6 regional teams who will play each other in 5 rounds of 50-over matches at 3 venues: the Vivian Richards Stadium, Coolidge Cricket Ground, and Liberta Sports Club. So the 4th to the 12th of April, the young Rising Stars, the under-15s, they get their chance in the sun.
That's great. I'm happy to see those type of competitions, under 15, and of course we have under 17 and under 19. We've always had the under 19, going back to, of course, my day when they had the under 19 tournament, and you look forward to that. Just a few years ago, Ruskin, not 200 years ago, just a few years, Ruskin. You always have to exaggerate. I don't know why. Even your run-up was exaggerated. But those were. So it's great to see them going. And Joel, I'm not sure in Barbados, but here in Trinidad, we're clamoring for more development, more looking at the primary schools, getting them more involved in the development process of the cricket. Oh, that's a beauty. Seemed to have just straightened on Dorich rather than came back at him. And he was playing at it. Luckily for him, beat everything and went through to the keeper. And that's what you expect from Ryan John. So it's 2:15 for 7 at the end of the over. He's got to be tight at that end, the Brian Lara Pavilion end. He's got to put that ball on a spot, keep things tight, and hope that they take chances against Larry Edward, and he picks up the wicket.
So instances of man-cadding in Test cricket. See, there we go. I know there was stats somewhere out there.
It had to be somewhere.
1, 2, 3, 4 instances. One including West Indies versus
Charlie Griffith.
Australia.
Yeah. Yes, I remember Chatfield. I remember that one with Chatfield and Derek Randall. And but I think the one with Charlie Griffith in Adelaide, one day he got out of Australia. But you wouldn't have taken chances with Charlie Griffith. He's a rather large individual, but a real gentleman.
I'm going to paint a scenario here for you, Colin. Now, in limited overs cricket, you get man-cad. It's a T20. It's a 50-over match, 300 balls to sit down and watch. The start of day one on what is a relatively flat surface, let's say we're at the ARG, you get man-cad, and you must now sit down for 90 overs and watch everybody else bat.
What a picture you're painting.
See, these are the things that my brain comes up with while sitting down in the chair.
It seems to work over time. I would have never thought of that one. So you get man-cad and then you sit down for the rest of
and you watch Lara score 500.
And then you watch Lara score 300 and plenty. Oh, my word. But without facing a ball. But as you mentioned, you sit down and watch Lara get 500. Can't remember his name, but spare thought for the wicketkeeper who dropped Lara. I don't think he had double figures as yet. And you sit down there, and of course, everybody is saying, when you're passing the guys, you're saying, "That's the man you drop, boy. That's the man you drop." Oh, that's another good delivery from Edward. It turned, and the holder played it well eventually. So a good over, maiden over from Edward. He continues to bowl very well here at the Queen's Park Oval for the Windwards Volcanoes against the Barbados Pride. He's got 4 for 39 from his 26 overs. It's 215 for 7. Yes, spare thought for that. Who would have thought that you drop a guy before he gets the double? I think he was on 1, if memory serves me right. But I think it definitely before he had double figures. He goes on to score 500 not out. Tell you what, you don't feel to come back the next day or the next day of the game. But what a phenomenal achievement by that guy. I mean, getting past Sir Gary Sober's record, and then Matthew Hayden comes and breaks the record, and Lara goes back and breaks that record. He's was just a total run machine. And you know, Joel, thing with Lara, I know he's a special individual, but the thing with Lara, he was making hundreds at school at under 14 level. And Chris Scott, that's the wicket keeper, Chris Scott. Yeah, he was making hundreds at under 14 level. And I keep saying, for you to get accustomed to making hundreds, you got to do it at schoolboy level. You can't just come into regional level and all of a sudden you start to set the world on fire by making 100 after 100. It doesn't work like that because you're just not accustomed. 18. Yeah, so he wasn't. I thought it was before he had double figures. Well, whether it's 1 or 18, let's say 18. He had to sit down there by my calculation for another 482 runs. Oh my word! There was some sort of talk show, I think, with Lara. Was he involved? Yeah, I think he was involved. Well, suppose you get fame some way. Some Malcolm Nash when Sir Gary Sobers hit him for 6 sixes playing for Glamorgan. I think Sir Gary at the time was playing for Nottinghamshire. The last 6, apparently, the guy took the catch and he went over the boundary with the ball, or something like to that effect. But or he stepped on the rope, but he actually caught it. And he said, "No, this is Sir Gary. I got to get him the 6 sixes." What a tremendous player that man was. They have no more in Barbados like that, Joel, coming up. Have you seen any? We need another Sir Gary Sobers. Oh, that's a naughty shot from Dorridge. Too wide of the off stump, but it looked juicy. Tried to hit it square on the offside. Didn't make contact. I remember, again, a test match in Jamaica. And I was told this by some of the test players who played. They said that they were against England, and England were leading on first innings. And they said cracks started to appear. Not cracks, no, crevices started to appear on the pitch. And they said it was almost impossible to bat on it. It was so bad. And Sir Gary went out and promptly made 118 not out. And England had to chase, say, 140 or 150. And they were 68 for 8 before the game was called off. I mean, that was to tell you just how bad the pitch was. Well, I suppose you can. Yeah, well, he was exceptional, wasn't he? I mean, the greatest I have ever seen and probably will ever see as an all-round cricketer. So the end of a maiden from Ryan John. So he's now had his 11 overs, none for 25, and it's 215 for 7.
Yeah, you can see Ryan John just inspecting that area that I would have mentioned earlier today that might come into question at some point, which is just where a lot of the fast bowlers will be landing with their front foot funny enough, it's been an area that across all of the matches played here has come into question, whereby the surface started to rise, whether or not it was in just where the batters are in the batting crease or where the bowlers are landing. And every day you have to see them coming out and pounding away and trying to replace that surface.
So the runs have dried up in the last few overs, and it's a little bit of a struggle now. You look at Dorridge, 11 from 39 deliveries. Holder yet to get off the mark, and he's faced now 8 deliveries.
Certainly shaping up to be a different type of innings from Shane Dorridge. I mentioned that each time he scored runs, whether or not it was the runs that he scored against Jamaica, being that 64, the 124 versus Leewards, he came out very positive.
I was about to, I was about to make mention of that innings against the Leewards when he came out with Barbados in some sort of trouble. I think they were 57 for 4, and he just started to stroke the ball around, and he really made a very impressive 100.
Yeah, that was exactly how he said he's looking to go about run scoring at the present moment, trying to stay positive, trying to get after the bowling and really impose himself. He's found himself in a scenario where it's probably a little more challenging to do that at the moment with the type of spell that Larry Edward is gone into. You would almost see he has the ball on a string at the moment, and from the other end, the old ball not doing much for him in terms of coming off, the bat pinging off, you know, whereby he's probably having to time it a little better but can't get it past the inner ring. So having to soak up some deliveries, like I said, it's going to be interesting to see how he goes about this innings now. A different task, a different proposition. 215 for 7 as we now pause for a bit of refreshment, a bit of water and a bit of a break.
Yep, 215 for 7. So Ruskin Mark is being seated, or he is. I thought they were coming on.
Yeah, everybody looked like they were going to come on.
Yeah, they were coming on, and then all of a sudden, Ryan John takes the ball to start another over. That's a good shot, but again, can't beat the field. I think the field is very well set, Ruskin. You look at the field, and in those 3 slips, so you know, I wouldn't say first, second, third, but wherever they are,
1, 2, 3,
1, 2, 3, and you got a short cover just in case the ball is lifted, and then you've got a deep cover as well in Larry Edward, which is excellent because he's more or less covering the man at short cover, which is a really good field placing at the moment. He's looking to bring that ball back to Dorridge. So far, Dorridge has judged it very well. I tell you what, though, if he gets a ball to really come back at Dorridge, he could find himself in real problems. But so far, he's lined it up well. Yeah, he's lined it up well, and he's able to leave it because that old ball is not doing as much as a new ball. He's still getting a little movement. I think it's a good spell from Ryan John. What he's doing is he's testing Dorridge just outside the line of the off stump and saying to him, well, if you're looking for runs, come after me. There he goes again, outside the off stump, and Dorridge allows it to go. And then every now and again, he brings one a little closer, fuller in length, and Dorridge tries to drive to pierce that offside field, but unable to do that.
And it's good bowling in the sense that it is keeping Dorridge quiet, one, and it's also putting the balls in locations where if he doesn't play well, if he isn't correct in his approach, he could very well hit the edge and probably have him either caught behind or in the cordon. And as you say, the field is well set. so he can't get it through.
But even that one pitched, he went a little too much leg side, and Dorich just couldn't find the gap. That's the thing, when you're a little bit bogged down and the runs are not flowing off the bat, you tend to always find the fieldsman. Wherever you hit the shot, you tend to find the fieldsman. You're just not able to find the gaps. And that's happening to Dorich at the moment. He's got to be patient, though. He's got to be patient. He's got to keep batting, because he's now, he's batting with number 9, and there's only 10, 11 left. So he's got to be, if they are to get anywhere, and I'm not even talking of the 237, but if they were to get anywhere 250 and beyond, you would have to think Dorich would have to be there at the end.
Yeah, he has to basically bat out now.
That's for sure.
It's a question of him taking responsibility for the rest of the way. How Barbados goes is how he goes the rest of the way.
That's too wide of the off stump again from Ryan John. Now, the refreshment is Ralphie is leading the charge. So it's going to have a little bit of a refreshment break. 2:37, the Volcanoes, that's the match summary. And Barbados Pride 2:15 for 7. Of course, the highlight of the innings thus far. Century from Shane Mosley, getting 112. But you look through the batting lineup. McCaskey went for 21 early this morning with the third delivery. He went LBW. Mosley with the 112. Worrell batted for a long time. Partnership of 101 with with Mosley. And he went for 35. Drakes went for 16. Wickham 5. Primus 8. And Jordan for 5. They had got to 190 for 3. And then they lost 5 wickets for the addition of only 24 runs. They were 190 for 3, and they find themselves now 215 for 7. You wouldn't say it's a collapse, Ruskin, but really and truly,
it's a slide. It's
a bit of a slide. And but credit to the Windward Islands Volcanoes, because they've bowled well. In particular, Larry Edwards. What I like about him so far is that he's mixing up his deliveries. He's giving some a little more air. He's turning some. He's using the arm ball. Really and truly, it's been a pretty good spell from him.
Yeah, he has been very impressive. In fact, I think Larry Edwards has been bowling since before lunch, non-stop at this end.
That's right.
He bowled 4 overs before lunch. He bowled the entire session between lunch and tea, and he's still persisting here at this end. Of course, he didn't get any sort of wickets early, but he was always tidy.
That's right.
At one stage, he had 21 overs for like 18 runs or something like that, and a wicket. And now he's picking up wickets as well. So his figures look even more impressive now. But it's the job that he's doing for his team that is probably a little bit underestimated here, because he's kept one end quiet, and at the same time, he's left the door open for his teammates to do damage at the other end. And on top of that now, he's also picking up wickets himself. So that is even better for the captain, for Athenaeus. He's probably very happy with what he's gotten from him. And I'm sure he'll be letting him know that, and probably also telling him, you see, as they're in a little huddle there, also telling them what is required the rest of the way. They would like to get these remaining 4 wickets, and these remaining 3 wickets, I should say, get that out of the way as soon as possible. And,
I would think if they can, even if Barbados get a lead of say 10, 15, if they can dismiss them before they get to 250, they would be very happy. Of course, at this point in time, they still trail by 22 runs, the Barbados Pride. So you would think and with number 9 batting now and only 10, 11 to come, they would think that they've got an outstanding chance to get them out for less than the 237. Mm-hmm. But still, you've got to work on it. And Holder looks he's not scoring any runs because he's got naught from 12 deliveries. He's played out 2 maiden overs from Edwards. But you just have to think that how long is he going to keep that up? they're going to reach a stage where he's going to maybe look to get after Edward and once he starts, and they always say tail enders, once they try to play shots, that's when the problem arises. If they're compact in defense, but when they're looking to play an attacking shot, then you tend to say, well, their technique is not all that good. So we're just about getting back into position, the players, and no doubt Larry Edward is going to continue. It's been a marathon spell from him. I was thinking, Ruskin, that they would have given him a bit of a breather, but
he just got a bit of a breather.
Well, what I mean is
he
when
got one at tea,
before
got one at lunch,
before
just got one here.
Before he got the wickets of Primus and Jordan, and I thought they might have decided just to change up things, but he picked up Primus, he picked up Jordan, so you're not going to get the ball from him.
No, why? Yeah, you get it only to shine it and send it back to him.
I'd pass it back to him. Well, he's going to continue. 4 for 39. He's in his 28th over. What a spell. Oh, well, what a strange shot from Holder. He was neither back nor forward. He just sort of stood there, and at the end,
late decision,
he was trying to almost try to chop it past backward point. And before that, he was more or less very much in defense, forward and back. He just stood there, tried to get some runs. And that's what the point I was making. From the time you look to play shots, his technique, goes. But you look at him defensively, and he's looking okay.
He has slip on a gully and
a silly point,
right in his face there.
That's a good delivery again. Quicker, flatter, one with the arm. It's been really what I like about Larry Edward, Ruskin, that he's mixing up his deliveries. So he's got the batsman thinking all the time.
4 for 39. Looking for wicket number 5 here now. And maybe that's why they're keeping him going. They want him to get a 5-4.
Yeah.
Get him. See if we could pick it up before the innings folds.
Tossing it up. Still, Holder can't get a run. I would think, but I'm looking to see where they could move him. I was saying maybe a forward short leg as well. I'm looking to see where they can move that fieldsman from to put even more pressure. But another maiden over, and Holder is quite content. He has 18 deliveries now, and he's yet to get off the mark. So the end of the over, 215 for 7.
Well, he's holding his end, but at some point in time, you would want to believe that the captain Shane Dowrich is probably going to have to just expand his game a little bit and take responsibility. But he may have to farm batting for a little bit just to see how many runs, at least see if they could get to the 237.
The thing with that, Ruskin, is he's now putting some additional pressure on Dowrich because no runs is coming from that end with Holder. So, he's not getting out, he's blocking, he's defending, he's doing. I tell you, the only time he looks vulnerable is when he tries to play a shot. Shots, yeah. But you've got to say now, what does Dowrich do? Because the runs have dried up. Does he now try to push it on and in doing so? And there we go.
Yep.
In doing so, I was about to say, I was about to say, look at Ryan John. He stands hands on hip looking at him. And that's the pressure.
You know what he said? You're not looking at me.
No, and so I was making the point that he's now going to look to score runs.
Yep.
And when he does that, he can very well pick the wrong delivery to attack.
Yeah,
and that one was, as you rightly said, a little bit agricultural. It could have gone anywhere.
Because that's the pressure. The pressure is building on him, and he's feeling the agency to have to score runs now.
Well, he's going to get a run at least because there is protection in the deep. So that was full, wide of the off stump. So Dowrich will be happy. He goes down to the non-striker's end, but it also gives Ryan John the opportunity now to bowl at Shem Holder.
Yep, he exposed his holder with 2 balls gone in the over, so there are 4 legitimate deliveries that Ryan John has that he can try to target the batsman, the low order batsman.
Now, very, very interestingly, they've moved one of the slip fieldsmen and they've sent him to a very short mid-wicket. So just in case, and John is now asking for the mid-on to go even wider, almost like I would say a straightish mid-wicket or a wide mid-on. So, well, that's a poor delivery from Ryan John. I think he went for a little bit more pace on that, but in so doing lost his entire direction, and that ball was very wide of the off stump.
He has been concentrating outside that off stump. He's bowled quite a number of deliveries wide outside the off stump. I don't know if he's just fearful of bowling on the pads or down the leg side.
Well, he's got protection on the leg side. He
doesn't have a fine leg.
He doesn't have a fine leg. That's about the only thing. So he's got to hope that they're playing in front of the wicket. Well, that's not a good delivery. Funnily enough, the 2 deliveries he's bowled to Holder, one was short and wide and the other a full toss.
Yep. And there again, and that always perplexes me, because why do you have a man on the boundary at point for a batsman who's yet to get off the mark? You know, even though it was a full toss, have you had that man in at the edge? He doesn't get a run, so he's still on strike.
I think they're obviously looking at the scoreboard, and they're trying not to leak these boundary balls. That's not. See, he's starting that ball is coming into Dorich, but he's starting it somewhere around, I would say, middle stump, middle. So by the time it gets to Dorich, it's on the pads, and I think he's been lucky, John, that Dorich is not able to work that ball past the man at square leg, because they've only got 2 men now on the onside. They've got that. They've moved out that short mid-wicket and they've put him towards a gully, and the wideish mid-on has gone back to a straightish mid-on. That's much better from John. Back on a good line, back on a good length. So just 2 runs coming from the over. It's 2:17 now for 7. 88 overs gone. And the way Larry Edward is bowling, I don't think you're going to see a new ball here, Ruskin.
It really, unless they give him the new ball, which I don't have a problem with.
No, Ruskin, come on. You're not going to give him the new ball, are
Why
you?
not?
You've got McSween, you've got Lewis.
They're there to field.
Ruskin?
But you give him. Why would you not give him the new ball? He's
Because
shown you that the control that he has.
I'm not talking about his control, but surely if you're going to give, you're down to number 9, if you're going to take the new ball, you've got to give it to McSween and
at
Lewis.
the other end, I give it to one of them at the other end. Right through he went. They almost hit the off stump on that occasion.
Yeah, he nearly did. It was right through him. Let's have a look at that. It was a quicker delivery, was it?
He was a little bit late in getting there. He played it. He played it the inside edge, and it almost got through.
And look, he's sweeping now. So runs here, 4 of them for Holder. And I think he's finally decided enough is enough, and he's starting to play some shots. And that one was, nothing was wrong with that, because it was angled into him and he was sweeping it nicely, was in control of it. That's a good shot. 221 now for 7. So just 16 runs they trail by, and still these 3 wickets intact. And a rare boundary, Edwards conceding.
And this is so good. This cricket is so absorbing right now, because because of that total. It's not
Yeah.
a big total, and every run now counts. 16 runs to go. So you want to try at least to see if you can get this wicket before they get the 16 runs, or soon after they get those 16 runs and whatever else they might add on.
Oh, loud appeal goes up. And that's simply because it seemed to hit the pad first before the bat. And he was caught just on the move, wasn't he?
Well, we had one earlier, and the ball struck the pad first. The bat was very close to it.
Yeah.
We saw here again. But the umpire said not out. And at that time, too, it was Mosley who was batting at the time. He survived a strong appeal. But he survived, and he went on to make that splendid 112. Ended the over, 221 for 7. So Mosley's done his part. Worrell played a good innings for his 35. Zachary McCaskey made 21.
It didn't add to his overnight score.
So that was the first disappointment for Barbados, that they lost that wicket first up this morning. And they've been a bit of a struggle ever since, although it was that period there when they put on that 101 partnership, one-run partnership for their second wicket. Things looked a little bit easier.
Yeah, they looked in command of the game at that point in time, and the Volcanoes were on the back foot. Oh, look at... Do I say any more? Do I say any more? It is beyond me. Absolutely beyond me. The ball goes now. Okay, it was all along the ground. It was not a chance. But if it was in the air, what would have happened? I don't understand it. Let's have a look at it. Look at this. Look at that gap between the keeper and the ball would have gone direct to where first slip would have been.
But that ball went equidistant between the wicketkeeper and the first slip. Well, the slip and a half.
Well, slip and a half?
Yep.
Well, I don't know if it's a slip and a half, but it's crazy. Absolutely mad. Well, I don't understand it. I asked Joel to investigate it for me tomorrow. It's a good shot from Dorich. And the worst part of it is you've leaked 4 more runs. But
and there was a third player in the cordon.
Yes, well, he's gone to a short mid-wicket.
Right. And you could easily have kept a traditional first slip, and then if you want to stagger the others, fine. But you start with first slip, and then you position people elsewhere depending on what you're thinking.
Slower delivery from... They're going to go through for a quick single. That's good thinking, because the man at mid-on has gone about halfway back.
Never had a chance.
Yeah, and it was a slower delivery from Ryan John, and Dorich just picked up the single. So he's got 3 deliveries now to bowl at Holder, and his previous 2 deliveries to Holder were poor deliveries.
Trying too hard at the number 10.
I think you've gone ahead of yourself.
Yeah, well, this is number 9, but
so just like the number 10, 9-10 jack.
9-10 jack.
Okay, I hear you. Doesn't make a difference. But Holder, I tell you, Holder defensively hasn't looked bad, has he?
No, but it's when he's trying to become aggressive or become a shot maker that he really puts himself in danger.
He's swinging at that one. Luckily for him, I think he's decided that it's time to get a move on. But he was not sure if he was trying to cut that ball or what. He just had a go at it. Didn't see
the angle of the bat was a little bit strange.
Yeah.
And but he wasn't anywhere close to the ball. That's the ironic thing here. He was making the shot, but I don't think he was really anywhere close to the ball.
Ball down.
I think he might have played it on as well.
Yep, he got a little bit of an inside edge, and you heard it you just heard clunk, and you know the ball had gone onto the stumps. An inside edge, and Holder goes. So again, Ruskin looking to drive, trying to play this aggressive shot. And he goes 2.6 now for 8. Let's have a look at it. There is John. Yes, got an inside edge. So
But
this
it's a good ball.
time he wasn't fortunate.
Yep, it was a good ball also, right up to him, and it really forced him to play, and but he couldn't play. He couldn't get the bat down in time to make proper contact, and in fact he just got the inner portion of the bat, and was played on. He went for 5, so Jamel Warrican is the new batsman, batting at 10.
So Warrican coming out, nice, brilliant sunshine still here at the Queen's Park Oval. We've got another 11 overs left in the day's play. So it could...
But if the innings folds within that, you have 3 overs.
3 overs, yeah. 3 overs will be cut off.
So you're roughly looking at another 8 overs. And we remember what happened last evening down at the Brian Lara. They came out to bat for 1 over. Jamaica and lost the wicket.
Yes, well, they faced 5 deliveries, and the umpire, when the 5th delivery was bowled and they lost the wicket, they promptly picked the bails and said time.
But they're doing well in the second innings. They're 148 for 2, Jamaica.
That means Blackwood must be getting some runs.
He's on 55.
Yeah.
Lug made 66. Gilzane made 2. And Carlos Brown is not out on 10.
Well, they're gonna try to make a match of it.
Yep. Brown has a wicket here, so his hard work paying off now. 1 for 32. Can he make it 2?
That's a good shot from Warwick. And they go through for a quick single. And I tell you what, no, I seem to be in. But I don't think Dorridge was not looking for that single because it was the last ball of the over. But Warwick just flew down like, do I say he's the Crawford? Or do I say
no.
okay. There was that Bajan sprinter. Obadele. He sprinted down like Obadele. And poor Dorridge didn't have time to say no. So the end of the over, a successful over in which John picked up that wicket of Holder. It's now 227 for 8. Obadele Thompson.
I don't see any resemblance between Obadele Thompson and Jamel Warrican.
But did you see? You didn't see how quickly he sprinted down. You didn't see how quickly he sprinted down the pitch, Ruskin. Come on.
I use the word sprint guardedly.
Poor Doris didn't have time to say no. And he's gone in there, and he's not going to catch it, is he? It's gone over his head.
He took the catch.
What a catch! What a catch! My word, Demba. Kenneth Dem. No wonder everybody is running to this man to hug him up. That is an incredible catch. I was about Ruskin. Thank God you said he took it, because I was about to say it's going over his head. It was going over his head. My word, Kenneth Demba, you take a bow. What a fantastic catch that was. It was absolutely brilliant, because Warrican, he went for the big hit and didn't time it as well as he wanted. It was swirling in the air, and Demba, he's a tall man, and he was going one way, then he went the next way, then he went backwards. Let's have a look. Can we pick him up? Look at this. Look at him. He's all over the place. And then it went over his head. He caught it with his left hand, didn't he?
But you know something, Colin, that is lost in all of this? Edwards has 5 wickets.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Edwards, because this has been an absolutely superb. What a catch that has been.
That's the catch of this season.
Oh, my word. That you should show that all over the world. That is a brilliant catch.
Top 10.
What a catch. But let's go back to Larry Edwards. He's now picked up his 5th wicket.
Yep.
5 for...
Not that they've had your say.
No, that was brilliant. That was absolutely
It really
brilliant.
was.
I never thought, I really, he caught me by surprise. He would have caught me as well. Because what a catch from Kenneth Demba. That was absolutely superb. That is the only way you can describe that. My word.
It really was. He was running back. He kept his eyes on the ball, and he got a sense of where he was.
Yeah.
And then he just, put his hand out, and it stuck in his hand.
It did.
Yep.
Well, and again, Shane Dorich must be absolutely furious at the non-strikers end, because it was the last ball. As I said, Warrican took off like Obadele, and Dorich didn't send him back. And then the very first delivery, Warrican goes.
Because if he had sent him back, he probably would have been run out.
That's right. He would have been.
Yeah.
Left arm round, 5 balls to come.
So would you believe it that the Barbados in real strike fear now, can they actually survive this over and give Dorich a chance to see if he could get the runs at the other end?
The 10 runs. Oh, my word. Well, I tell you what, McAllister wants to get the runs in. He
In
can't
one
get it in
ball.
one ball. So he's obviously wants to get it in two deliveries.
They're
My
10
word.
runs away, 227. They need to get to 237.
What do you think Shane Dorich and the non-strikers must be thinking?
Why me? He's probably growing gray hairs there right now.
McAllister, he's come out to play shots. He's gonna play his shots. He's not gonna go down there
It's the only
prodding
way.
and blocking and pushing.
It's the only way.
He's gone after him again and he's bowled
Bowled
him.
him.
Well, that's the end of that. McAllister, he's had his fun. But he goes back to the pavilion, and Larry Edward, what a spell from this man. He's bowled 29.4 overs and he's picked up 6 wickets for 43 runs. What a spell. Absolutely magnificent bowling from this left-arm orthodox spinner. But Barbados, my word. So they've lost now, Ruskin. The last 7 wickets have gone down for 37 runs.
It really has been a severe slide, and I'm sure Shane Dorich will be very disappointed. He was left stranded on 17, and of course, but you always complain that he shouldn't farm the bowling, and I really think he should have farmed the bowling. I always say maybe he probably doesn't know his own batsman as well as I do, because if I knew this is what I had coming, boy, you're only facing one ball.
Well, no, but listen to me. I think the worst one was Warrican. I mean, Warrican had to be. I mean, what was he thinking? The last ball. No. I know if you were the non-strikers, then you would have sent him back, and he would have probably got run out. But you probably wouldn't have. You wouldn't have worried, because you would have been facing the next over.
It's 10 runs we need.
It's really, really crazy what has transpired. But having said all of that, you must give Windwards Volcanoes a tremendous amount of credit. They looked a lot of the times they looked down and out. But they've really come back here very strongly indeed. And who would have thought at one stage that they would have got a lead? We were talking about the Barbados Pride getting to 275 or 250, having a slight lead, a small lead. And all of a sudden, this gentleman, Larry Edward, has turned the game on its head. So what is Joel keeps saying? Underrated.
He's not recognized as a frontline spinner.
Oh, okay. Okay, I understand that. I'm wondering if Joel is his agent.
I want to see the bowling figures.
Let's go through the scorecard, Ruskin.
Yeah. Well, of course, since yesterday we had this brilliant partnership between McCaskey and Mosley that took us to 48 without loss overnight. And then in the third ball of the morning, He was LBW to McSween. That's McCaskey for 21 at 48 for 1 without any addition to the score. And then Rashawn Worrell joined Shane Mosley. They put on 101 for that second wicket before Worrell departed. Bowled Edwards for 35, 149 for 2 at that stage. And then at 179, Shane Mosley, who made a brilliant 100 from 156 ball with 15 fours and a 6, he finally departed for 112, caught at the wicket by Walcott off the bowling of Lewis, and that became 190 for 4 when Jonathan Drakes was caught at the wicket by Walcott off the bowling of McSween for 16, 190 for 4. But at the same score, Kevin Wickham was also caught, John, bowled by Edwards, low down at mid-wicket for 5, and things started to happen after that. At 190 for 5, it became 208 for 6 when Primus also hammered one, but John took a good catch over his head, and Edwards picked another pepper there. He went for 8, 208 for 6, 214 for 7, when Akeem Jordan was out caught at the wicket of the bowling of Edwards for 5, 214 for 7, then 226 for 8 when John bowled Holder all over the place for 5, and things really kept going from bad to worse. 226 for 8 became 227 for 9 when Jamal Warrican, who conned his captain into a quick single, and then he holed out a brilliant catch by Demba out at the mid-off, running back, and took it over his head in the left hand. Edwards, the bowler, he picked up his 5th wicket then, and then he polished off the tail when Jaya McAllister had one swing he missed, the second swing he missed, and the third time, well...
He missed again?
He missed again, and Edwards struck at that time, and he was out for no score, leaving the captain, Shane Dorridge, stranded, 17 not out at the other end, 227 all out, and of course Edwards was the pick of the bowlers for the Windward Islands. Shamron Lewis, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 49. Preston McSween, 17 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 40. Ryan John, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 33. Kenneth Demba, 14 overs, 3 maidens, 51 runs, no wicket, and a brilliant catch. Larry Edwards, 29.4 overs, 13 maidens, 6 for 43. That's 6 for 43. And Kaveem Hodge, 4 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, and no wickets. So what a turnaround for the Windward Islands. Last evening, they didn't look like they could take a wicket. They came and they took all 10 today.
Yes, and for the addition of what? There were 48 for none overnight, so 179 runs, and they added, and for all, losing all 10 wickets. But a brilliant spell, again, from Larry Edward, 29.4 overs, 13 maidens, 43 runs, 6 wickets. It was a tremendous effort from him, and when you look at it, he picked up 5 of the last 6 wickets to fall. A tremendous effort from this left-arm spinner, and you look at his figures really and truly. Before this game, he's only played 2 games. He's had 57 overs in the tournament before this. He's had 57 overs. 108 runs, 5 wickets. So suddenly he's gone to double figures now. He's got 11 wickets, and he's almost bowled. Well, he bowled 30 overs here, which is almost 50% that he's bowled all season. So a tremendous effort from that man, and it means that the Volcanoes, they lead by 10 runs. I'm seeing that the board says we've got 10.2 overs remaining in the day's play, but I think that is going to be cut down by 3. And because of the change of innings, and I think there's only going to be 7 overs left in the day's play, but we'll wait and see 7 or 8 overs. We'll wait and get official word from the umpires. But there you have it. The Barbados Pride, they trail by 10 runs, 237 as opposed to 227 by the Pride. And it's going to be interesting how the Volcanoes will approach the second innings, because I would think they would want to go for an outright victory. But let's have a look at what's happening in the other games. Ghana, they are 48 for 1 in their second innings. having trailed by 125 on first innings. So they're they're fighting back. But talking about fighting back, look at the Jamaica. Having been asked to follow on, they are now 158 for 2 after being dismissed for 125 in their first innings, and this was in reply to the Trinidad and Tobago's Red Force score of 302 yesterday afternoon. So the umpires are coming out, the Pride players are making their way out, Ruskin, and we have the underrated Joel Manning is going to come and join you.
Yep. I'll tell you, Colin, I'm purely from my big heart as a Trini, I'm really just hoping that Barbados somehow find a way to come back and win this game, because after this, Joel has to go home. You know, if he was here when this is.
I'm simply here for good cricket, gentlemen. Simply here for good cricket.
Yeah, we know that, but you know how people are. Some next thing somebody home, some next thing you know the customs officer waiting. Were you? Yeah, you say, yeah, you say like, next thing you get a red stamp on the passport, persona non grata. Yeah, but it's been good cricket. It's been bad cricket. Let's just put it that way. And I suppose that is what makes for a good contest, because we had this amazing bowling spell. We had that brilliant catch, and even before that catch, we had 2 good catches taken at mid wicket there by John. One over his head, the other one low down. And so we've had good cricket all around. We had this amazing bowling spell from Larry Edwards, and that netted him 6 wickets in the end. So what a fantastic turn of events this has turned out to be, and a fantastic game of cricket as well, because we've had 2 days and 2 innings completed now. So we're almost at the halfway stage, and it's almost even Steven. So this game could still go either way when it's all said and done. It's now how well the Bajan bowlers can come here now and put that disappointment behind them and try to produce the goods. And then it's also up to the Windward Islands batsmen to dig in, try to bat through to tonight, and then try and put some kind of a total on the board tomorrow.
Certainly even Stevens, the game has opened right back up. Not a proud position that the Pride find themselves in. It was not even necessarily about getting first innings or anything of that nature, because there are no points in it for getting first innings. Had they been bowled for 238, there were no points on offer for getting there. The main target or the first marker had to be getting to 250, securing 2 batting points, and then getting from it. And I think that is where the real disappointment is for the Barbados Pride, having been in the position that they were in, having watched Shane Mosley get to 112, 200, or rather it was 190 for 5. Shane Dowrich and Primus were at the crease. They had to be looking at 250 and saying that is not a far ways off, we can get there. And having been bundled out for 227, they certainly must be disappointed with the batting performance, especially when you look back at some of the shots that were played to get those dismissals. Yes, Larry Edwards bowled well. Yes, he was controlled. Yes, his pace was varied, and yes, he deserves the 6 wickets that he took. However, were they a little impatient with the shots that they played? Yes. Did they give away their hands at certain points? Yes, and that's why they find themselves at 227.
Well, it certainly is certainly a swing in momentum, if you want to call it that, as the Volcanoes must be brimming with confidence here now and full of pride, but they still have a bit of some work to do here late in the day as they start their second innings. And it's going to be that man again trying to do some damage. And it was almost a similar shot to how he was out in the first inning. Kamani Milias driving again, and the ball peeling off an inside edge and squirting to the man at short square leg. And would you believe it, he is in that position primarily for that shot, and he almost played it to him again.
I'm a little confused as to if Kamani Milias is operating on putting the first innings out of his mind, because you know that Jordan is going to bring the ball back into you.
That's a great shot, but it doesn't net him anything because it's the wicket at the non-striker's end.
Even that shot, I'm slightly worried about, because yes, it was a bit fuller, allowing him to play that shot, but it's just looking for that drive extremely early off of Jordan that has been the downfall of so many batters. Often looking for that big booming drive, leaving a gap between bat and pad, or the ball coming off the inner half of the bat and being caught at mid-wicket, being bowled down.
This time he treats it with respect.
Yeah, I think to start, it needs to be Milius getting himself in, navigating what will be the early threat by Jordan, because he does pose a threat. There's no two doubts about that. Jordan poses a threat with the new ball in hand to most batters, if not all, that have come to the crease so far in this first class tournament. Navigate that, spend a couple balls at the crease, see what is going on.
This time he makes slightly better contact, but he's still sort of leaning slightly over and playing the ball with the bottom hand across his body. So he probably needs to figure out how he could stand straight and then just play the ball as it comes into him, and play with the full face of the bat, not with a closed face as he tends to do most often.
Yeah, not just that, but allowing the ball to come to him as well, because he's playing out, he's reaching for that ball instead of allowing it to come to him.
And that's a beauty, because that one held its own and just peeled past the outside edge. Had a good carry as well, through to Dowich.
Certainly a lovely delivery, held its line, shaped away probably just a touch. But you must expect, and like I said, Jordan poses a challenge, and I think for Milius, it's a case of it is better for him to cover that off stump, play inside the line almost, or rather look to cover the line. If you get beaten outside the off stump, it's a brilliant delivery by Jordan. You must expect that those must come. But I think just put away that drive just for a little bit.
He's again leaning forward. There's an appeal, but not out, says the umpire. Ball clearly going down leg, and that big inside in swing from Jordan, doing a little too much as he discusses that first over, that appeal with the umpire. And the umpire probably explaining to him exactly what transpired. No run yet as the Windward Islands start their second innings. It's 0 for 0.
Yeah, Jordan just operating in the manner that we certainly expect. That ball starting relatively straight, and obviously with the amount of swing that Jordan gets, is certainly heading a mile down that leg side.
So a really interesting day's cricket coming to a close here, but for as long as it goes, we might be in for some more action. Only time will tell. It depends also on how well these two batters negotiate what is on offer.
Yeah, they're certainly going to want to have a better start, a better go of it than what they had in their first innings.
And again, we look at the speedy McAllister. Can he really bend his back here late for Barbados and maybe prize out a couple of wickets with some express deliveries, as he's often encouraged to do? And this is the time to do it, Joel, late in the evening, when you know you're only going to get maybe 3 overs, 4 maximum, and you just pull the choke and you run in and you just bowl fast.
Certainly almost a fast bowler's dream to bowl at this kind of time.
No ball, and it went over the head of the batsman, but we saw one that Larry Edwards almost burst his own toe with, and now we're looking at one here where McAllister almost took the head off of there, but it was even over his head. The danger man was the wicketkeeper. How was he going to stop it? But he did well. So eventful already with McAllister, which is kind of par for the course with him. Something's always happening. It's a short one, and getting under it, good pace, but the batsman Jeremiah just watching it, getting under it, and allowing it to go its merry way.
Just another interesting task for McAllister at the start of another innings. New ball in hand. I would have mentioned that he's not bowled the best with the new ball so far across this tournament. Funny enough, the first innings probably was the best he's bowled with the new ball. He'll be hoping to kind of replicate something similar to that.
And that one is cut away, but would you believe it, straight into the hands of the man at that point position, and that is the end of Jeremiah. Really a short ball outside the off stump. He tried to get on top of it, but he succeeded only in hitting it hard, but he also hit it straight into the hands of Holder, and that is the end of him. No run, 1 wicket. Well, 1-1, because he did bowl the no ball.
Well, I did say McAllister would be looking to start in similar to fashion to how he did in the first innings. You would have to tell yourself, though, for opener and in the second over of the innings, a relatively soft dismissal, an easy catch to Shem Holder, just back of a length, and Jeremiah looking to force it because he had no room at all to play that particular shot. It was extremely close to the body, so he had to attempt to force that one. Did not find the room, instead found the safe hands of Shem Holder, and the score 1 for 1.
And he probably would have been better advised to hit that over the top. Try to hit it over the head of the inner ring, as opposed to trying to getting on top of it and trying to keep it down. And but he made his choice, and he paid the price as well. So very interesting development there now, and we're going to see how the Windward Islands batsmen, how they respond to all of this. And they do so by sending Lewis as the night watchman.
Well, 6.3 overs remaining in the day, and Sherman Lewis has made his way to the crease to bat some balls, soak up any pressure that's looming around and get them towards day number 3. It's going to be a task for him. Cool conditions, new ball in hand of Jerry McAllister, new ball in the hand.
I'm surprised they didn't
Hakeem
put a man.
Jordan.
I'm surprised they didn't put a man under the helmet on a forward short leg for him as well. Give him something else to think about.
Well, quite interesting here. 4 slips and a gully for Jerry McAllister.
The umpire had the ball. What else could happen in this over? Another wicket? Who knows?
Just think back to that dismissal and how soft a dismissal it really had to be, especially given the situation whereby at one stage Barbados were putting on the runs. You clawed your way back into it. You had a scenario where you were actually back on top of the match, and when you went to lunch and went to tea, you weren't telling yourself that you were in this game at any stage, you know, and you were on top of the match, and then all of a sudden you just hand back a piece of the advantage to the Barbados Pride. It was a perfect opportunity for Jeremiah and Melius to bat out the 7 overs that were here this evening, or the 8 overs
Build on that
were here this
advantage.
evening, and just get to the end, because really and truly it was really not about the runs here this evening. Yes, runs are nice, but it was not about the runs, and that was a run shot that Jeremiah was looking to play simply, and he could have dropped his hands under that. So many options that he could have chosen.
And of course, Lewis doing this smart thing. When you don't have to play, don't play. And he allowed that one to go through. It remains 1 for 1.
Yeah, I know that you like runs, you want runs, and a bad ball might come, and that is one you could definitely capitalize on. But looking at the situation, looking at the scenario, we're winding down towards the evening. Yeah, it's just one of those that you have to tell yourself probably could have done without.
Yeah, I'm sure the coaching staff, his teammates probably sitting far from him. He's probably sitting in the corner by himself. And they tell him go and sit in the naughty corner there. And that's a beauty of a delivery. Again, attacking the stumps there is Akeem Jordan. And I would imagine Barbados would be thinking if Jordan could just praise out another one here. That would be really a way of Barbados just leveling off things a bit, bringing the balance back to this game.
Yeah, certainly if Jordan could pick up another one, he certainly looks like it is on the cards as well.
This time Milius has nothing to do with it. Does the smart thing, covers that off stump with his left pad and watches the ball go its merry way through to the keeper. So as the shadows lengthen here at the Queen's Park Oval, what a day that we've had. A fantastic day of cricket. We've seen the good and the bad.
The ugly and the indifferent.
Yep. And so this makes better sense for Milius. Not playing unless the bowler is asking you to play, then don't play. Don't go looking for the ball. Allow him to come to you. You know, we ever say in sport, you take what the opposition give you. And this is exactly what you're doing here. If they give you wide balls outside the off stump, you let them go. The ball short balls, you just duck under it and let it go its merry way.
I think it actually could be a case of Jordan maybe looking to set him up a bit.
And that's the delivery coming back in at him. But he played it well. He actually stood up and played it. He didn't try to fall over and try to play around his pads. He actually stayed and waited for it to come, and then he played it.
Yeah, that was certainly key, allowing that ball to come to him instead of looking to straight out there and drive. And I mentioned that it looked like a scenario or a case where Jordan was just slightly looking to set him up. So the first delivery was by far wider, or the widest of the three in terms of the three that were bowled in succession there. The second one is a touch straighter, but still slightly off. So that one was the one that was aiming, or rather angling towards what would have been top of off, mid and off type of a scenario.
And that's a good shot. That's 4 runs. And again, and you know what is good? He played that not with a horizontal bat, not totally horizontal. So he covered the inward movement of the ball. And so he put a broad surface on it and played it, crashed it through the covers for 4.
Certainly no risk there in that particular one, wide by Jordan, and you really wouldn't tell yourself that much would happen from there in terms of that particular delivery. It was wide, it was full, and Milius took advantage of it, capitalized, and collects an easy boundary for him. That shot, yes, when the ball is much straighter, that is where the problem is, but certainly continue to play if you get balls like that outside the off stump.
He drives powerfully again, and nice bit of fielding there by Jordan in his follow-through. And Milius probably fancied his chances there of another boundary, but it was not to be. At the end of it, 5 for 1. The Windwards in their second innings after enjoying a lead of 10 runs over the Barbados Pride. So it's going to be McAllister again to continue. He had a wicket. A real gift, one would have to say, presented to him. Jeremiah cutting at a short ball that was easily going its merry way, and he decided to have a go, and he did have a go, and then he had to go.
I like the sequence of words there, Ruskin. And McAllister to continue, 4 slips and a gully.
And that's played away nicely, and down to fine leg. So the big fella doing his bit here. Lewis is off the mark. And you know, this debate I'm sure will continue, Joel, for many a year. What is the role of the night watchman? Is he the one supposed to face more deliveries than the specialist batsman? or is the specialist batsman supposed to save more the deliveries to protect him?
To be fair, if I were out there as a specialist batter, I have no interest in protecting the night watchman.
You have your own self to think about.
No, that's exactly it, because he comes out there to shield another batter. It should not be my responsibility to shield him. And given that, it tells me that it's almost a case of every man for yourself.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So,
but no, I believe his role probably is to maybe just soak up just a bit more, because you're not sending necessarily your tail ender, your man coming at Jack. You're sending somebody who's competent enough and trusts their defense and can actually get you through what is this quote unquote tricky period of the night. So it's not necessarily for him to be out there rotating the strike and pushing for runs, but it's for him to, hold up that end.
And here's a short ball that Milius is pulling through mid-wicket. It's going close to the boundary, and it won't get there. It's just pulled back inside, and they'll actually run 3 runs. Now, for a moment, I thought he was going to cut that delivery. And it just seemed because he pulled that from way outside the off-stump and pulled it through mid-wicket. It's so slow, it came at him. And I'm thinking maybe he played it too early that it ended up in that position there. But he certainly looked like he was in position to cut it and then just carry through with the shot and ended up tugging it onto the onside.
Yeah, certainly dragging that one from wide of the off stump.
But what it does,
Milius.
though, it puts Lewis back on strike. And that amazing slip cordon is in place. 4 slips and a gully. And it's almost like it's a slower delivery McAllister produced there, and he just waited on it and just tugged it. Now, when you have 4 slips and a gully, somehow the slower delivery doesn't factor in your mind.
It is true.
Because you want to try to hit that edge so hard that it flies to somebody in the slip cordon there. But I suppose McAllister must have been thinking maybe this is an opportunity to just try and fool him a little bit, see if he plays a rash shot or plays too early or something like that. But you think the tail ender is thinking defense more than anything else. And it's not asking him to play. And as a tail ender, I'll be happy. I'll take that job every time if the bowler is going to do spray it all over the place like that. So I'm just going to wait and let him do his stuff. Now, it may force Dorich to rethink and maybe get a bowler who is probably a little more consistent with line and length, maybe Primus, to come and maybe just put the ball on a spot and just see if he could hit the edge.
McAllister's just pulling out of his run on that particular occasion.
Yeah, he's not, something is bothering him. He's not fluent. He's not free. I mean, he doesn't have the prettiest run-up, but something is just a little bit off there. He just seems a little worried. I'm not sure what he's thinking.
You see McCaskey there running from gully, and it will, in fact, McAllister is not going to complete.
He's not going to complete the over.
Kamari Boyce is going to make his way onto the field, and it appears as if Jamel Warkan is going to close things out for that particular over.
Why not Primus? Just let Primus. How many balls? Well, just the 1 ball to go. So
just a bit of discomfort there.
yeah, he didn't look comfortable. I was just watching him run up, and he just something just looked a little bit off. And so I'm not surprised that I didn't think it was bad enough he had to go off, but so I don't know. So here Warwickon gets the new ball to toss up a few. the problem with Warwick is that he's so slow through the air. You know, this is the thing. But if he could just line it up properly, you never know. He might just get, because the first thing, it don't play for turn. And I think a lot of batsmen tend to do that when they see a left-hand spinner with a new ball. They tend to play for turn. And that's a quick delivery from from Warwick on there. And it's played out nicely in front. So that completes the over. And they quickly change around 10 for 1. So that means it's 20 for 1 at this stage.
Yeah, it was interesting when you mentioned that Warwick is slow through the air, because very often they're asking him to slow it down because he's actually relatively quick. More often than not, he's gotten into a mode and a style which is, I guess, more so a limited overs approach in recent times, where he's been just a bit quicker, but a bit faster. And they've been asking him to just pull it back a bit in terms of the pace that he's been bowling.
So now it's going to be Jordan to continue. There's 2 slips on a gully for him. And so far, so good for Sherman Lewis, the night watchman. You know, I've never really checked the scoreboard to see if what they put next to the night watchman's name. Suppose he stays and make 100. Now you put 100 by night watchman, Sherman Lewis. I must really check a scorebook to see if at any point they give the batsman the due recognition that he deserves. That I came in as the night watchman and stuck around. Well played.
Yeah, just 3.4 overs now remaining in the day's play. The sun sets here on another beautiful day of cricket at the Queen's Park Oval. 11 wickets have fallen in the day.
We had one in the first over of the day, and it's been a real up and down scenario since. Playing at this one but not getting a touch, just searching for it outside the off them, and then he goes for a little walk, Sherman Lewis.
Yeah, I think Amelia should have probably opted just to, slow things down a bit there and have a little walk down, make Jordan probably wait at the top of his mark after that delivery. It was definitely a peach of a delivery there by Jordan. But I do prefer to see, especially guys, well, he's the night watchman, but guys batting here to get beat outside the off stump.
This time he's confidently in behind it and head well over in the approved fashion and plays it out. And I think the entire Windward Islands camp probably breathing a little bit easier after that shot.
I do believe that they trust Sherman Lewis here. Had they not, they wouldn't have sent him. But
who knows? He's the captain probably say, "Who wants to be night watchman?" He probably put his hand up, or nobody else put their hand up, and he just got appointed. Well played again. He's right out in front, makes a wonderful picture as he keeps out Jordan.
Yeah, for me, that is good stuff from Sherman Lewis. If he gets his bat beat there from there, it's a brilliant ball. If he gets his edge hit from there without actually feeling for it, you would have to say a brilliant ball again there. And you do expect bowlers to bowl brilliant balls, new ball in hand, it will be moving. But as long as you cover your bases, you do the basics, then you stand a good chance of being there at the end of the day.
And this time he's playing across this one. He's out LBW. Again, just playing. He just got himself into a little bit of a tangle there and played right across it. Jordan was pitching up to him, and that is the wicket there of Sherman Lewis as he goes for 2 LBW, and it's now 10 for 2.
Yeah, just playing around the front pad there on that occasion was Sherman Lewis, opting to try to work that one down towards somewhere in the leg side, but yeah, getting across those stumps, being wrapped on the front pad. On first thought, I told myself it might be heading down the leg side, but on second glance, looks a bit better, and the umpire says, well, you've got to go. The second wicket down for the Volcanoes, 10 for 2.
And so it's certainly the night watchman experiment didn't work as well as they wanted to, because I'm sure they would have been hoping, just as they were hoping, as the two openers would have been there through to the close of play, they would have been hoping that Lewis would have probably stayed around until the end as well. But again, they were wrong on that point as well. So now it's 10 for 2, and it means that they now have to rely on the Kareem Hodge, the experience of Kareem Hodge, to negotiate the rest of the way.
It's always interesting when your night watchman goes, what the option is, whether or not do you send another one, do you send the batter, and then when you send the batter that would have come in naturally at 3, you then question, could you have not sent them from the very beginning?
Well, that's always the debate scenario. So here is Warwick, and he will continue. That's quick. He's really just spearing it in there with the new ball in his hand. He's bowled him. Right through it goes. And that is the end of Milius. And what a turn of events here as well. Because, again, the Windward Islands would have been so buoyed after dismissing Barbados for 227 and enjoying a 10-run lead. And now, all of a sudden, all that hard work is being undone here as they've lost a 3rd wicket and they just have 10 runs on the board.
Yeah, it was very interesting to see the initial movement from Milius at one stage. I told myself that maybe he was looking to play. There we go. You see, I knew that the initial movement was looking a little fishy to me. They're looking to come down the track. I'm not certain as to why, especially given that Warwick is going to bowl the ball flat and into him. That initial movement, then losing all the balance, having to feel for the ball. It passes in between the bat and the pad and goes on to crash into the leg stump. So he only has himself to blame, especially at this stage. You know, it's just a case of trusting your defense. We talk about that, trusting your defense. Yes, the slight quote-unquote pressure with a man at slip, a man at short leg, a man at leg slip, but you are a top-order batter. Trust your defense, get behind the ball, because it was not a special delivery from Jamel Warwick on that particular occasion. He made it look like a special delivery, having looked to come down the wicket initially and having that bit of a stutter step, and then having no base from which to play from there, feeling for the ball, passing on the angle and bowl down. And now 10 for 3, Alec Athene is at the crease.
And this is the worst case scenario for the Windward Islands, because if Warwick could produce a delivery here that Athene can't negotiate and he gets out, well, then that's really going to be problems for the Windward Islands. This is already a headache for them right now, but they have their 2 most gifted batsmen at the crease, Kareem Hodge and Alec Athene, and now they're trying to make absolutely certain that everything is in place. There's a slip on a gully, 2 slips if you want to call them that, and a forward short leg. Athene immediately is finding the middle of the bat. How things have changed here.
I'm still shaking my head, Ruskin, because it feels absolutely ludicrous and crazy as to what I'm currently witnessing, especially given that it was a nothing delivery from Warwick.
There's no turn, it's just coming in on the angle. And immediately, look at how Athene is finding the middle of the bat. And he's just coming forward and stroking because the ball isn't turning. Now, if one turns, that might surprise everybody. But he's not trying to turn the ball, he's just spearing them in there. And he's bowled them well off the inside edge, and that has come back onto the stumps. Athene trying to play it on the offside, found the under edge and dragged it back onto his stumps. So he goes for no score, and would you believe it, it's 10 for 4.
This is unbelievable cricket. This is absolutely unbelievable cricket at the moment. Even that delivery pushed wide of the off stump. Yes, he drove the 2 deliveries before that, but that is even wider. Getting a bit greedy there was Athenaeus. Yes, he's been playing positive at the start of all of his innings, but situational awareness, the inside edge, crashes onto the stump. And well, 10 for 4. After clawing themselves back into it, they've thrown themselves back into the river without a life raft. And well, it's interesting cricket here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Interesting, you said. Jamal Warrican, 2 wickets rather, for no run. And Suna Lambris is making his way out to the middle.
Yeah, I just think they've lost the plot. Lost everything, to be honest, because they go back once again to Melius. You're looking at what Warrican is bowling. There's nothing in my mind that tells me that I need to stride out to that in terms of chipping down the wicket. Because it's not a run scenario.
You didn't need
I'm not
to
looking
chip
to
down.
put
Yeah.
Warrican necessarily off of his lines and lengths in here. Couple overs left to the end of the day. I'm simply looking to trust my defense, stand up at the end, and come back tomorrow. So the initial trigger movement to head down the crease was the baffling moment for me. Could not negotiate it. Gets bowled down. Loses their 3rd wicket. Athenaeus comes to the crease, and like a majority of the times he's come to the crease, he's looked to be positive at the start. And fair enough, no problem. First 2 deliveries, drives them, looks nice. That 3rd one, probably looking to be just a bit more aggressive in trying to get it probably for some runs to the boundary. And in trying to force that shot, comes off the inside edge and is back inside. And when you look at that scoreboard, everybody can see it. You're seeing 2 overs remaining at the end of the day's play. That particular ball from Warrican,
You don't need to play it.
there was nothing in it in terms of the
Yeah.
possibility of a wicket, because the angle across you could have been left alone, because it's also just a touch wider as well than the 2 that he drove previously towards what would have been cover and mid-off.
You didn't have to play at it. He could easily, in fact, none of those balls he needed to play at, but he did. And he paid the price in the end. And so now it's all about who is going to stay there. Kareem Hodge saw his captain really give his wicket away. And now the Windward Islands, after they did all of the hard work, they're really just undoing all of that with the bat. And they say cricket is a strange game. Well, boy, this game is a strange one. And it's just about patience, observing what the game requires at any given time when the situation changes, and just playing accordingly. None of these shots, when you really think about it, all of the wickets that have fallen here have really been given away. Really. It started with Jeremiah with a careless cut shot, and then Melius with that his jump down the wicket. Shimon Lewis played across a full delivery, and here is another little push that's going to be 4 runs, so he's going to get close to the boundary, and I don't think he's going to catch it. It goes into the boundary now, a deep cover, and not much that Holder could do about that one, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, nice looking punch there by Kavem Hodge. Somewhat of a trademark shot for him at this stage. High elbows getting behind it. And just working that one into the covers. But I'm actually looking at Akeem Jordan here
Yeah,
now.
he seems to be hobbled as well. So it's like, well, that's the thing, yeah. Because McAllister went off, Warrican came on, and he picked up 2 quick wickets. And so maybe Holder might say, well, baby, but I can't continue. Let's bring somebody on and see if they can get a wicket or 2. But he just seems to be wringing his ankles as if he stepped in a hole or something. And even then, you could see him now. He's still not satisfied. And it's maybe right where he's planting that foot at the crease there is where they're having that difficulty. Something there isn't, he's just not comfortable putting maybe the hole, it's the dirt is probably worn away there. There's a hole or something there that is causing him some real discomfort. It may be jarring his leg when he plants it.
Well, that certainly could be it, because I know for sure at the other end that is the issue for the fast bowlers, exactly where they're planting.
And he's still not happy. You could see he's really not. Something is worrying him there at the end of it. 14 for 4, and it's not Edos, it's not Okro, whatever it is, but it's wickets. 14 runs and 4 wickets so far.
Well, 1 over left in the day's play. That over will be bowled by Jamal Warrican, who currently has figures of
2 wickets and no runs.
2 for none.
1 over and 1 ball. So certainly a day that promised so much, delivered so much, and it's still delivering late in the day. Big discussion going on there between Dorich and Jordan. I'm not quite sure what they're debating. But it's going to be Sunil Ambrose who will face up to Jamal Warrican, the unplayable Jamal Warrican.
And they're actually egging on Sunil Ambrose to
have a go.
The words of Dorich, he will swipe at 516.
And Warrican is just spearing those deliveries in there. He's just firing them in. And who knows? I'm just waiting to see one turn, and that will create all kind of mayhem. He's right on target there. To his credit, he's assumed a good line, and it's from that line that the batsmen are having difficulty playing or not playing, as was the case with Athens. And here's a ball, he almost hit it back to the bowler, and that could easily have been another wicket there for the Windward Islands. Barbados Pride close, but not close enough for wicket number 5.
Yeah, that one just passing ever so close to the outstretched left hand of Jamal Warrican. Played uppishly back to him, just pushing at that one was Ambrose, pushing with hard hands, and Warrican tried to be Superman. Hoped he could have been Spider-Man and flicked out the web to probably reel it back in, but he was just a regular man on that particular occasion.
Well, he needed to be a Joel Garner there.
2 deliveries left to negotiate, to survive, to navigate.
Ambrose without any headgear stands up straight and plays it back along the wicket.
And just 1 delivery left in the day's play now at the Queen's Park Oval.
He's probably seeing all this chatter in my ear here. And here's a ball, he struck him on the pad. This is a loud appeal. They all celebrate, but the umpire says not out. Well, that was very, very close indeed. And Ambrose must be living a charmed life there, because that could so easily have been another wicket off the last ball of the day. And Ambrose somehow survives. Kaveem Hodges 4. Ambrose is no score. It's 14 for 4 at stumps.
Oh, my eyes are currently open because we're looking at that replay. That ball was speared in by Jamal Warwick, and if we could just get it from the top end of the delivery again, because everything about it looks good, everything about it looks fantastic, and everything about it looks out. And maybe that is the stroke of luck that the Windwards needed, because things from an umpiring standpoint didn't necessarily go their way when they were batting. It didn't go their way with Shane Mosley, and at the end of play, the stroke of sunset here at the Queen's Park Oval, you would have to tell yourself that that was a mighty close out shout on the final delivery of day number 2 here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's been an exciting day of cricket, a day that has given us everything. It's given us 6 wickets from Larry Edward. 6 wickets, well deserved. The young man who toiled and toiled away and bowled magnificently and earned all the wickets that he's received. A day where Barbados Pride were set up to put on a massive first innings total and played a couple loose shots and found themselves 10 runs short of first innings and a couple runs short of batting points. And then, after clawing their way back into it, the Windwards, well, they've tossed themselves back out to sea. 14 for 4.
Well, I suppose the only good thing about that is 24 for 4, as opposed to 14 for 4 with their 10-run advantage that they had on first innings.
They will need all 10 of those the way they are batting. My, what a day of cricket, Ruskin. What a
because
day
I can't even begin to understand the shot selections that the batsmen were putting out there. It's almost as if they came out there and they just felt, well, look, this game is won already, and we just have to, show up, and that would be that. Because how many times have we seen the teams that look like they're in front, all of a sudden find themselves behind the 8 ball, as is the case now with the Windward Islands, that they now have to dig themselves out of this hole here and try to post some kind of target for the Barbados Pride to chase. But as it stands right now, up just about half an hour ago, we would have been saying the Barbados Pride, they are the ones who had kind of given the game away to some degree, as they got bowled out in a day. And as it turned out here now, they came storming back, aided and abetted, of course, by some careless batting on the part of the Windward Islands. Kimani Milius, 7 runs. Johan Jeremiah, no score. Sherman Lewis, the night watchman, out for 2. Kaveem Hodges not out 4. Alec Atenes, the captain, out for a duck. And Sunil Ambrose is not out, naught. And the bowling figures, which makes for interesting reading here: Akeem Jordan, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 8 runs and 1 wicket. Jaya McAllister, 2 overs, and I had 1 wicket, 1 for 6. I think he bowled like 5 balls in 1 over, and he didn't complete the over. Jamal Warrican bowled that 1 over for him. So Jaya McAllister had 1 over and 5 balls, and Jamal Warrican ended up with 2 overs and 1 ball, 2 maidens, 2 wickets, and no run. And he almost had a 3rd wicket off the final ball of the day. And how did he survive? Well, only the man above could tell us that in due course. But as it stands right now, the Barbados Pride must be beaming at the moment, because they know they're right back in this, and in fact they're in the driver's seat at the moment, having creamed off 4 wickets late in the day here, after they themselves were bowled out for 227, thanks in the main to a brilliant 112 from Mosley. Worrell made 35 together. They posted 101 for the 2nd wicket. But of course, it was Edwards who produced a magnificent spell of bowling, 6 for 46. McSween chipped in with 2 for 40 as they bowled out Barbados for 227. And after taking a 10-run lead and looking to put the day to cap off a perfect day for themselves, instead the Windward Islands really imploded, and they lost 4 wickets in the dregs here, as Barbados hit back forcefully. So we hope you'll be with us tomorrow morning, as they will resume on 14 for 4, and in dire straits. They just have 24 runs on the board, and they only have 6 wickets in hand. And that is at the very latest here at the Queen's Park Oval. We hope you'll join us tomorrow morning when we continue our coverage here on the West Indies Cricket TV.